Ladies and gentlemen, we are here. The top four of the tournament is very, very close to beginning. We have, I think, another 10 or 15 minutes, but I figured I'd jump on and chat with you guys. We can hang out, kind of take a look at the tail of the tape, see how the day is going, revisit the win rates as well, which should be quite exciting. And that's pretty much it. How's life treating you guys? 1 second. Just going to be shutting this. All right. Let's have some fun, man. Yes, another stream. So today there's a tournament going on, very similar to the tournament from the other days. Let me go ahead and look. All right. So heading on over here, let's go ahead and refresh this and take a look. Yeah, that music's really good. That's actually the music from Thorgrim Grudgebearer from his trailer. So today's tournament, using the same pick and ban system that we used previously on Friday. So it's obviously going to be pretty fun in terms of faction diversity, but it's hosted by Bob Tresh and Tim the Wilder. And it was a pretty big tournament. I think we had over 60, 70 people playing, which is very exciting. And we're about to be in the top four. So we have Moffat here, who just came off a series against Hadries, and he's going to be playing the winner of Zone and Big B's. And then up on the top side, it is going to be Outer Region and Papa Palpatine and Subutai and Dodokson. So these two individuals are going to be playing. And as soon as we have a match in the top four, we're going to be starting. So that is kind of the game plan for the day. Now, stats have certainly been kind of bouncing out a little bit. We've been seeing some of the weaker factions start to kind of come up a little bit, like Empire's up to 30%. You know, they were originally at like 10 or 11%. So clearly, people are starting to figure out the factions a little bit. We have seen a slight improvement in the Wood Elves. Wood Elves were another faction that were basically in the pits of hell. In the first tournament, they had like an 11% win rate. They're up to 38%. So you can see people starting to figure out how to play these different factions. And Skaven getting a lot of reps in. Skaven were a faction that honestly had a pretty abysmal win rate in the first couple weeks, or in the first week, I should say. And they started to come up. They're almost at 50%, which is really, really quite solid. So Skaven clearly have some teeth. Beastmen also coming back. Beastmen were at about a 25% win rate, 30% win rate. We see the Beastmen on their way back, and these bad boys are certainly doing very, very well for themselves. So pretty exciting stuff, man. Lizardmen still rocking at 38%. I wonder what... Norska has been kicking their butt. Oh my god, look at that. Norska with a 10-2 record against the Lizardmen. That is pretty wild. Yeah, Norska's been a real powerhouse. I've been surprised. 48-28, a lot of games played, really, really solid win rate, crushing Lizardmen. Who else do they do well against? Yeah, obviously defeating Grand Cathay isn't too much of an achievement. And also, they're all probably pretty good against the Empire too. So yeah, it's been really fun, my friends. So we are going to be getting the match started here very soon. We're just in the top four, just going to be waiting for the individuals to do their thing. And yeah, that's going to be good. Life is good. All right. So here we go. Outstanding. And here we are. Yeah, Professor Pone saying, I was shocked my High Elf White Lions got owned by Cathay Dragon Guard. It makes sense. Dragon Guard, I believe, have a higher model count, which is, I think it's quite a bit higher, actually. We can take a little bit of a look at that while we wait for the players to get there. Yeah, so Pone, if you take a look at the Cathay Dragon Guard, so let's go to Grand Cathay. The Dragon Guard have 100 models, okay? And their stat line is pretty good, especially if the Harmony is active. They have good armor piercing values. You can see they have 25 armor piercing, and the stat line is 3443 with 100 models. Now, if you go to White Lions of Crace, for example, White Lions, they have 100 models as well. Okay, so they got bumped up to that, but their stat line is just lower. I mean, 36 and 28 and 34. So 36, 28, 34 against 34, 43, 36. I mean, it's just a better stat line on the Celestial Dragon Guard. But now, that's not taking into account the martial prowess that, of course, does exist for the High Elves. But in a very pitched fight, if Harmony is active, it really depends on the Harmony. Like, if they have some sort of Harmony behind it, it's going to be buffing the stats of these guys pretty hard. Like, they're going to be getting up to, 12 melee defense and melee attack, which is going to help them win that. So that's pretty much how it goes. Hey, Massimi, thank you so much for the fiber. Sorry, I might have mangled your name there. We'll call you Massey for now. Thank you so much. So yeah, Cathay Harmony, not bad at all. I don't know how formation attack really plays into that, or if it's kind of a variable, but, something to consider for sure. It probably has to do with the Harmony as well. There could have been some shooting at play also, but nonetheless, let's get back into that lobby here. And we're kind of in the pre-game show right now. So if you guys have any questions about domination, about PvP in general, about future plans, now is certainly a very, very good time to ask them. I will be having a faction war tournament very, very soon. So that's going to be in the next few weeks. I'm really excited for that. That is going to be mega, mega fun. That is going to be incredibly fun. I really wanted to play today, but it started a little bit early, and I went out with the wife last night, and we had some fun, and I was kind of tired, so I decided to sleep in a little bit. But man, I really, really wanted to play. I've been having so much fun playing. Just really enjoying domination, really enjoying the new meta. Now that we have the global ban system, just a lot of good stuff, in my opinion. Is Kostalton with flame buffs? He's not a bad choice against Tomb Kings. Yeah, he's not bad. Against Tomb Kings, though, if you are playing Kislev against Tomb Kings, I can come up with a build for you guys. It's actually one of my favorite things to do is to like Theorycraft builds. So we can do that while we wait. So let's go to, yes, I'll need to just host a lobby. So test builds. Is Kugaf good in multiplayer? Yeah, he's good. It depends on the matchup, though. He can go down a missile focus fire pretty hard. So if you're playing Kislev against Tomb Kings, you probably want to go with, I would even say like a Katarine is a pretty good pick, so I'll explain why. So firstly, Icebane's Kiss is really good against like Tomb Guard, Nehekar Warriors, all their light stuff. And you can also get Heart of Winter to punish like big blobs, right? So if they have like a huge blob of skeleton infantry, you do that. Plus Frostfang is also another good tool if you're looking to nuke blobs. So I would probably get her on a Warbear so she can actually fight. You cut ice shards, and that's going to be kind of your leadership kit. Now, dealing with Tomb Kings, what are you going to be experiencing? It's going to be most likely a combination of Tomb Guard backed up by monsters, right? Or maybe some Nehekar Horsemen, things like that. So that's probably what you need to kind of account for. So how do you trade well in the Tomb Guard? Well, your Zarguard will do well. They're a little bit vulnerable to Pit of Shades, but if you want to contest the infantry game, and remember, a lot of this is map dependent, right? Kossars aren't going to be good. Arrows aren't really good against Tomb Kings in general. You know, they have silver shields, and, you know, honestly, it just doesn't really do that much. So right now we're doing a hypothetical Kislev versus Tomb Kings build. So honestly, depending on the map, let's say we're on Black Ark, okay? So I would probably open with something like this, get a couple of Kossars on the flanks, maybe even, you know, like an opening like this. Like the War Sleds, in theory, should be pretty good. They can run. It's really about killing the big thing for you is killing the, what's it called? The damn Tomb Guard infantry spam. And Zarguard will outtrade them. You just have to watch out for Pit of Shades, which will be getting nerfed. So again, this build is kind of future-proof. And then you would open with Light War Sleds, which can shoot their monsters. Sepulchral Stalker is going to be a little bit of an issue as well. So you can mix in, like a little Grom might not be terrible. You can bring some Streltsy. Honestly, the lore passive for Kislev isn't that crazy. I mean, it's okay. So you could cut that and get like a Streltsy unit. So like an opening like this might be like okay. So you can go something like this in your opening, and then in reserve, of course, you're going to be fighting Nehekar Horsemen. So you're going to want to get, you know, your own cheap horsemen, which probably will trade okay with them for a cheaper price point. But also mixing in some Winged Lancers to kind of shock things down is going to be nice. Now, as far as reserves go, I would probably get some Snow Leopards. If somebody brings in like a Tomb Scorpion or something, you know, like that, you want to be able to kind of just summon a couple anti-large creatures to hunt them down really quickly. So you could also get a Patriarch too. You could cut the Streltsy here and get like a Patriarch. Streltsy are a little bit vulnerable against Screaming Skull Catapult, so too are the Zarguard. And you could also like widen out the build. If you're concerned about Screaming Skulls, you can do just like a bunch of cheaper infantry, which will trade okay against Tomb Guard, but then you need to kill the Tomb Guard with your sleds, right? So you could do like a wider build like this, and you could even get like a fourth sled. Ushapti Greypo, a little bit of an issue. Maybe you throw in a little Grom. There's a lot of variables to consider for sure. Here we would probably just switch her onto horseback for, you know, to save the cost. So Ushapti Greypos could be taken out potentially by Little Grom. You have infantry holding power. You have bear sleds. Bear sleds are vulnerable against Ushapti Greypo, but Ushapti Greypo die to Little Grom probably. You have the Snow Leopards, and you can bring some Zarguard and reinforcements to get some like objective play. I don't know if I'm a huge fan of the Bear Cav. I feel like Ushapti Greypo will just tarp at them. Skeleton Spears, like cheap horsemen, will just kind of tarp at them all day. So I don't really like that too much. But overall, there's like a lot of different ways you can play it. I do like the Winged Lancers for a little bit of like low ground control, and I don't hate mixing in Streltsy. Like I think having like one or two Streltsy in reserve could be pretty nice for like thumping on an objective or something like that. So, and for the last amount of funds, you could honestly just you could throw in another Snow Leopard if you want to. You can cut one of these and bring a second Little Grom. If they go heavy in the Ushapti Greypo, the Little Groms will definitely be good. But the problem with double Little Grom is if they go mass Tomb Skeletons or Tomb Guard, they're going to be a very inefficient summon. So you need to kind of watch out for that. That's not necessarily going to be the best. So let me check here, see if the players are ready in the top 4, and we could even play a quick battle real quick if we have a little bit of time before we start. So let's check this. I wouldn't bring the Elemental Bear. It's a little bit too weak against some of the other. Yeah, okay. So we have 2 players in the top 4 right now. We're probably really, really close. Outer Region and Palpatine. If we take a look at the old scorecard here, so let's look. Yeah, so we have Dodokson, who's made it to the top 4, Outer Region and Palpatine playing on the top side, and Zone and Big Beast have been playing for a while, so I would imagine one of them will be ready in just a minute, so we'll play it by ear. But yeah, build theory crafting is very fun. Says, hey Turin, I saw your Empire Greatswords on Total Tavern looking great. Yeah, they're fun, man. Greatswords were probably one of my favorite units to paint. They actually wasn't too bad, to be completely honest. Yeah, it's good. That's good. So we got the old leaderboard. Wow, Hadri's unlocking the tier 2 corn icon already. He has the Exalted Bloodletter. Oh, very cool. So the big fancy troops are coming out. Hey, welcome, Emmanuel. Welcome, welcome. Do you think we'll see more? Yeah, I think big SEMs can become meta, for sure. It just kind of depends on the matchup. Like, we've seen Lizardmen do that really well. Like, I saw a couple Dreadsaurian builds that were pretty damn scary. Like, somebody went mass infantry and they just couldn't deal with the Dreadsaurians. They just got, like, everything they had was just being kind of trampled and beaten down. So it was pretty brutal for sure. All right, tournament. I don't know if I have enough time to play one game. I don't want to keep the players waiting because obviously they've been playing for a long time. So let me go ahead and check. Let's keep refreshing the tavern here. And we should be good. All righty. So we get the maps. I'm not the tournament host today, so I'll be getting the maps from the host, and we should be good. No, SEMs are honestly not bad. What would you say Kislev's biggest weaknesses are? You know, something I found with Kislev is, yeah, getting like shelled by artillery is rough for sure. I mean, you have Little Grom, but your like anti-artillery tools is like 1400, and it still takes a while. I've been able to defeat Kislev with the Empire using like Hellstorm rocket batteries and things like that. I don't really know. Kislev is a pretty well-rounded faction. Maybe their weakness is the fact that they don't have like a lot of stuff to choose from. Like you're paying, when you're bringing Kislev infantry, you're often paying for the hybrid value, which the hybrid value sometimes can be kind of crappy. Like the pistols aren't really good all the time on the Kossars. So you're kind of like paying a premium for these units that it might not be useful at all in that matchup. So your efficiency might be slightly less than other factions that are paying for like an exclusively anti-infantry unit, that type of thing like that. Yeah. Vampire Coast isn't bad. Vampire Coast is a faction that can do depth guard animated Hulk rushes pretty well, and they have good gun lines. Like, I think Vampire Coast is niche, but I think they can do well against factions like Nurgle. Like, if Nurgle tries to park some shit on an objective, you could just, like, shoot them to pieces. Like, if you're on, like, a Death's Pass or a map like that, dude, oh my god, it can be really, really brutal for sure. It's definitely wild. Memphis saying Dom's tactics are blob and Pit of Shades. That's Pit of Shades, yes, but blobbing is not... Like, a lot of people have a big misconception about that. Like, I would love to play against a player who just blobs on objectives and just let me play any sort of a shooting faction and just shoot them to pieces. Like, that happened yesterday or on Friday when I played against Anticity. I tried blobbing on objectives and I got shot to pieces. It's blobbing is of course can be good, like depending on the matchup. Like if we're watching vampire counts rubbing their sausages together, but it's a lot more dynamic than that. Like mobile cav play, skirmish cav, shooting positions are all really, really viable. Like really, really viable. Yeah. So I really don't think that. I don't think that like domination is just blobbing. It's really not. If you think land battles are more blobbing, if you go watch most land battle matchups, if you're watching like melee factions that don't have shooting, it's almost always blobbing. At least in domination, it forces some dynamic play on the flanks because you have to play the objectives. You can't just like sit in one spot. If you want blob central, go watch the last faction war we had in Total War Warhammer 3. Just watch how Kislev won every single game by just having a bear blob with double healing and just sitting there and mouth breathing. It's a very, very big misconception about it in my opinion. All right, so let me see if the players are about ready. Let's go to Total Tavern, refresh the old page. Yeah, blobs aren't as good as you'd think. They can be in niche situations, but generally no. All right, so the players are still doing their thing. You know what? Screw it, man. Let's play a quick game. Let's get into the old ladder. We gotta keep it going. All right, so ranked matchmaking, find match. Boom, there we go. Perfect. Undead are not bad against ranged. I mean, Vampire Coast can trade ranged. It's just Vampire Counts can't, but Vampire Counts don't really care because, okay, we got Broken Lake Gully here. Let's go for the Dowie already. Watch, he's gonna just pick. Oh, is he gonna pick like Slanesh or something? Ugh, that's a rough one. All right, well, if it's Slanesh, then we die on our sword. Could play some Skaven too. You know what? Oh no, he dodged. Oh no. It takes two blobs to tango. Exactly, Hadries. Yeah, melee infantry spam is pretty strong, but we're starting to see it kind of lose games. You know, again, it's only been out for like a week or two. People are still kind of learning the jams. So let me go ahead and message Tim. Let me know when we reach top 4. I'll be doing a quick battle. All right. So we got the Silver Spire, one of the worst maps, actually. Who is not getting a lot of love lately? I know Skaven, we haven't done too much Skaven. Maybe we could do a little bit of Wood Elves, actually. Wood Elves have been having you know, not a lot of time. So let's play some hardwood. Let's see what we can bring to the table. Why do people dodge so often? It's just kind of a random thing. Okay, we got Nurgle versus Wood Elves. Kind of an exciting one. Okay, so let's get the Wookiee blocker up. This is not a tournament match for anybody joining. It's just me playing before we start the top 4 here. 2, 3, 4. It looks good. Now, against Nurgle, we have a lot of lore choices. Mel Gibson could be pretty good, I think. He could actually be a pretty feasible one. Against Nurgle, yeah, so he can just bully Festus, although he is a bonus versus large character, so yeah, something to think about. All right, so we got you. Let's have some fun. Yeah, we're gonna bring some fun stuff. We're not gonna bring the most sweaty kind of meta choices possible here. Okay. 2, 3, and 4. What the hell's going on with this? Wait, why can I not do this? Cannot over... There's like some weird bug going down. That's weird. Okay. Looks like we're good now. Cannot recruit. Cannot overexpend in match battles. Oh, there's legit a bug here, guys, where it's just not letting me pick units. Like, what the hell is this? Cannot recruit. Cannot overexpend in match-made battles? How am I overextending? I have 3,000 left. What the hell is this shit? Oh my god, that is a pretty serious bug. Okay, well, that's something to consider for sure. So let's get you. And then we want to get like you in the back, just kind of chilling out. Like, look at this. Hold on, guys. So I'm just going to show you my build for now, because whatever, if he's stream sniping. It won't let me spend on units. I have 3,900 left, and it's not letting me like purchase units. Look at this shit. This is quick battle. Like, this wouldn't happen in a tournament lobby, but it seems to be something with matchmaking. Look at that shit. Look, what is this? It like I can't pick units. What the hell, man? Oh my god, CA, get it together. Oh my god, how can I do this? It's like, I think it's like it thinks I'm doing like land battle stuff. No, it's going back and forth. Hold on. Okay, so 1 sec here. No, it's still happening. Okay, he's giving me more time. What a gentleman. Okay, accept the challenge, no problem. Okay, I'm able to select units now, which is good. Oh my god, I wanna... Can I switch factions to get a little bit more time? Shit, I'm like being rushed here, oh no. Oh, the UI is so clunky, dude. Okay, we got the flying character. I got 25 seconds to get a build together. Let's go ahead and go here. Lore beasts, whatever. Okay, I'm just gonna have to dodge out of the lobby because it was like stuck on me. I couldn't like drag units in places. That's so weird. No, it was actually, I know I was on the wrong army for a second, but when I switched to the other one, it wasn't letting me spend too. Okay, well, we'll have to requeue real quick. Let's see here. Perfect. All right, that was very strange. I was like trying to drag my caster into the other one, and you've had that bug before? Yeah, I know. Okay, well, we got a land battle now, so let's go for some Wood Elves and land battle. That'll be fun. Okay, locking in. Wookiee Claw is back. Thank you guys for joining. I know, click reinforcing army. I did that. It wasn't letting me drag a caster in. It was just kind of like something was weird with it. I had to quit and restart. Yeah, it's all good. So now we're going to do a land battle really quick. We're on Eshin, which is a fun one. Hopefully he plays one of the Chaos factions. That's kind of what I'm hoping for here. Looks like we will get a land battle. Maybe that's why so many people dodge. Yeah, maybe so. All right. Ooh, Lizardmen versus Wood Elves. This is not a super interesting matchup, to be completely honest. So how do we play this one? Do we go Sirtha Wood? Okay, so we got... Wait, okay, I'm in the main army now. Okay, so this is not domination. As far as the lord choices go, we could do Orion. He's a little bit vulnerable against like chameleon skinks and things like that. But let's go, sisters. Sister will be fun. All right, so we got dryads potentially as an option. Eternal Guard aren't bad. You can bring them, bring some of these guys, and then we probably want to just go with a bunch of you guys. Get some cheap business givers here on the side. Probably some shielded Wild Riders. And then we need to find some sort of a caster, I suppose. The dreaded land battle is here, guys. You know, Pit of Shades is obviously good, but in land battles, it's a little bit of a different beast. We could do this. Let's get a Flock of Doom and Transformation of Kadam. Cut that, and we don't really need these. Cool. We'll just put them on like an Elven Seed or something. All right. So I do like the Elven Missile line. I've always wondered about like Treekin in this matchup. Can they be decent? Solar Engines are a problem. Solar Engines are going to definitely give us some grief. I guess one Treekin to like move up and take the initial fight could be cool. Oh, the semifinal is ready? Looks like Zone and Moffat are... Okay, cool. So, yeah, sorry, we'll dodge out of this. Sorry, buddy. Got to get to that tournament action. All right, so tournament top 4, host game of spectator. Let's get the lobby all set for the players. I'll play some games after the tournament, too. Okay. And let me message his opponent. Yeah, it's late for some of the players, guys. So I don't want to like play a 20-minute quick battle and then, you know, keep them waiting. Great. So they'll be here in just a second. Let me get the maps from Tim. Where are you at, Tim? Very good. So we got our first match. The Dodge Master. I know, dude. Nobody gets... I got the moves. All right, so this is going to be Zone of ODM versus... all right. So we're all good to go. Why even boot up a match? I didn't know how long it would take. The Empire calls, it does indeed. So semis is Battle for Itza, Death Pass, and Black Ark. All right. Okay, so where are we at? Let's do Itza. Moffat should be coming here soon, if I'm not mistaken. There he goes. He's got the password and information. And there we are. There we go. Cool. So thank you guys all for joining today. Today we have another tournament. We're only doing the top 4 today. So on the previous streams, we had a much bigger run. We were, you know, casting tons and tons of games. But yeah, we're here. Kotep, oh my god, the Kotep with Okoye was so much fun. It was so much fun. Where's his opponent? Where art thou? Okay, so hopefully we gave him the correct lobby information. Looks all set. But yeah, if it goes a little bit short today, you know, I'm down to play some games afterwards. So we could do some on the old quick battles. Could be fun. Did you get eliminated? I didn't play today. No, I slept in a little bit today. So after Friday, you know, I played in Friday's tournament. I played all morning and then I played into the late afternoon, and my hands really hurt really bad to the point where I was kind of like yesterday. I didn't do anything on the computer. So just taking a little break from playing, but I'm gonna be hosting some Flash tournaments this week as well, where like, I don't know, Monday, Tuesday, just on those mornings, I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna be like, hey guys, there's a tournament in 2 hours. If you sign up, you sign up. That's that. So, you know, there's going to be some really fun kind of surprise events going on in the week. So if you guys are hyped for that, let me know. All right, so first global band is Norska. Wow, okay. So one of the global bands for these individuals is going to be Norska. Because, as you know, we're using a double global band system, so each player is going to be getting 2 global bands. So you can ban out Slaanesh, Vampire Counts, but in this case, it looks like Norska is the first one. Maybe they want to leave those open? It's hard to say. But it looks like, yeah, Norska's been doing really, really good. And Norska's just got good tools for domination, like good, sustainable infantry. Actually, surprisingly cost-effective mobility as well, via Skin Wolves and, you know, the Hounds, which, of course, can seal objectives very well. Javelins and throwing axes are really good, too. There's just a lot of good stuff that they have, to be honest. So Faction War is going to be very soon. I need to... Hey, Palpatine, how you doing, man? I need to talk to some folks, get some details. I'm thinking maybe not this next weekend, but the weekend after it. So kind of the dates I'm looking at for the Faction War would be not the 3rd of September, but more like September 10th, like that weekend. On top of that, probably a week or two after that, we're going to be having, probably 2 weeks after that. So late September, like September 24th, 25th, we're going to be having the Season 1 Grand Championships for Total Tavern. So we had the Season 1 conclude, and we're just giving players time to learn the meta and like get everything down before we play. So there's going to be tons of fun events. Any tips of somebody who's starting? I was Terran in StarCraft 2. Okay, Carlos, if you're a Terran in StarCraft, I would recommend probably a Gunline faction. So yeah, Kislev is a really good one for beginners for sure. Like Empire is like a harder version of Kislev to play because they're a little flimsier, but they have a little bit more dynamic options. But yeah, Kislev is fun. You know, you kind of have your shooting, you have your good infantry, you have your cav, but they're all pretty resilient. So for beginners, Kislev, I really recommend them as like a dynamic faction. And they're pretty strong too. Like Kislev has got a solid performance so far. Yeah, solid performance. Yes, right on time. I know. We're here. Let's see what the other bans are going to be. Lizardmen and Norska have been banned out so far. That is weird. Where's the Slaanesh ban? Dude, are we going to see a Slaanesh vampire count game? Don't do this to us. Come on. Don't put that evil on us. You know they want to. So they get their double bans. So yes, he needs to do his second one, and then we're good to go. Yeah, Jean, shoot me a message in Discord. You can still message me directly. I'll take a look at that. We'll see. You think it's going to be some giant crabs? Okay, so Vampire Coast crab build. How would that work? You could probably do like a Solastra on a crab. I think she could be pretty good at like bunker busting because she can summon the Knights Errant behind the enemy lines and just like dive into your missiles. And she also is pretty tanky. If you're playing like an archer faction that doesn't have a ton of like powder shooting, I think she could be a very viable pick. Like against like Beastmen, I think Solastra could be really good in domination. There's so much undiscovered meta. Like everybody in the pre-early builds was like, oh my god, infantry spam blobbing is the only way to play. And then like we have a first couple tournaments and people are winning with mass skirmish cav. Mass Blackheart Corsairs are winning games. Like it's just totally different. Value trading is much better than people think. It's certainly a more stressful way to play, but it gets the job done. I don't think we're going to get that matchup. I don't think we're going to... Kislev is Protoss for sure, though. Yeah, that's true. Terran is probably most similar to the Empire. Okay, Lizardmen and Vampire counts. Oh, wow. Slaanesh got left open. So Zone is on the global ban here. Is he going to be banning Slaanesh? So Norska has been banned, Lizardmen, Vampire counts, and Slaanesh is still open. If Zone chooses not to ban Slaanesh for his second global ban, that means that we could be getting Slaanesh. And he bans Tomb Kings. Wow. Holy shit, we're going to be seeing some Slaanesh games here. But Vampire counts are gone. There's no Vampire counts in this pool, so it's going to be Slaanesh versus like Old World factions. Probably Warriors of Chaos, I would wager. Maybe Tzeentch. Tzeentch is one of the few factions in my experience that trades well in Slaanesh with their infantry, so with their warriors. Solastra is great against Khorne. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Solastra on a Leviathan is virtually immune to everything Khorne tosses at her. The only problem with Solastra against Khorne is that, what's her name? Valkia is a really common pick, and she's really good at killing Solastra. She's anti-large, armor-piercing, does magic damage. So, I mean, it takes a while, but Valkia will eventually outvalue Solastra pretty hard. Although you can trap Valkia with, like, Chaff, and Solastra is a little bit harder to lock down, but can a casual player get into multiplayer battles? There are so many matchups to remember. Yeah, you totally can. What I would recommend if you're new is just pick, like, 2 or 3 factions you really like. You love the lore, you love the characters, you like the aesthetic, you like the way they play. And, you know, just play those factions. And you're going to run into matchups against factions you haven't played against, and you're going to learn trial by fire, you know? You're just going to be like, oh shit, well, okay, I guess that's what that faction does. And, you know, it just takes time. Eventually you're going to learn. It's a very deep meta, very in-depth compared to other RTS games, but eventually you learn, man, and you get there and you're good. How does Skaven and Slaanesh go? Skaven get wrecked. Yeah, pretty bad. Like, Slaanesh outtrades all your infantry. They crush your flanks with Cav, and their Furies just dive into your center, and it's really hard to deal with. We could see a Slaanesh mirror, but at least we're getting it out of the way early. I'll pick Slaanesh and Nurgle. Okay, so it looks like they're using a slightly different pick system today, where they pick 2 factions instead of 3. Of course, this isn't my tournament, so it looks like it's a little bit different. But I really would like to see some like off tech, like something where we see like some secret build against Slanesh. Yeah. But, you know, if there is a Slanesh mirror, at least it's out of the way quickly, so. Slanesh had a win rate of somewhere around 90%. Yeah, they're pretty scary. Exactly. I pick factions based on lore and aesthetics, and then I try and make them competitive. That's how I play this game. I'm not like a meta chaser who, you know, likes to play the strongest factions. There's nothing wrong with that. It's totally fine. It's a competitive game. Or format, I should say. But like for me, like I love the aesthetic of the Empire. I have a tabletop army, so I just play them. Even though I know they're not as strong, I'm going to try and make them the best they can be. And it's really fun doing that. Win or lose, it's very, very, very fun. The problem is when you like, Empire is very viable and Dwarves can win games too. Dwarves are just very map dependent. Okay, so we got what appears to be a Nurgle pick. And is Zone going to go Slanesh? Slanesh versus Nurgle, I would actually be really down to see it. So this individual here, Moffat, I've been watching him. I've been following his career with great interest, but I've been watching him play in other tournaments. He hasn't played in too many of mine yet. I think he might have played in yesterday and maybe got eliminated, but he has just been crushing events, like absolutely crushing it, like winning tons of tournaments. He actually, he was not on the leaderboard at the end of season 1, and then he just won like 2 tournaments, like bigger tournaments, and just like was able to qualify for the grand finals, which will be happening in a couple weeks. Let's take a look, actually. I'm kind of curious. Let's look at his history. So we can refresh this. Looks good. You always win the feathered hat and codpiece meta. Yeah, for sure. For sure. All right, so let's take a look here. Go to the Tavern. We can like look at players' profiles too, which is kind of cool. So yeah, you can see this is Moffat and Zone here versus Outer Region and Dodoksen on the top, which we'll be casting next. And if we go to the leaderboard, let's take a look. Here he is. All right. Yeah, I mean, he has not lost a series. Yeah, he hasn't lost a series. He's playing Zone right now, and he had a match versus Evenstar that, he had to forfeit this match 2 days ago because his internet went out. So, like, this guy, Moffat, whoever he is, has literally not lost a match in Total War Warhammer 3. He has not lost a match. It's pretty wild, man. Like, not a single one dropped. We see him, this match versus Evenstar, he had the drop because he had his internet went out, but he has not lost yet. These are all of his matches in Warhammer 3, including the previous, I think? No, this is actually just the season 2. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know if he's like some hidden champion of old who's reemerged from the shadows, but we have a Nurgle versus Slanesh match. It's going to be a Zone on Slanesh versus Nurgle. I'm down for that. As long as it's not a mirror match, sign me up. He probably, I would imagine, is going to be using some of the stuff like the Exalted Heroes and the Festus with their insanely kind of buggy capture weight. But, you know, there's tons of weird bugs in the game right now, so we're not like outlawing things. There's just so many bugs. But it'll be getting fixed hopefully in the next week or two. But yeah, it's Italian Spartacus on Italian Smartacus. Oh, that's kind of good. I like that. Italian Spartacus on a Smurf. It's him, dude. Yeah. I don't know who it is. Yeah. I don't know who it is. I don't know where he came from. He started playing like very late in Warhammer 3 and then he just was like not losing games. Like, I don't know what's going on here. A soothsayer Smurf? It's a secret Falcon? Yeah. Hammond, thank you for the $2. Appreciate it. He hasn't lost like a single game. But if there's anybody who's going to be able to take him on, Zone is a very strong player. He's in ODM. He played in the Summer Championships. He qualified for that. Like a really, really top player. Obviously did very well at the end of Season 1 as well and is in the top 16 of Season 1. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Darth Falcon. Falcon doesn't like domination mode. To each their own. It's a very different game. So if you're like, more of you like kind of the pure Total War battle experience, I think I understand that. Land battles will probably call to you more. But if I would say if you're more of a general RTS enjoyer, like RTS is a genre, I think domination's probably going to be more your cup of tea. That's just been my experience. Gunhound, that's your secret account, huh? Oh, yeah. I see. First time I'm catching you live. Found you last week. Great content. Hey, I appreciate that. Appreciate that, King. Nurgle versus Slanesh. I really don't know how Nurgle handles Slanesh. I feel like you just get outmaneuvered and outplayed. Who is going to be the first to draw blood on Moffat? Will he drop a series? Obviously, he's got some serious competition here, so this is not going to be easy. Of course it's Gunhound. We all knew it was. What troop should I bring to counter some of Slanesh Cav? You know what? I would just avoid Slanesh. Oh my god, you poor soul, you're trying to play dwarves into Slanesh. There is probably no harder counter in the game to dwarves than Slanesh. Slanesh has like insanely cost-effective armor-piercing chariot. Well, against dwarves they are, not against everyone else. But they have cost-effective armor-piercing chariots. They have armor-piercing flying furies, which have like 40 plus melee attack. It's gross. They have like armor-piercing demons. They have cheap chaff units that are shielded and have like a bonus versus infantry and will trade into your dwarf warriors pretty well. Like everything is just horrible in that matchup. It is just the worst. I would probably just avoid it. There's no real cost-effective way to play it at the moment. I just beat Slanesh with Nurgle. Yeah, Nurgle has some tools. Nurgle's pretty strong. Nurgle started off with a weird win rate, but when people started to figure out how to play Nurgle, he's doing a lot better. I think he's about 50% win rate now. Let's just go ahead and ready up here. Let me look at Nurgle's win rate. Yeah, Nurgle was like a 25% win rate. Now they're up to 52. So you can see the stats are starting to become a little bit more defined. Like Tzeentch's win rate climbed up too. They're almost about 50%. So there's still a couple factions that you can see are obviously weaker, like Grand Cathay, like Empire. Dwarves are actually cackling with a 41% win rate, which isn't terrible. Who are dwarves losing to primarily? Yeah, Tomb Kings are giving dwarves the business, and Nurgle apparently defeats them pretty consistently too, which makes sense. Nurgle has chariots, Nurgle has great weapons, and healing. It's not a great matchup for the Dowie. It's really not. I found domination far more enjoyable than land battles and the community rules being necessary. Yeah, no, I hear you, for sure. There's charm to both. Like, I still love land battles, but I do like domination in the sense that we don't need rules. There was a fair amount of players in Warhammer 2 who played in tournaments who are very problematic, would often, basically cheat or cheat like just right on the edge of things where you couldn't like actually punish them because the rules were a little bit ambiguous. But yeah, like now those kind of players, they can just play in these tournaments and there's no problems, right? Like they might abuse like the most broken things possible, but it's we don't need community rules. So yeah, Wood Elves have some tools, man. They're not bad. Like Wood Elves I think is really good against Nurgle. If somebody comes in with Festus, okay, and they're playing against like Wood Elves and you have like Sisters of Twilight and like a couple of bows, like he's just dead. Like he's gone. You can do some good stuff for sure. You can do some really good stuff. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a Chaos Sorcerer of Shadows with Pit of Shades, no surprises, and triple Exalted Demonette, which will actually outtrade all the Nurgle infantry. Like, I don't think Nurgle can field a single infantry unit that can trade cost effectively into them. Even the Chosen with shields might win that fight, but it wouldn't be a cost-effective trade because they cost like 200 more, and the Exalted Demonettes would do a lot of damage. So we got Exalted Demonettes, Devoted Marauders, Spawn of Nurgle are just insanely good. They have high weapon strength, of course, and they lower stats, physical resist. I mean, devastating flanker. They're just so good. And the Chaos Sorcerer actually isn't going to be on a Mortis. It looks like it's going to be a wider build, so opting to just go for Pit of Shades, looking to kind of nuke and go, and the fact that he's got triple Exalted Demonette is obviously an indication as to why he has to bring a cheaper Lord. They're really expensive, so having a cheap Foot Lord here on the Chaos Sorcerer is probably the way to go for him. Now, looking at Yield Nurgle build, it is going to be Plague Bearers of Nurgle. We have double Exalted Hero, and they are on horseback. We have Festus the Leech Lord just doing his thing, and looking at the rest of it, yep, it's going to be Marauders of Nurgle. So that's pretty much it. Basically, this build is just designed to kind of abuse the capture weight of the Exalted Heroes and Festus, from what I can tell. But it does have its vulnerabilities. Slanesh should be able to outtrade it pretty heavily, and obviously the mobile game can be played. The Exalted Heroes can't be everywhere at once, and if these horse-based Exalted Heroes get surrounded by either Seekers or the Hellstriders of Slanesh with anti-large, they're going to take a lot of damage. Festus is a little bit vulnerable, but the Slanesh build doesn't seem to have anything to actually kill Festus. So maybe the Nurgle build is going to find a way to win this. We'll have to see. We will have to see, ladies and gentlemen. But the battle will be on soon. I got my handy drawing tools ready to go. John Madden has been summoned from the deeps. And we are going to be, drawing some fun things here. It is Slanesh after all. We know the Slanesh strategy. I don't need to even draw it. So the battle is on. Slanesh has OP units and Nurgle has OP bugs. Fight on. Yeah, I know. It's so good. Yeah, I can't believe they left Slanesh in. But, I mean, I'm sure Moffat is down. Like, Moffat's probably like, okay, I played this matchup and I've won it. Maybe not against a player as good as Zone. We'll have to see. But, yeah, I don't know. There's going to be some fun stuff, man. I'm really surprised that Slanesh got through the ban because I feel like, I don't know. I feel like Slanesh is very, very good. Very, very good. Exalted Heroes moving up. Slanesh is going to need to summon in an answer for these guys. Obviously, they're going to need something to deal with the SEMs. And you know what? Looking at the Nurgle army, I'm kind of like, With Festus's Mortis and the lack of a Mortis from Slanesh, they're summoning in more spawn, and obviously they're going to get the high ground objective for free. Nurgle's just going to give that up. They are not going to try and play that game. Slanesh is going to have to watch out. The double Exalted Hero, even though they are bugged, they're very strong fighters too. Like, they can goon characters, and they have a really, really strong objective presence. Looks like they're going to be maybe moving into the Exalted Demonette. So we do see some Chaos Warriors of Slanesh coming out. So these are the Warriors of Slanesh. They have the Mark of Slanesh, which essentially gives them, ITP and Strider, making them a little bit swifter. They got speed. They got all kinds of good stuff. Hammond, thank you. Even though it's not my birthday, I do greatly appreciate it. But in my experience, Slanesh is going to want to play the objectives where Festus is not. So we're going to see Slanesh moving here on the side, most likely bringing out the Chaos Sorcerer, which I'm surprised isn't like sitting right here. Right? Although, yeah, you got to be careful. The double Exalted Hero could goon you down pretty good. So Demonettes are going to be going around for a flank. You can see Zone moving them, so he's taking like a movement path like up and around the back here, but there is going to be some Furies of Nurgle maybe attacking them. And the Exalted Hero has engaged there as well. We see Warriors and Spawn moving over to the side objective. And the Chaos Sorcerer is going to be camping the middle. So, if Festus decides to leave here, Stream of Corruption did get nerfed. It still does good damage. Obviously, Demonettes are pretty much glass cannon, so they're, understandably going to take a lot. But, it's a very, very good spell. Now, as far as the trading over here goes, we do see the Exalted Demonettes battling against Chaos Furies of Nurgle, as well as the Exalted Hero, not getting too much damage in. But more spawn are coming in, and we do see Seekers of Slanesh. Seekers of Slanesh can definitely put some hurt on these units, but they need to get a little bit of a flank. I would like to see the Seekers come around the back here and just hammer into the side. But the spawn of Slanesh should be pretty favorably trading into this. We'll have to see. Overall, Exalted Demonettes buzzsawing through the Marauders, and we do see the spawn of Slanesh trading very well. Obviously, Devoted Marauders will trade okay into Plague Bearers, which is pretty gross considering Plague Bearers are like way, way more expensive. And in the middle, we do see an Exalted Hero going after the Chaos Sorcerer of Shadows. So honestly, some pretty good Nurgle play. We haven't even really seen the capture weight come into effect yet. And the Exalted Hero is kicking the butt of this Chaos Sorcerer. There's going to need to be something, yeah. We see some Hellstriders coming out. If the Hellstriders could trap this Exalted Hero of Nurgle for the entire game, just get a full surround on him and not let him escape, that would probably be one of the strongest plays possible for Slanesh. But it looks like Zone doesn't quite get the surround and is going to be paying the Troll Toll a little bit. Now, over here we do get Seekers rear charging in. Furies are hot on their tail. Devoted Marauders also here. Forsaken of Nurgle, a pretty good shock unit. They were, in some of the early testing, one of the better choices against Slanesh. With their high damage output, they were able to put a dent in the squishier Slanesh units. And the capture weight is kind of going back and forth. Nobody really has this objective right now, although it looks like Slanesh is probably going to be rocking this one. Festus has come over, and what happens is, as soon as Festus leaves, the Slanesh units, which are more cost-effective in general, are going to move in and start just massacring this Nurgle army in the center. So we can see that happening. But the Chaos Sorcerer, man, I really feel like he missed the boat not having him on a Mortis engine. This objective, though, going back and forth, Nurgle able to pile in some more troops. You can see it's really, really going back and forth. It's actually in the capture weight of Nurgle right now, as they've gotten some more units here. Really nice Stream of Corruption going down. So Stream of Corruption going down there, nuking on through the Seekers. And Value City, honestly, the value trading is pretty even, which is good for Nurgle, considering they have, Pit of Shades misses. That's rough. I mean, yeah, the magic usage has also been a little bit off from Zone. He hasn't quite been able to hit it here. And Nurgle just seems to be playing a very, very clinical game, not making too many mistakes. Festus hasn't even gotten to the objective yet, so the bugged capture weight isn't even a variable. And Nurgle is just straight up taking this objective from Slanesh with brute force. Now, will Slanesh be able to get in the middle? We see the Exalted Demonettes cutting through the Plague Bearers, and we see the Hellstriders of Slanesh moving in after the Exalted Hero. He really needs to get this surround on these Exalted Heroes. Like, if he can get both those Exalted Heroes trapped in his really high-value units, as well as the Hellstriders, I mean, he can kill those for sure and pull really, really hard, hard ahead on value here. Spawn and Devoted Marauders trading well. The side objective is going to be owned by big Papa Nurgle. Looks like the big chunky Forsaken and the Nurglings were able to do the trick, and the Spawn are getting worn down. But Slanesh is basically maneuvering away, and you can see Festus is actually kind of dying too. Festus is not... He's not armored, so like the high DPS of the Spawn is actually going to hit him pretty hard. He's trying to get away here. You can see he's trying to make his way to the middle objective. Now, the MLG from Slanesh would be to take some of the Hellstrider cab and intercept him right now and just kind of butter his bread. We'll have to see. In the middle, we do see Zone with the capture weight. So Zone is getting the optimal capture weight here and is going to be piling in on these units. Somebody needs to stop Festus, though. Festus is going to be a big issue as he moves in. Nice play there from Zone. He uses the Narcissism, and he's able to lock that bad boy down. And looks like the Exalted Heroes are taking a bit of damage. He's going to go for the Festus Isolation, which I do like. Slanesh is a really fast faction, so even if things get a little bit messy earlier, they can still come back. Like, they have time to get all the objectives, and it's not going to be as precarious of a situation. Now, over here on the side, do we see any opportunities? Slanesh still sending in Devoted Marauders, which are still trading super well, which is crazy. And Zone is starting to pull ahead pretty heavily on value. And we do see, oh no, this is really bad for Big Chungus here. He's being beaten down by the Soporific Musk. He's got his healing elixirs on, but this is a lot of DPS. The Spawn just hit so hard against light armor. And obviously they do okay against armor too, but the fact that Festus is trapped out off the objective is really big, and Slanesh is able to push those Exalted Heroes and surround them. This is looking pretty bad for Moffat, actually. I think that zone isolating these Exalted Heroes, they're going to die here for sure. Festus is surrounded by Spawn, which are an absurdly difficult unit to remove. And, you know, this is on Moffat. He could have just straight up banned off Slanesh. Like, one of them could have banned Slanesh, but I guess he was kind of confident in his abilities. He had probably beaten other players earlier in the tournament with Nurgle against Slanesh, but of course Zone is a very, very strong player. And I'm not saying this game is over by any stretch, but Slanesh seems to be kind of getting the reins on the game a little bit. Festus being trapped here is very, very strong. You can see he might be able to get away. The Mortis Engine doesn't really do anything against the Spawn units, and the two Exalted Heroes here are just getting crumped, right? Like the Slaneshi Cav, the mobility. This would be a big mistake, though. If you let these Exalted Heroes go and get away, that gives Nurgle its biggest, power tool here, which is the objective capturing. And this is kind of perhaps a classic illustration of a build that is designed to abuse kind of like a bugged element of the game, rather than like a well-rounded build that would actually have a chance of winning in a traditional sense. It's a tricky one. It's a tricky one. So the Exalted Hero here does have 26 leadership, and yeah, capture weight is still very, very firmly in Slanesh's hands. And Slanesh also has the high ground objective. And what's really powerful about Slanesh is you could say, you know what? I don't care, man. I'm not going to protect objective 1. If Nurgle even looks at this objective with something, I can spawn something super fast in and just karate chop them. Festus is just being circle bait. You can see spawn of Nurgle here, and the big man, hey, that's one way. If Festus's capture weight is bugged, you just don't let him on the objective. And here he is being just absolutely taken to town. Spawn of Nurgle, of course, going down. We see the Hellstriders of Slanesh immediately responding to the Chaos Warhounds, which was not a bad play by Moffat. He was trying to, you have a bass punch in your voice from my microphone? Oh, interesting. Well, you have to let me know. GG, well played. That's going to be game 1 going to ODM Zone. Now, will this be the first time that Moffat loses on Total Tavern? We'll have to see. Obviously, he's a very strong player. He was very, very much in that game against Slanesh. I think some of the issues were that his units moved off the objectives and got isolated and by this Slanesh mobility. Yeah, that was cool. I mean, that was actually a fun Slanesh build. It didn't feel like... The Pit of Shades didn't even do anything. Like, look at the value on that caster. He got 155 here, and the Demonettes 1,000, 1,200, and 900. The Exalted Demonettes did really good at grinding, for sure. Sigvald was in reserve, so Sigvald could have come out at some point. But yeah, just killing Festus, blocking down the Exalted Heroes, game blouses, and that is that. GG, well played. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to the next match today. Zone has won the first game, and now the next map, let me go ahead and check with our glorious admin here, Tim the Wilder. It is going to be Death Pass, one of my favorite maps, because it makes dwarves good. Dwarves are good on this map, so if there ever was a Dowie match, then there we go. Yeah. There's a fair amount of bugs in the game right now, yeah, a fair amount, but it's okay. They'll get fixed in the next patch, which I think is in a week or two, I would wager. Tomb Kings have infinite ammo on their catapults and several other things. Kepler Guard have the base stat line of an ethereal unit with 100% armor piercing value. Like, Nurgle's capture weight is bugged with Exalted Heroes and Festus. There's a bunch of random shit like that. So we just kind of like roll with it. It's just part of the game for now. It's just like if we had to ban all these units, it would just be like they would just be missing stuff. And honestly, Nurgle's still been losing quite a bit even with that. So. Faction Wars are going to be land battle. Faction Wars will always be land battle. Yeah. Faction Wars is like a tradition event. Hey, Drake, thank you for the $9.99. It's not my birthday, but thank you so much. No, only certain things. There's like a couple of the War Shrines also have bugged capture weights. Lizardmen are doing okay. I feel like they're really good in domination. We haven't seen them played as much, but yeah. So Moffat is going to go Slanesh and Tzeentch, and then Zone is going to respond with Warriors of Chaos. So they are doing a different pick and ban system today. They're experimenting. It's different than my tournaments. So we got Slanesh being picked by Moffat. Obviously, he's got to get his W back. And then we're going to see Warriors of Chaos. This could be kind of interesting. Warriors of Chaos can do a lot of what Slanesh does. They can bring their own Slaneshi Cab to play against Slanesh. And they can bring double Mortis Engine, whereas Slanesh can only bring... Well, I guess Slanesh can bring 2 also, right? Yeah, but they don't stack. So that's the difference. Yeah, Dowie are good on this map. Yeah. They're not bad here. Why would you not ban Slanesh if you can't beat him? Well, he probably thought he could beat them is the difference. But that was during the global ban series. So now both players will get the chance to play the really strong faction, which I'm okay with. I'm happy that Slanesh gets through every now and then, and just some people don't mind it. They feel confident. They feel like they have builds against it. Vampire Counts are probably top 2 factions in domination. I would say they're number 2 behind Slanesh. Yeah. I would say they're number 2 behind Slaanesh, like 100%. Dude, I want to play in some tournaments, man. I had so much fun playing on Friday. I had so much fun. Just bringing Balthazar Gelt out and just karate chopping the enemies of the Empire. Oh, it was so righteous. All right, so Death Pass is the map. I would wager it's going to be like a Festus Warshrine build. Like a Festus Slaanesh Shrine build with a Shadowcaster type thing. Although, honestly, like, Shadows isn't that crazy against Slaanesh because they only bring shitty infantry usually. Sometimes you'll see the Demonettes, but in general, it's like Marauders. So the Pit of Shades, it's not like you're getting a ton of value against them. So sometimes I think, like, even just bringing Lore of Nurgle can be good. Like, Stream of Corruption is pretty good against them, and Healing is also nice against their Alpha Strikes. Wood Elves are hard to play. I wouldn't call them bad. They're hard to play. But if you're someone who is really diehard about Wood Elves and you want to learn their nuances, I honestly think you can... Like, I feel like Wood Elves will crush Nurgle, like, in the hands of the right players. I feel like Wood Elves will trade pretty evenly into Tzeentch. Like, there's a lot of stuff they can do. Although, maybe it's a little bit harder now that Nurgle and Tzeentch have shielded warriors. It might have changed. Does it make any sense that an Exalted Unclean One costs as much as Kugath? Kugath is more expensive by a little bit with his unique abilities. And they're very different pieces. Like, Kugath has he has ranged, and he's got a summon and a couple other things. So Kugath is better at sitting in one position, but if you want a more mobile build, the Great Unclean One is better because he has 36 speed, so he can move around. But how OP is the dreaded Demons of Chaos with all 4 greater demons? Well, Professor Pone, you need to bring him back. You said that last time your hands are still recovering from surgery. Will you want to try hard long term? So I could probably play in a couple tournaments a week, like 2. The thing is, if I don't have to like run the tournament, if I can just like play in it, and then like as soon as like I can rest in between matches and I can get away from the keyboard and the mouse and not have to work it, then it's better. If I have to play and then cast like 5 or 6 hours afterwards, then it's a bit of a problem. So I'm hoping some other people host tournaments that are that are good here. Tomb Kings are probably one of the best domination factions. Muna, what I would recommend for you if you're a Tomb Kings player is always bring a battle line of Tomb Guard with Kepler Guard, back that up by Skeleton Spears and Nehekar Warriors, and then mix in either Ushapti Grapo or Sepulchral Stalkers. It's just, those are like your core units with Nehekar Horsemen. Those are your core units that are just so good. So good. Yeah, Marco, perhaps. Right, you need a manager. Yeah. When is there a UFC fight versus Joe? Joe Rogan would probably kick my ass. Yeah, he's a black belt in jiu-jitsu. I don't care if he's 54. Yeah, he would give me the biz. You know, I did a little bit of jiu-jitsu and some boxing stuff when I was younger, but you know, I'm not like a serious fighter. You know, like I could take someone who's like untrained for sure because I did jiu-jitsu for like a year or 2, but you know, it's like Joe Rogan would karate chop me for sure. I mean, it would be more like a you know, triangle choke, but you know, you guys get the metaphor. Are there any changes I would like to see to domination? So I'm honestly really enjoying domination right now, like a lot. There's things I would like to experiment with. I don't know if I would want to call for substantial changes, but I would like to see there be a change where when units just can't be resummoned at all. That could be interesting. So if something dies or routes, you take away unsummoning. So unsummoning is just not even a thing anymore. Because I always think it's a little bit weird for immersion when somebody's like about to lose an artillery piece and they just unsummon it. And it's like, dude, I just worked so hard to flank you and then you just unsummon this and you get a refund. That feels kind of weird. I would like to maybe see them get rid of just unsummons in general and make it so units don't respawn. So like you eventually your army gets really small and the game becomes very scrappy. I think that could be kind of interesting. I don't know if it's going to work though. Like, I'm not a game designer. That could be something worth exploring. Something else I might like to see is games lasting a little bit longer too. This would be separate from my previous point though, because they wouldn't really go well together. Is maybe trying to have games last a little bit longer so that shooting has more time to remove melee from objectives. Yeah. So that's that. How do you feel about bringing a cheap white army to deny value of artillery? It's good, yeah. If you're playing against a gun line, you want to go cheap, wide, and shields. And they'll take too long to shoot you off objectives usually. Not always, but sometimes. These are just like ideas, because I'm actually honestly pretty happy with domination right now. Like, aside from some of the bugs that are in there, like the capture weight stuff, once those get fixed, like, I'm really having a blast. And there needs to come a time when we stop making substantial changes to domination so we can really settle in and know that that is going to be the game mode. The reason why I haven't made guides and stuff is because I feel like the game mode is changing like every month and a half, which is a good thing for improving and getting to a good place. But eventually there needs to be a time when it is what it is, that's done, and the game is what it is, and we can like focus on developing a meta around that. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here in game 2 of the semifinals. It's going to be Moffat on Slaanesh facing off against Festus and the Warriors of Chaos, helmed by Zone. It's going to be Marauder Horseman of Slaanesh here, so we do have what appears to be 4 of those. It's going to be a Sorcerer of Slaanesh, so interesting. Not going to be using Pit of Shades, actually going to be using a big old lash, I would imagine. No, it's going to be Pavane and Acquiescence. Okay, so just trying to get the big army passive, which is the Blissful Rapture. So you get melee attack for your whole army. It's pretty good. On top of that, it's going to be some Spears, Devoted Marauders moving to the side objective. So Slaanesh coming around, looking to pressure the side against the slower faction. And looking at the Warriors of Chaos army, it's all shielded warriors, which is a great choice against this harass type, style of play. They don't care. They have armor, they have silver shields. Javelins are going to be pretty crappy against them. And it's going to be Spawn, so really just looking to kind of grind with Slaanesh, get in there, and have some fun. Turin has previously argued that you could take Steven Seagal. I think I could kick Steven Seagal's ass for sure. I do. Yeah. I do. Although my hands are a little bit messed up from the surgeries I had, but I'm okay. If we just like talk before my hand problems came, like I think I could easily just crush Steven Seagal. Yeah. I think he's a fraud. I think Aikido is a bit, kind of shady in that way. So Marauder Horseman of Slaanesh going to be throwing into the Hellstriders, and we do get chariots coming in. So the Sibilant Slaughtercade. These are the Arwar chariots. Looks like they were thinking about going into the Warriors, but the spawn were a little bit too close by. And Warriors of Chaos can, kind of throw Slaanesh back in their own face. They have the Hellstriders. They can play the skirmish game. And overall, Warriors of Chaos going to be contesting the center. And I do like this. Festus is just impossible to remove. I mean, you saw last game he can die, but if he stays with his own troops and makes sure he has like support, I think he's going to be very difficult. Now, the important factor for the Warriors of Chaos is, are they going to be able to get this side point here? I think so. Double Chaos Warrior, double Spawn coming over here. Slaanesh has Marauders, but even though Marauders are overtuned and trade a little bit too cost effectively for their 400 gold, they will get their butts kicked pretty decisively by Armored Chaos Warriors. The Armored Chaos Warriors just have really high melee defense, really good armor. They're going to be fine. And the only thing about Warriors of Chaos, though, is their spawn are worse than the Slaaneshi spawn, but the power weight of this army here for Zone just looks better than that of Moffat. Now, back in the center, we do see the Warriors of Chaos taking control of the objective. Sigvald's going to make his way, and Sigvald's going to be very good here. Obviously, Festus is not going to be able to fight Sigvald. Sigvald will absolutely dominate Festus in combat there. So here they come. And the Sibilant Slaughtercade, you're going to want to move up those spawn to kind of stop this. This is a very, very nice chariot. Although it's not an armor-piercing chariot, so the damage isn't going to be insane, but it still gets in there. It does about 200 damage on the impact. The spawn were a little bit out of position, but Festus can always just turn on his healing elixirs and start healing those guys. And I would wager that Slaanesh is going to move over and try and overload the side objective. I think that's what's going to happen here. They do have their Marauder Horsemen down, which are trying to hit the spawn, but obviously Zone is a very, very strong player here, and he's able to kind of keep these Chaos Spawn back out of range, and it's on, baby. So Chaos Warriors are afflicted by the Soporific Musk. The spawn are going to have to engage now, otherwise the Chaos Warriors will lose that fight. And we do see a little bit of mobility coming in. The Hellstriders want to get around the back, but Moffat is doing a very good job of using the Devoted Marauders to kind of make sure they can't get around them. But big fight, and it looks like the debuffs from Slaanesh are coming into the Acquiescence. The melee attack of the entire Slaaneshi army is going to be substantially better. And how are the Warriors of Chaos going to respond to this? More Marauders and more Chaos Spawn being sent over. While in the middle, ooh, I do like this. This is kind of a cool play. A little bit risky due to the mobile responsive Slaanesh maybe, but he's sending some Spawn and some Warriors to go after Objective 3. Might be able to get that. Now in the middle, Festus is just going to cackle all the way to the bank. I don't think there's any chance Slaanesh is going to be able to get this quickly. Maybe eventually Sigvald will be able to grind it down, but we'll have to see. Now in this fight, it is on, and we have Spawn and Warriors versus all sorts of good stuff. Honestly, looking pretty favorable for Zone. He does have his own Marauder Horseman sitting back here, and they're throwing their nice Javelins here at the spawn. And the Marauders of Slaanesh are going to be moving in after the Devoted Marauder Spears. Yeah, so good fight so far. Very, very good play by the Warriors of Chaos, I would say. Kind of stifling the Slaaneshi side push, which is a big one. And there's going to be an Overcasted Fleshy Abundance going down here, if I'm not mistaken. And it looks like it's down. That's going to be hitting the Warriors. So that is a ton of healing. Very, very tough to deal with. And we do see some Slaanesh Hellstriders making their way over. Now, like I said, this is a risky play a little bit. Sending Spawn over with some warriors to go try and get objective 3. Slaanesh is crazy good at isolating, and you kind of give them a couple units they can isolate for free. However, it still is a bit of a distraction, right? If you're playing the objective game, just trying to win on the objectives, this is going to be occupying a fair amount of Slaanesh reinforcements. They obviously summoned in some Hell Scourges and some units right there, instead of sending them over to objective 1, right? So it's kind of like in an RTS when you attack somebody's base, force them to overproduce defenses, which then gives you the element of control back in your home base and whatnot. But Festus is now being chased by Sigvald, which is kind of what you got to worry about here. Some of the Cav come in and they do surround Sigvald. That's what you want to do to Sigvald. You just surround him with Festus and just cackle. Not with Festus, with the Hellstriders, and it'll take Sigvald a while to actually kill those. Now we do have a little bit of a fight here. It looks like Slaanesh is starting to heavily outvalue Zone, and a lot of that is because of this. You gave away 1,000 gold here and another 800 gold here. It's just going to be dying to Slaanesh, and they're not really going to be accruing any substantial value of your own, so it's really putting Warriors of Chaos on the back foot. Slaanesh is starting to accrue even more value in this situation. Festus is still alive. Probably needs to get his Mortis Engine over here if he can. Like, just park it right here and start draining down all these Slaanesh units. Now looking on the back, we do see the Warriors of Chaos holding it down, and they seem to be pretty well in control. And I think that Zone knows this. He's going to be taking his Marauders and moving them back to the middle to just try and Helm's Deep. I mean, he's pretty far ahead on points, and if Festus can somehow just hold the objective with his Warriors, he might be able to kind of pull off a W. But he is down by, what, 1,500 value right now, which is pretty substantial. Sigvald's still surrounded. There's going to be a Stream of Corruption. Pretty nice. It does hit the spears, but that's pretty much it. And also does go through the Chaos Warriors a little bit as well. But Festus really needs to get busy. He needs to get involved here. Yeah, he does have his Mortis Engine on. And Sigvald has escaped. So now the Marauder Horsemen of Zone going to be intercepting Sigvald, trying to block him up. I feel like it's like in Tabletop when there's like some tyrannical character like Abaddon coming after you. You just kind of like throw crap at him to, roadblock him. Basically what's happening. But at this point, Zone is going to be playing for the objective win. He's just going to be throwing things on the objective, even though he's getting slightly outvalued. And, remember, he does have healing, too. Like, a lot of the value that Moffat has gotten is on Festus, and he's still fully functional. So, if you guys are domination players, or, land battle, whatever, it doesn't matter, Total War players, you're in a situation where you're down by, like, 2,000 value. And your Lord, for example, let's say it's like a caster character, has taken a ton of damage. Just in your mind, you need to realize that the value in the current state of the battle isn't as bad as you think. Because it's not like Festus taking damage limits his Mortis Engine abilities, his casting abilities. He's still more or less fully functional outside of his HP. He can cast, he can support. So even though there's a value discrepancy, it's all pretty much tied up on Festus. And that means the Warriors of Chaos army still probably matches that of Slaanesh in the field, so it's not a reason to necessarily give up. Now, of course, losing Festus would be pretty big. It would be a big problem, and Sigvald is just such a bully. Like, he's just straight up pushing through these units and really giving Festus a nice, righteous spanking here. But there's the Fleshy Abundance. Marauders have made it over, and it looks like Zone is certainly in control here. He is grabbing these objectives. And the Marauders have finally arrived, which is going to make it even harder. And Festus has got the moves, man. He is big, he is chunky, and he is moving back and forth. And Sigvald's just trapped up. So we're seeing that, a god can bleed. Moffat can lose a game here, potentially. And Slaanesh can lose games. Like, they're not unbeatable. Warriors of Chaos are very well suited to beat them since they can match their mobility. Like, Warriors of Chaos can bring these Slaaneshi Hellstriders and play that game with them, which is actually really, really important. And they also have pretty good, spawn and infantry and things like that. And Festus is just incredibly good. But Sigvald has been trapped right there. So Sigvald obviously is in the pits. And we do see more of the Hellstriders coming out to attack the Chaos Sorcerer here. I think Moffat is kind of grasping and just trying to find a way to get an objective here. But he's going to have to triple cap, essentially, to win this game. And Warriors of Chaos are not going to give up the objectives easily. Shielded Chaos Warriors are just mega, mega durable. Slaanesh spawn don't have great armor piercing, nor do the devoted Marauders of Slaanesh. So they kind of struggle to get through the heavy-duty Chaos Warriors, right? It's going to be a meaty one. And these Chaos Warriors that were sent on the doomed crusade earlier, they're still going, dude. They managed to get like 600 value, and they're still chasing Slaanesh units around the battlefield. Forsaken should be able to take down devoted Marauders, although actually it doesn't look like it. It was probably their second fight anyways. And this is probably one of the biggest elements here, is the fact that Prince Sigvald has been trapped. So yeah, Slaanesh is getting their win here in the first game, but potentially going to be losing here. It is going to be a single cap situation soon where potentially Zone can just Helm's Deep on an objective, right? So we do see the Chaos Spawn moving out, and your boy Festus the Leech Lord is going to be moving on over to the middle, so he's going to be draining, and the healing elixirs are on. So healing elixirs are so good. I mean, it's so solid. If you're in land battles, healing elixirs are so gross too. Festus in land battles with Warriors of Chaos is disgusting. Obviously in land battles, blobbing is a pretty big thing. Like, if this were a land battle, the entire fight would be taking place right here. There would be no like dynamic engagements on sides and cav play. It would just be like a big disgusting blob fight, and Festus would be dominating actually. Slaanesh is not nearly as good in land battles because they tend to lose to blobs and Mortis Engines. Granted, they can do it themselves, and they have Marauder Horsemen now, so it's not as bad, but yeah. It's different. Now, over here on the side, we do see the objective actually going to Slaanesh a little bit. So maybe Moffat's going to have an opportunity to wrestle the side objective. The Warriors here are getting a little bit beleaguered. Looks like they're both on the objective. Spawn going to be moving in. Are the Warriors of Chaos going to be contesting this? Ooh, this is actually getting a little bit shady here, guys. Both objectives are being slightly contested by Slaanesh. The value discrepancy is starting to, be felt, right? We see the 2,000, yeah, it's like a straight up 2,000 value lead, and it looks like there's going to be a fascination going down on these guys, probably to try and rampage them to their doom. Festus, of course, is holding on to the objective. The Marauders and the Spawn still have good capture weight here. We get some Exalted Demonettes moving in. Capture weight is going to Moffat here, and it looks like the back objective, holding on to these for as long as crapping on land battles. No, I enjoy land battles, but, I also enjoy objective play. Coming from a tabletop perspective, I think it's very, very fun for sure. But here we do have the victory location, perhaps going to Slaanesh. Warriors of Chaos looking very thin. Also, their warriors are not on the point. Like, they need to get over there if they can. They need to. Yeah, but it looks like that's going to be a Slaaneshi objective. Okay, guys. So now it's all on Big Daddy Festus in the middle. Is he going to be able to hold this down? Moffat does actually have the capture weight advantage. Oh, my God. Forsaken are rushing in. Forsaken are very, very quick. They are going to be able to move in. And they have decent infantry capture weight. They have a capture weight of 5, so they're going to be able to do something. Festus needs to stay on the objective. Oh, no! He moves Festus off the objective. Festus is the capture weight man. He's waddling back onto it, but he gave up a ton of real estate there. Like, if Festus had stayed on it, this would not have advanced as quickly. Okay, so he's moving over. It looks like he's back on it. The capture weight is going to be going back to the Warriors of Chaos here, guys. Oh, man, that was actually almost a blunder. That almost cost Zone the game. Like, Slaanesh almost got that bad boy. He almost got it. But with that, it looks like Zone is going to be claiming victory, and that's going to be a 2-0. So that is actually the first time that Moffat has been defeated on Total Tavern. And it is going to be by Zone, who, of course, is one of the top players in the world. Very, very strong. Obviously, ODM is an incredibly powerful clan that trains together, and they have a ton of top players. So well played to Moffat as well. Good showcase, But it just goes to show Slaanesh can bleed. And Festus is the one who's going to be making them pay the iron price. So let's get this party going. I do like land battles from a casual perspective more. I think when you have a big money tournament, like, it's really hard to do. I see we're having a discussion in chat about that. I'll touch upon it. I've had a lot of experiences. Obviously, folks who play land battle tournaments don't have to deal with it, but as somebody who's hosted a million land battle tournaments and had to deal with a lot of, diva personalities and rule breaks and just massive walls of text arguments about the nuances of, player-made rules. It's a nightmare for big money tournaments for sure. Now, for casual tournaments, invitationals, smaller tournaments that don't have big money, I think land battles is really, really good. It's incredibly fun. And I think land battles allows the game to shine in ways that domination doesn't. It has more climactic endings, usually more epic moments in general. But for like a more like balanced, kind of fair competitive experience, I think domination is superior. And I also do like the elements of tactics and domination in terms of like less blob play, because blobs are kind of boring for me. There's a lot of duality to that issue. But anyways, hopefully that kind of answered that for you guys. All right, so tournament top 4, round 2. Okay, it said failed the host game. Is there some sort of a weird thing going on today? Okay. So let's set this up. Now we have the top side of the bracket, which is done. Let's go ahead and jump in and check this bad boy out. And we have Outer Region and Dodokson. Okay, perfect. So let's find Outer Region and Dodokson. Cool. So those two players will be jumping in now, and we'll get this next match going. Yeah, they're both really good formats. Honestly, they're both really good formats. But you guys have no idea about the issues. Like hosting land battle tournaments, man, I can't tell you about some of the insane messages I've received from players, and just the most wild stuff. Just the most wild stuff you have to deal with these some people's, man, I'm used to it because I don't know if I've told you guys, but before I did YouTube, I was an athletic director for a major nonprofit. I ran probably over 100 to 150 major sporting tournaments. I had to deal with cheating. I had to deal with just tons of nuances of athletic competition. I had to deal with raging coaches, just lots of crazy stuff. And some of the stuff I've dealt with in behind the scenes in Total War with land battle tournaments, it just blows that out of the water. So, yeah. Whereas in domination mode, You don't have to deal with that. If the only thing you have to worry about in domination mode, aside from bugs in the game, which we have some now, is basically just like if somebody disconnects, which we have a very clear rule set for that. You know, that's easy. Yeah, I think land battles does have some aesthetic advantages over domination, and it can be way more exciting at times. But domination is also very exciting. I like the diversity of tactics in it, where it's kind of like, you know, there's a lot of strategy as it pertains to getting objectives, defending objectives, and map-based strategy, whereas most land battles are just like kind of like Oakenhammer, Galbaraz, open field. I like that terrain is a factor in domination. It's really fun to see that. There's a lot of things I like more about Dom, so yeah. Yeah, land battles are better for people like Milk and Cookies who like cinematics. Yeah, for sure. Do the parents of Total War players yell at you? No, they don't. They don't. Yeah, there's pros and cons to both sides for sure. All right. Outer region, it says error. He's in there. All right, so let's update the scorecards. So outer region versus, I think it's like this. Did I get his name right? I hope so. All right, should be good. They're both great though. I like land battles too. They're both fun formats. All right. Outstanding. And we just need to wait for the other player. Okay, maybe I need to get him a new code. Let's try this one. And here we go. Good times, man. Good times. So the maps are going to be the same as the last series, if I'm not mistaken. It is going to be for the first map. I'm excited for this one. Outer region has always been kind of low-key one of my favorite players. I like his Beastman play. He always plays fun factions too. So I'm excited to see some outer region play here. Of course, ODM has scooped him up too. ODM getting all the top players here. ODM and RTK going for it. Oh, by the way, so some fun stuff we're going to be doing. Who are the soccer moms of Total War tournaments? I could tell you who the soccer moms are of Warhammer 2. I could go back in my logs and look at the soccer moms, but you know that's personal stuff. So I would never post that. That would be really terrible. But yeah, there's some soccer moms out there in the Total War community. There's definitely some soccer moms. Yeah. HGM says best way to experience land battles is ladder. They corner camp Kite and well, at least they can't talk shit anymore. There's no more chat in the game, so they can't talk. Yeah. I'm trying to think of my favorite Haggard ladder experience. So I once played in Warhammer 2 ladder. I once played against one of the top players in the entire world, who still is active now, and I actually beat his vampire counts with my greenskins. All he had left was a Mortis engine. I had 2 giants and a Grimgore, and he draw kited me around the map for 20 minutes. He just ran circles talking shit the whole time. Oh my god, dude. Yeah. That was so bad, dude. That was so bad. Yeah, it was good times. No way we're going to get a Bretonian game. No way we're going to get a Bretonian game. No way. Oh my god, is it going to happen? Is it going to happen? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. There needs to be chat back, dude. It's ridiculous. There needs to be chat. I don't know why it doesn't exist. It's just absurd. Like, maybe they're trying to come up with like a better filter system or something. I don't know. Like Age of Empires at least has chat. It's really strict on the filters, but at least exists. Yeah. What a great experience. Like you did with Cringe Step. Oh my god. That was so funny with Kotep. So in the head-to-head campaign the other day, I could have actually won with Kotep if I just draw-kited him around, but yeah, we just ended up attacking. Oh my god, no. Greetings and happy birthday, Turin. Just want to say, hey, thank you, man. I do appreciate that, Hacken. Those are some very kind words. Don't tease us with a Bretonia selection. Don't do it to us, man. Outer region is teasing here. Okay, he's not doing it. They're doing their global bans. We got Nurgle and Tomb Kings being picked by Outer Region, and then Khorne being picked by Dedoxin. I would like to see Tomb Kings versus Khorne. I think that'd be really fun to see, actually. I'd be curious about that matchup. I'm curious how Khorne deals with Tomb Guard, like, effectively. Probably just like dual weapon warriors, I would imagine. Yeah, it's good times. In AoE 4, the filter system for chat is like super strict. Like I remember I like asked my opponent, I was like, "Are you going to be playing China?" And it like filtered China for some reason. I was like, "What the hell?" Yeah, it's just weird. We had to destroy the chat in order to save it. Yeah, or just like a mute function, I guess. I don't know. Like, yeah, why does a mute function just not work? Like, just add a little button to mute your opponent if they're being toxic. Like, that works too. All right, we got Tomb Kings versus Khorne. It's a fun matchup. Looking at the nuances of this matchup, we have the data, we have the power. All right. And we got Khorne. Khorne against Tomb Kings is actually favored for Tomb Kings as far as the stats go. There haven't been that many games played. Overall, Khorne's win rate against Tomb Kings, they're 3-6. They've won 3 and lost 6 games. Again, we don't know who that is. Is it in lower rounds, higher rounds of the bracket? But we do have some data on that. Not as much yet. Yeah, not as much. Which mirror do you think is closest to a Haggard historical Total War? Probably Empire. Yeah, you get like spearmen, handgunners. You get some traditional kind of Holy Roman style cavalry. Well, not even Holy Roman, just kind of like Central European. Yeah, probably the Empire is the closest you would get. Yeah, it's pretty fun. Like if you just play Empire mirror matches, you're basically just playing play Empire mirror matches without magic, and you're getting somewhat of a historical experience there. Yeah, it's always a good time. Always a good time. Khorne has got a good win rate. I mean, Khorne is, like a 50-50. They're balanced. I mean, the reason why Khorne is so balanced probably is because they don't have magic, so they can't like cheese you with like huge bit of shades and stuff. But Khorne's a good faction. They're very solid and really fun to play too. So yes, Bob, the total Tavern stats are going to be reset every patch. And then what I'll do is I'll archive the stats from the previous season in like a blog article. So it'll say like you can go back and look and be like, oh, ever since this patch changed, like Slaanesh has this win rate now. Okay, that patch clearly is working. So I have a button on the website where I can just reset the stats at any time. So they'll be reset and archived. What banner logo? I've only played in one tournament. I just got the tier 1 icon, which is like a spearman. I'm pretty close to getting free company. I have 3 Empire wins, I think, in tournaments. So I'll get hopefully 2 more in the next tournament I play in, and then I can get my free company. Yeah, so it's Tomb Kings versus Khorne. I'm hyped for this. It's going to be fun. Khorne is probably my favorite Chaos faction to play. I really like them. They just feel balanced and fun. Empire is very hard in Dom. They are. But they can win games. You just have to really, really practice them a lot. You really got to practice them quite a bit. Yeah, it's always a good time. No, but we'll be having some faction wars. I'll be reaching out to some folks to get some players going. Basically just players who don't have a history of rule breaks and, are good sports. Like someone who's flexible, that kind of thing. So I'm going to be doing that. The first faction war will be like a invitational kind of showcase event. And then eventually I'll add qualifiers back into it depending on how the event goes. So that'll be really fun. So we'll be having that in the next few weeks. Maybe a Legendary Lord tournament will be on the horizon, which would also be a land battle. Because I think it's better suited for land battle. To get through more games quickly. Land battles are typically much faster. So we'll do that. With wish there was Norsca on tabletop. You can there kind of is. Like if you just get Chaos Marauders and just like, kit bash them a little bit, they basically just look like Norsca. Yeah. You can totally make an Empire army look like, or a Khorne army look like Norsca. Like if I played the Blades of Khorne in tabletop and just like painted them like Norsca with like a brown color hue, and just like kit bashed a couple of their heads, like you would totally just have a Norscan looking army. Oh, that's actually a really badass idea. Holy shit, maybe I'll do that. Huh. Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, Legendary Lords also matter more in land battles. Yeah, I would say so, Hadrius. I would say so. Because you have to deal with them, whereas in Domination you don't. Oh, yeah, baby. Guys, it's the Chaos Lord of Khorne from the trailer. It's him. It's the one who shows Azazel who's boss. Oh, yeah, look at that guy. He's so cool. And the Knights of the Brazen Throne. Dude, this game has the makings of a real solid one. Like, who would have thought that these guys are good? Oh, my God. I love it. We get the 2400 cav unit, which are just, like, grossly so expensive. I don't know how they're going to pay for themselves, but I'm really curious. You could buy toy mammoths from eBay. Yeah, you could. And just, like, haggardly kit bash them. You can play Warcry. 80% of the warbands are Norsca. Yeah, I actually am planning on getting into Warcry and making. I'm just going to use my Empire models. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. Let's take a look. we have the Chaos Lord of Khorne. Now, what does he bring to the table? He is just a good fighter. And it looks like he's going to be on horseback, so he's going to be hunting some Tomb King's Lords. And yeah, if this guy catches Ark in the Black, he will kick his butt. He's got the Icon of Endless War, which gives him vigor and leadership. He does also have the Rage mechanic, which is a Norskin mechanic, and that's pretty much it. Looks like he's just like a character hunter. And the rest of the army is going to be Chaos Warriors of Khorne, which are obviously very durable, amazing fighters. Spell resist is also, situationally helpful. And the real big money for this build, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the Big Chungus Cav. So here in the bushes, Knights of the Brazen Throne. Look at these absolute chads. Bonus versus infantry, fire damage. They have the Murderous Charge, so when they charge, they get 50% more mass, putting them up to a pretty huge amount of mass. Yeah, that's so cool. Charge speed, acceleration. Oh, yeah, dude. How cool are these guys? How cool are these guys? Now, taking a look here at ye old Outer Region. Outer Region's going to be coming in with the Bone Daddies, and it's going to be Tomb Guard in the front line, with Tomb Guard halberds on the flanks to prevent any Khorne dogs or big threats from coming in, perhaps. Nehakara Warriors, Arkin, and a Casket of Souls. So the Casket of Souls is here. Going to be dropping some hot, sick DJ beats. Catep would be proud. Cringe Def, as he's been called by Okoye, which I love. I love it so much. And man, I love both these builds. I love the Doksun's build. He's trying to. He heard me saying that Outer Region's one of my favorite players, and here he is trying to take that title by bringing the Knights of the Brazen Throne. So certainly very good. The Varsity Athlete Cav, yes, making Tony Soprano jealous. Bombardment's going into the Chaos Warriors. I'm not doing too much damage, but the Casket's kind of a cool piece. It will give Arkin the Black more utility with his magic. What spells does Arkin have? Just Spirit Leech. Spirit Leech is good. And dude, this Chaos Warrior is so cool. This Chaos Lord, I think, is one of the coolest models in the game. Just like, look at him riding around, just dual wielding those axes. I believe he's got a little bit of spell resist, so the Spirit Leech will be mitigated by 15%. I always felt like Khorne should have 25% spell resist, like kind of more in line with the Dowie. Since the Blood God is literally like the antithesis to magic, like I feel like that should be the case. But he's going to be going in, and Spirit Leech will get him eventually. So he does go in. He takes out 2 Tomb Guard. He does have a good bonus for his infantry. Wow, he takes out another 6 Tomb Guard right there. It actually seems like he's got some pretty good tools for killing infantry, which makes sense since he's like a bonus for his infantry character. So yeah, just having this Chaos Lord of Khorne over here fighting and just kind of wearing down a Tomb Guard unit seems pretty good. Now, the response from the Tomb Kings to deal with him is going to be Sepulchral Stalkers. Probably one of my favorite units in Domination as well. Just amazing utility. Anti-large halberds is, of course, nice, but for sniping characters. The thing about the Khorne Lord is he's kind of a small target, so he can like hide amongst his warriors. You can see like his mount isn't so tall that the Sepulchral Stalkers can kind of shoot him, so that's certainly going well. Now, more Khorne Warriors are over here. We do have the Grind. Oh, these are just Marauders of Khorne, though. They're not the dual weapon variants. The Tomb Guard should be pretty favored in that fight. In the middle, we get Chaos Warriors moving in, and up on the high ground, we have some Marauders of Khorne who are going to be holding that objective. The problem with the Marauders of Khorne up here is they could be swept by some Nehakara Warriors very easily, but we will have to see. So the Chaos Lord is going to be moving about, and we do see some more bombardments coming in from the Casket of Souls in the back. The one problem so far for your boy Doksun is he hasn't really gotten value from the Big Chunguses. Oh, yeah. Oh, the Bulldogs. Here they come. So the Bulldog mounts get in there, and you know what? That wasn't bad damage. It certainly took about 25% off those Tomb Guard, and look at the mass they get on the charge. Holy shit. Dude, they are like, in Tabletop Blood Knights in Age of Sigmar have the ability to like teleport over units. These guys are kind of the same way. And now the Bulldogs use their mass to get on top of the Sepulchral Stalkers. And even though they're not designed to kill such things, their charge bonus is still 105 right now. And they should be able to get some good damage in there with the Chaos Sword of Khorne. Okay, that play was actually really badass. And the Knights of the Brazen Throne taking some damage here, but the Sepulchral Stalkers are getting hammered. But they're a really expensive unit, and they are being shot by, I believe, Ushapti Grapos. Man, look how small the little dog mounts are compared to the warriors on the back. So, super cool. Yeah, I mean, they're tearing apart those Sepulchral Stalkers. Ushapti Grapo have been summoned in by Outer Region. Looks like some Furies are going to be sent back there. The Furies for sure need to tie up those Grapos to allow the Bulldog Cav to really, really shine here. And it looks like they have been able to succeed. And, you know, if they kill these Sepulchral Stalkers, they're already in a good fight. But they want to be constantly charging. What you probably do after you kill these Sepulchral Stalkers is you bounce on over to the back of these Tomb Guard and you just, like, break them, and then you live your best life. But, yeah, Chaos Lord's a little bit beat up. Furies being sent back here, but we do see some Skeleton Horsemen summoned to counter them. So probably you just keep the Furies up in the sky at this point. Middle objective is owned by Tomb King. Side objective is still contested. Top objective owned by Khorne. Value trading is very, very even in this game, and it looks like the Bulldogs of Khorne are going to be pulling back right now. So it looks like they successfully killed the Sepulchral Stalkers. Looking at the value so far, they are up to about 1,000. They cost 2,400 though, so they still have a lot more work to do, but they could easily come in and kill these Tomb Guard. If they kind of reroute and get a nice charge there, they will crush those units. Now, Furies, once again, descending on the Ushabti Greatbow. The Ushabti Greatbow are a really nice answer against Knights of the Brazen Throne. Huge damage. Side objective going to the Chaos Sword of Khorne, it looks like. He is slowly getting through all these Tomb Guard units. Khorne's going to need some more units out here. It looks like we do have an Exalted Hero of Khorne coming, and he's going to be foot-based, I think. Oh my god, look at the damage! Oh my god, did you guys see the Bulldogs? That is so badass! Oh my god, they just friggin' plowed those skeleton spears, and then they plow into the back at Kepra Guard. Holy shit, I have never seen a Cav unit do that kind of damage. I think it's the acceleration and the mass, because they hit the second ranks. A lot of Cav get stuck. Dude, the Knights of the Brazen Throne, are we discovering a new powerhouse? I mean, they cost 2,400 gold. They should do that much damage, and they're up to 1,500 value now. Now they're battling against the Skeleton Horsemen. Dude, they just melted those spears into the Shadow Realm. I don't know if I've ever seen anything quite like that on a Cav unit. Oh, that is so cool, dude. Just literally like 60% to 0 right there. And now they're battling against some of these Skeleton Horsemen, and the Warriors kind of rush up, or the Marauders, to intercept these Spearmen. And these Knights of the Brazen Throne are really, really a powerhouse unit. Yeah, because they get that huge acceleration and charge bonus like when they get in there. So their charge bonus is like well over 100. It's like 105 or something, which is so cool. Yeah, I love it, man. I'm so happy that they seem to be a decent, viable unit in this matchup. Like, they're really disruptive for the Tomb Kings. They're doing a ton of damage, and they're forcing the Tomb Kings to invest a lot to kind of counter them. Now, Khorne has got a triple cap. After those Bulldogs were able to kind of clear out that threat, looks like Khorne was able to wrestle the side objectives. The Chaos Sword of Khorne is very, very damaged. Probably would just unsummon him at this point, so you don't get the penalty for losing your Lord. Although, yeah, he's going to get Spirit Leech by Arkin here, and yeah, you got to send him home. Like, don't let the Tomb Kings get that kill, because then you're going to be taking an army-wide penalty. Now, the Bulldogs of Khorne have gotten up. The Knights of the Brazen Throne are here. Looks like maybe being attacked by some Skeleton Horsemen, and just kind of battling to the end. At this point, you know, they're on death's bed. They've already gotten 1,700. They haven't quite paid for themselves, but they have had good objective-based play. But that was really, really cool, man. Here we get Bloodletters. Bloodletters should trade very well into most of these chaff units. This is some beautiful Khorne play. Didoxin is really showing what the Blood God is capable of. I mean, he is behind on value by about, 1,800, but he does have a pretty big objective lead. But I mean, Tomb Kings might be able to triple cap him if he's not careful. I think at this point, if you're Khorne, you let the Tomb Kings have the side objective, you stop trying to play that, and you just like start swarming the middle objective with everything you can. Exalted Hero of Khorne here unfortunately gets surrounded by the OP Kepra Guard. Kepra Guard have 100% armor piercing, it's so gross. And yeah, they just like absolutely cut through the Exalted Hero. And Arkin the Black was helping too. He has 450, he hits like a truck, he can do some great work. So Brazen Throne Knights taken out, about 1,800 value. Ushabti Greatbow used like literally 60% of their ammo into those guys. Is Khorne going to be able to win this? It's looking a little precarious for them. It seems like some Fleshhounds did move over to this objective, and they are nibbling on the Skeleton Horsemen. These Khornate Warriors, a little bit of a misplay here from Didoxin. They need to move back and jump onto the objective. That would actually keep him from losing it. So if he did notice this, Didoxin could keep this objective, but I think due to the misplay of not having these Warriors fighting on the edge of the objective here, just like I've had this in tabletop, you just need to move these Warriors back onto the objective, man, and you would probably have a huge chance of winning the game, because Tomb Kings still haven't capped anything, right? Up on the high ground, we do see some Skeleton Horsemen, probably to send some Khorne Dogs over there. Yep, Khorne Dogs are going to come out, going to chase those guys down. On the middle, Khorne does have a decent little hold on this, as they have the Exalted Hero, and they do also have the Chaos Warriors fighting pretty hard on that objective right there. And yeah, man, got to get these guys back. The Khorne Dogs have been able to kill most of the Skeleton Warriors, so this is a big, big hold on this side. The fact that the Khorne Dogs chewed through those infantry and also through these skeletons here, doing some big, big work for the Blood God. And the top objective looks like it's going to be heavily, heavily pressured here. And yeah, this is going to be a really, really tight game, man. Didoxin is on the back ropes in terms of value, but he still has control of the objectives for now. Khorne probably going to be losing this one, as the Exalted Hero probably will be kind of grinding down there. Casket of Souls does run out of ammo, so too do the Ushabti Greatbow. The units that have infinite ammo are the Screaming Skull Catapults. Man, he is just scrapping tooth and nail. Like, dude, he has like all three objectives just barely, right? Just barely. So these Warriors need to move back onto the objective. It looks like the Khorne... Dude, these Khorne Dogs are the chosen of the Blood God. They are just chewing through all these objective holders. The Warriors have gotten back onto the point, but is it enough? No, it looks like the Skeleton Horsemen and the Nekar Horsemen here do have the capture weight. Khorne really needs to hold on to this one. If I were Khorne, I would put everything onto this objective, because the other two are very, very tight right now, but this one is kind of far away from most of the Tomb King stuff, but... Although on that same point, the counter argument could be made that they don't have enough time to get here. Although a Khorne Dog Vanguard would totally change that. Fleshhounds chewing through Skeleton Horsemen. Objective is going to be going to the Tomb Kings. The middle has been taken by the Bone Daddies as well, and Arkin the Black is going to be moving over. And yeah, Tomb Kings are taking over the battle, right? But Khorne had such an advantage for so long on playing the objective game. They obviously sacrificed a little bit of value to play the objectives. And man, dude, the corn dog sweeping up these like units is really, really slowing the capture weight. And now they potentially are going to be taking out these Tomb Guard here. We got some Marauders screaming up from the low ground. And on the bottom, it looks like the objective has been taken by the Blood God, or excuse me, by the old, not the old ones, but yeah, I guess the Tomb Kings of old here. And the Nakar Horsemen should be able to clean these guys off. One more tick of the objective here, and it will be going to your boy out of region. And then he just has to scramble to get the high ground objective, which is going to be kind of hard. It's certainly possible. It's certainly possible. But we do have the Marauders of Khorne here. Fleshhounds pulling around. Furies on the back could move into the back of the Halberds. But Marauders, you know, they'll take a while to break. They're pretty fighty. Might be able to get these Halberds off. But Outer Region is coming up with everything. Arkan, Ushabti Grapos, Horsemen. The back objective is taken by the Tomb Kings. This is it for Khorne, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. He has got to hold this. The Marauders need to get here, but Outer Region needs to try and mitigate some of these units getting here, get that capture weight on, and he should maybe have enough. I mean, right now, the Khorne is only getting 5 per second. It's very close. The Ushabti Greatbow need to come get on this as well. Horsemen need to come around the back. And it looks like the capture weight is going to be going to Tomb Kings pretty quickly here, actually. Those Marauders get buckled off by Arkan the Black, who's obviously a spooky skeleton here, so he's able to kind of get that nice little leadership route. And is there going to be any opportunity for Khorne to re-secure an objective around the battlefield? The middle one is owned by the Tomb Kings. There's some horsemen there. We see Bloodletters coming out for Dodokson, which cut through the Tomb Guard, but Kepler Guard are just waiting to cut those guys down. And man, that is so close, dude. It is so close. It's like a 100-point game. But in the end, the Tomb King's value was able to overcome the Khorne objective play, but just by a sliver, just by an absolute sliver. We do get some Khorne dogs still fighting here. If for some reason Khorne had saved and maybe went for that big overload, maybe they get that objective back, but that is it. GG, well played. Outer Region takes game 1. What a scrappy match. Yeah, the Bulldogs of Khorne were pretty cool. In the end of the day, though, they only got 1,700 for the 24, didn't quite pay for themselves. The Warriors seemed to be a pretty solid investment. Each of them did pretty well, more or less. Kepler Guard, just insanely OP, 1,900. And the Casket, 2,100 value on a Casket. Really solid, man. I mean, it's just bombarding infantry all day, which is what it wants to be doing. Ushabti Greatbow, very clutch. Sepulchral Stalkers got owned, but yeah. GG, well played. That's going to be game 1 going to Tomb Kings, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the next match, which is going to be on the Death Pass. So let's check it out. Okay, where are we at? Perfect. Death Pass is the map. I want to summon the Dowie. That was a really good game. That was really close. It was awesome. Is the stream over? No. We have this, and then we have the grand finals. If you get a triple cap, you win. Yeah, because your opponent stops getting points. Khorne would have the opportunity to keep fighting, you know, and try and get one objective back, but they were so behind in terms of the trading that it was kind of pointless at that point. So, yes. Is there any way to resolve the color? Let me see. I'm not sure what you mean. Do I have the names on the wrong side or something? I don't think so. I think we're okay. Oh, holy shit. Those names do not look good up top. I'm so sorry. I forgot to resize them after last game because people's, you know, names are different lengths. So, oh my God, that was ugly. I'm so sorry, guys. Poor quality. Bad streamer. Yeah, Khorne Knights are pretty bad in my experience. They're pretty bad. Like, a really expensive shot cav are just terrible. Like, whereas cheaper ones like Winged Lancers and Empire Knights are pretty good, Knights of the Blazing Sun. But when you get up to paying like 1,500-1,600 for cav, like these Empire Knights or these like heavy Chaos Knights, they just get wrecked by Sepulchral Stalkers and Ushabti Greatbow. At least the Bulldog cav have armor piercing, so they can kill some of their, you know, counters. But dude, those Juggernaut cav were so cool. I think there's some potential with them. I think there's something to be explored. Like, they really, really wreck the infantry. Yeah. I'm not sure. Not sure, man. That's true, Peeling. That's true. You make a very well articulated point. Okay. Perfect. All right, just talking to my developer too on Total Tavern. He's working on double elimination brackets right now. So in the next week or two, probably in like 2 weeks, I would say, we'll have the double elimination available on the website. So if you're a tournament host and you want to host a tournament, you can check double elimination, which means that if you lose in the first round, it sends you to the losers bracket, and you have a chance to climb your way back up to the grand finals to play. So that's very exciting. I'm super hyped for that. I think that'll be really good for beginners tournaments who want to get more reps in. It also gives you more of an opportunity to farm your avatars, so you can get more tournament games in general. So I'm very hyped for that. Very, very hyped for that. All right. Nurgle versus Beastmen. Oh, yeah, baby. The Bray Herd. I feel like Beastmen have some tools here. Like, Ungor Raiders feel pretty good. And honestly, Torox can just kick the hell out of Festus in a straight fight if he's not protected. So, yeah, there's some cool things. Morkur, probably wouldn't bother with Morkur, honestly. He's just going to get tar pitted and not do enough. If Vampire Coast is played, we need the soundtrack. Oh, Anticity's not playing today, so I don't know if it'll happen. How good on a scale to 10 should I be to have decent fights in Domination? Oh, I mean, dude, Vlad, we have beginner events that are run by Platypus on Tavern. I would just join one of those, and if you lose, who cares? Like, it doesn't... Yeah, just get in there and play, man. Just get the reps. Have some fun. I lose all the time. It's part of the, you know, when I'm doing my training matches, trying to figure things out. You know, I'll get on with another high-level player and just play Empire over and over and lose games, and then eventually something clicks and you find a way to win. It's just how it goes. And the new Chaos cards, which one should you pick? And so the new Chaos like shrines, the best one is Slanesh because it has an AoE draining effect. The healing one is probably the second best, but honestly, with Festus makes it a little bit redundant because Festus has AoE healing, so why would you pay for a shrine that does the same thing? It's not really worth it in my opinion, especially since in Domination blobs are a thing, but like typically you're more spread out than you are in land battles. In land battles, like bringing a healing shrine plus Festus could be more viable because you're just going to be having a mouth-breathing blob more or less with kind of Nurgle type builds in land battles. Unless you're trying to swarm a gun line, then it's very different. But what's strong about Beastmen? Yeah, Vanguard. Beastmen Vanguard everything. Like all their gore infantry, which are actually very cost effective, have Vanguard. So like Beastmen can just like suddenly be on your back point and you're like, holy shit, how'd you get back there? Like I think Beastmen are really underrated in Domination. Like I think when people start to explore them more, they'll find some good tricks. Ah, yeah, that's some good water right there. Yeah, the damage per second one is better. It's just so impactful. So we see Chungus the Leech Lord for Outer Region, and he's coming in with the double Exalted Hero, which they're honestly just good in general too. And look at that, what the hell? Kazrak the One-Eye! Oh my god! It's Kazrak the One-Eye, baby! Tracking which factions are banned would require me to like do a whole nother development cycle, because usually picks and bans are done in Discord, not on the website. But someday maybe I'll consider implementing that, like if it's something that's really popular. But there's other features I'd rather implement on the website before that. I think personally doing like a build guide system on the website where top players can upload their builds and then like we can share them and upvote them and interact is much more preferable. Adding more tournament formats like Swiss League I think is something I want to do. Like Swiss League is something I'm looking to add, which is like an ongoing tournament that's offline. So there's other more important features. Question from chat. This will be one of the last ones before I get in. Is Age of Sigmar fun? It's fun to play. I don't care for the lore, but it is a fun game. What factions do you think CA should buff? I think High Elves need a little bit of love. I think Empire probably needs some help. Honestly, there's some factions that are just so much weaker across the board. Like you have to play so much better than your opponent to win. Ryan, yes, a perfect end to the weekend. And Legendary Voice, thank you for the carry when the stream servers went down. Hey, appreciate you, Ryan. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is Kazrak the One-Eye. Dude, if Kazrak wins, I feel like I should just give Dodoksin a special avatar if he wins with Kazrak. I should just give him Kazrak if he manages to win this game. I'll think about it. Anyways, it's going to be the Dark Mail. So the Dark Mail is going to be coming in here. He does have the damage resist, and that appears to be it. We got Spears, Raiders, and double Tuskor character, both of whom are going to be on foot or Wargors. Oh, interesting. So he's got the Wargors. I wonder if they have bug capture weight too. Kind of interesting. He doesn't have any magic against Nurgle, which seems weird. Like Shadows against Nurgle would be really good. But yeah, strange. So Bestigors, which I feel like are kind of a bad pick because into Mortis they're going to get wrecked, but who knows. Double Exalted Hero on horseback, which will heavily outtrade the Wargors. I'm a little bit concerned for the Beastmen. Like, what in the Beastmen army can actually kill Outer Regions heroes? Like, I don't think anything. Like, Kazrak will get his ass kicked by them, and so too will the Wargors. We got Festus, we got Plague Bears moving up. Plague Bears will obviously do pretty well against most Beastmen infantry. We got Spawn, Exalted in the back. Exalted are a really good choice. If your opponent comes in with Spawn or Minotaurs, you can use their Unholy Hand Grenades to kind of like launch downtown. Do some work there. But man, yeah, he probably has a caster in reserve. Oh, Chad Kazrak getting in there. Not killing a single Plague Bearer with his mighty chariot charge. Gotta love it. Oh, never mind. He got two on the way out, at least. Okay. Now, Tuskors, we got Gores. On the back, it's going to be some Gore herds holding that objective, and it looks like there's going to be a flank on the side against Nurgle. When you play against Nurgle, ladies and gentlemen, you do not take on head-on fights if you're Beastmen. You play the side objectives. Wherever Festus goes, you just say, okay, you're slow. You have 33 speed. I'm just going to go play the side objectives. That's how you do it. So Chariot running in, but like, what's going to happen here? Khazrak is cool and all, but these are Exalted Heroes with huge armor piercing, holy hand grenades coming in. Are we just going to see Khazrak die like a shitty death in the first like minute of the game? I feel like we are. Like these guys have poison too, so his speed is down to 67. He's just going to be getting hammered. Is he going to run all the way into the bushes? Maybe so. Now Raiders will start shooting. And you know, I feel like the Beastmen just need to play a little bit more cautious. Like Khazrak charging in there is very dicey, but it looks like he's able to get away. And he doesn't really take much damage. Khazrak would probably lose to one of these Exalted Heroes in a straight fight, which is kind of funny. But yeah, who knows, man? Who knows? We do get the Minotaurs with Grey Opens coming in. That is going to be an answer against the heavy duty boys. Dodoxa needs to pull back right now, so he needs to get these guys back and back. You don't want to be fighting Big Chungus Festus. Archers, of course, will do good damage, but you're giving Festus free value right here. Now, Beastmen do get a nice concave on the side, and like this is how you win with Beastmen. You play the two side objectives and you try and win those fights. And wherever Festus is, you send everything else away from him. That's basically it. So double Raiders here. We do have Bestigors. It looks like there's going to be some Plague Toads coming in, but the War Gore, of course, is a pretty solid piece. Festus being tar pitted by some of the Gore herds, and the Minotaurs with Great Opens are going to the side. This is the correct play from Dodoxin. Those Minotaurs will not only be good against infantry, like armored infantry, but they'll be pretty decent against the Plague Toads with their anti-large. So we will see. Back objective is owned here by Ye Olde Beastmen, and now the Beastmen are just pulling back, and this is going to be forcing your boy out of region into a much harder position where he has to decide which way to go. If you're Dodoxin, what you do is you just spam Ungor Raiders up the middle now. Like, I'm talking like 4 or 5 of them, and you just start nailing this Nurgle army, just like shooting into it. Like, and that's really going to put a lot of stress on the Nurgle player, in my opinion. So really nice stack of fire. We do see the Toads being taken out by the Ungor Raiders. Minotaurs with great weapons. Oh yeah, dude. They're such a cool unit. And they're going to get a big charge into the Toads. And the Toads should basically get hard countered here. Like the Minotaurs with their anti-large axes, they have an axe to grind, and it's for sure going to go down. Blackhorn's Ravagers against the Plague Bears. I wonder who wins that fight. Ravagers trading pretty well, but Toads are getting massacred. Exalted Heroes have come in, but, you know, Minotaurs with great weapons in theory should be very good against the Exalted Heroes. Now, as far as value trading, it's pretty even at this point. We do get the Daka coming out in the front, so Ungor Raiders. This is a really good play. Because if you kite back, you're forcing these Plague Bears to overextend, and then you can surround them. And Chad Khazrak is now getting in with his chariot after being chased across the Shadowlands, and he's going to be moving in to try and get some kills there. So we'll see how that works out. Now back here, Minotaurs with Grey Opens. Are they holding on? Yeah, they're pretty healthy, being swarmed by Hounds a little bit, but they do have Bestigor support on the ground, which has got to feel pretty good for them. And we get another unit of Minos with Great Weapons coming out. Yeah, there's one back here, and these Minos with Great Weapons are just annihilating these Plague Toads, dude. We're seeing some really, really cool Beastmen play. And Dodoxin playing some incredibly fun builds today. Now back in the front, Khazrak the One-Eye Man. He's going, and it looks like maybe going to be going after Festus. Yeah, the Wargore's going after Festus as well. Raider shooting should be able to bring down the Plague Bears. Bestigors will outtrade Plague Bears because of their armor, so they should be pretty favored there. And you know what? Looks like he's going to go after the Exalted Plague Bears with Khazrak. Khazrak up to a whopping 300 value, man. He is playing for keeps. Now, this objective might be taken by Nurgle with the Plague Bears and some of these other characters, but these Minotaurs, like, they need to get over here and start beating down these characters. Also, it looks like there's going to be some more Gore Herds moving on to the objective here, but we do have the Minotaurs clearing out the Nurglings. And I think the infantry will probably get there. Minotaurs will, big damage on those Exalted characters. And now the Beastmen get the capture weight back as they get some Gore reinforcements in. And honestly, the Beastmen seem to be trading pretty well here. I'm surprised that Nurgle is so close in value. I think a lot of it is on Khazrak. We see the Plague Bears kind of getting shot here. Slight mispositioning with these Ungor Raiders. They're in melee contact with those, which is a mistake. But nonetheless, there is a heavy contesting happening. And the Minotaurs with Great Weapons do get a surround on the Exalted Heroes. You do get Fecundity, but Minotaurs and Wargore beating on them, I mean, that should get the job done. Bestigors are also massively out trading, and the spawn will die to the Minotaurs with Great Weapons as well. So yeah, the fact that the Beastmen held on to this objective is pretty big. If they had lost that, that could have been a really, really dire straits for them. Okay, Khazrak just being absolute shit as usual. He probably got killed by the Exalted Plague Bear's grenades, I think is what happened. They're really good at killing SEMs, and Khazrak's terrible, so it all works out. That's like the only reason the value's close. Like, this game is actually very favored for the Beastmen right now, and, you know, Khazrak is, I guess, wasn't doing anything anyways, so whatever, man. He's running. I'm always so disappointed by him. He just needed some better items or something, but this trade is like a crushing defeat over here. I mean, the Exalted Heroes got bullied, man. The Exalted Heroes just getting Minotaured. And how cool of a game is this? We're getting a chance to see Minotaurs really, really shine. So they take down that Exalted Hero of Nurgle. They're getting taken to town. We also see the Bestigor herds and the Minotaurs with great weapons going over here after the spawn of Nurgle. And what a beautiful Minotaur play. Like, I love seeing units, like underpicked units, just shine. It's probably one of my favorite things in this game mode in general. And just like we articulated in the beginning, Dodokson is doing a really good job using his Ungor Raiders to pull apart the Nurgle army. And the Nurgle army is kind of being, overstretched. Yeah, Khazrak is back. Uh-oh. He's back in business, baby. The one-eye's going for it. Beastmen really need to defend their back objective. A lot of Nurglings coming in. We get Hounds moving in. Khazrak is probably going to die to some Chaos Warhounds. We'll have to see. Ungor herds, Centaurs are a really fast reinforcement option. Khazrak, no, you might as well have charged at that point. At least you would have done some damage, but Khazrak does get surrounded. His Dark Mail is active, which does give him 20% ward save and 30 armor, so in theory he's pretty tanky here. And the Chaos Warhound's going to get absolutely obliterated by those guys. And these are Ungor herds. They're not Gore herds. Their capture weight is expendable, so it's not like super good, but with Khazrak supporting, maybe they're going to be able to hold on to that. Now, Beastmen are actually stealing the middle objective. Dude, Festus is just being pulled apart. And look how hard the Beastmen dominated here on this side. Oh my god, the Minotaurs with great weapons, man. Just doing straight work. Like, cutting apart waves and waves of Nurgle units. They killed both Exalted Heroes. Both Exalted Heroes died to these super alpha Chad Minotaurs. Just beautiful play, man. Beautiful play. And it just goes to show, man, I was saying earlier in the stream, I think Beastmen are a hidden gem. When people figure them out, I mean, this was a pretty decisive play. I mean, imagine if he had brought Torox. If Homeboy had brought Torox instead of Khazrak, this would have been a brutal game. Like, I think Nurgle could be in a lot of danger. Khazrak would have just bullied those Exalted Heroes, or not Khazrak, Torox, the actual good character, would have bullied those guys. But Khazrak, the One-Eyes, he's a bit of a meme. But the fact that he's winning with this, I don't know, man. Khazrak with a whopping 496 value, almost paid for himself. Nurgle being cleared off in the side points. I think the window of opportunities for Nurgle to get back in this game is gone. Losing the two Exalted Heroes is too much. The Raiders are, playing kind of like how Beastmen play in tabletop. Ambushing you, kind of picking you apart as you overextend, all that sort of good stuff. And, the Festus is being occupied. Minotaurs with great weapons moving into the Marauders. Not going to be the best trade for them, but they'll still do some damage there. Back objective is firmly in control of the Beastmen. There's a Wargore back there. There's some Gore herds. The only real threat is the Nurgle push on the back objective here. So Dodokson is able to kind of hold on to this one. And you can see Khazrak, the One-Eye, is... So, yes. Remind me, though. I'll go into... I have to do this for Platypus also. I promised him a Cathea icon. I will make a custom icon for Dodokson for winning a semifinal, highly competitive tournament match with Khazrak the One-Eye. If he manages to win this, I'm going to make him a Khazrak avatar on Total Tavern, and it's going to be Khazrak wearing some aviator glasses. That'll be his avatar. That will be exclusively for him. That'll be pretty fun. So, stay tuned. If he wins the game, though, there's still a little bit of fight left in Nurgle. Taking a look around here, guys, we have the Minotaurs with great weapons, and yep, up in the back, we do see the Centaurs clearing out the last of the Nurgle units. Those guys kind of being dragged down here a little bit. Gore herds being surrounded by Chaos Warhounds with poison, and I think that is going to be it. Like, the writing's on the wall. Nurgle can't be everywhere at once. Festus is really good at holding an objective here, but, like, he's now waddling over. But that is going to be it. GG, well played, the Beastmen with the Steel Minotaur Khazrak share. Hell yeah, dude. Oh, my God. I love that. Oh, my mouse is freaking out. Come on, can we get that back? There we go. Okay. But Khazrak is just an absolute Chad, accruing 469 value. I love it. The Wargores were kind of an interesting choice, but honestly, the MVPs were the Minotaurs. They didn't get a ton of value, but they just crushed everything that came their way. Like, all those Haggard Nurgle Toads and, like, Spawn of Nurgle just got eviscerated. Vindicare says, how does Khazrak suck if he won? He didn't win because of Khazrak. I can assure you that. Imagine if that was Torox. It's a totally different game. But, I mean, it was really good Minotaur play, and his Raider play was very good, too. I mean, 900 value on those Raiders, 676 on those guys. And, yeah, just great stuff, man. Great stuff. GG, well played, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be tying up the series. We got a 1-1. I don't know what's going on with my mouse real quick. Hold on, guys. I gotta fix something here. Hold on. Dude, what is this? I guess I just need a new mouse. I literally have the same mouse I had from 2015. It's on its last legs for sure. I need to just update it. Okay, I think we're good. There we go. GG, well played. All right. While they do their picks and bans here, the next map, let me take a look, is going to be... All right, where are we at? Hey, thank you, Misha. I see that. The crying one seems perfect, yeah. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna make this avatar. We'll do it together right now. Thank you, Misha. Okay, that Kazrak one looks really good. Can I get aviator glasses on him? Okay. So firstly, let me get the map. I need to actually take care of like important tournament stuff. Next map is gonna be Black Ark. Excellent. Black Ark is the map. It's the best map. All right, let's move you on to the second monitor. They'll do their picks and bans. This is something we can do to kill a little bit of time here. All right, close this down, close that down, close that down, and perfect, okay. Dude, Misha coming in and just like preparing the Kazrak memes. Okay. I'm gathering the assets. Hold on, guys. Okay, he's like at a little bit of an angle there. No, man. Hang tight, my friends. You're about to see the magic at work here. Okay, is this gonna upload? I think it will. Okay, so we got that. And what else do we need? What else do we need here? What Dodokson is... So Kazrak can get aviator glasses and... Okay, what other features should we add to this Kazrak? Ledron, hail the Dodokson is the people's champ with today's builds. I know. And he can get, well, we'll do the aviators together. Yeah. And then we want to get, so aviator glasses, we could do, here we go. I probably shouldn't do that. I had another idea that was a little bit shady, and we'll skip that one for now. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. I guess we could do that. Okay. Perfect. Outstanding. Okay, guys. Almost have the tools together. Be ready in just a second. Ah, it didn't work. Oh my god, this is so stupid, guys. I'm gonna switch the screen. Just give me a minute. Give me a minute while they do their picks and bans anyways. It usually takes them a while to pick their army, so I'm just kind of like, whatever. Okay. So now you get to see the magic at play here. Okay, so let's switch this over. All right, so we got the Kazrak avatar correctly sized here. I love it. So we got the glasses. We need to cut out the background on these if we can. Okay, let's do that. And then we need to do this. Yeah, shrink these bad boys down. Okay. Oh, he only has the one eye. Okay, that's pretty good, right? And we got the cigar. Let's see if this one will work. Okay, that's pretty big, actually. That's what she said. Gotta like get the angling right for this. Hold on. How would it actually be? What do you guys think? Is that acceptable? Holding a grenade in his mouth? I think this is a good direction. Oh, I love watching hockey. I used to go to the San Jose Sharks games all the time. Yeah. I think that's pretty good. Why not a monocle? I think the glasses are a little bit better. Yeah, the picture is a little bit stretched, but that's part of the meme of it. It's like a meme avatar, right? Yeah. Oh, hold on. I have one more element I need to get for this. Just hang tight. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, all right. One sec, guys. There's one more element we need to do to this. Okay, so let's do that. Save this. Occasionally, we'll give honorary profile avatars. Hopefully, they're not ready yet. Let me double check. Okay, one player's ready, the other one isn't. So we have a little bit of time to mess around still. Okay, let's do this. All right, so an ammo belt. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, we could do an ammo belt. Okay. Now we're getting real crazy. Ammo belts. All right, so a Rambo ammo belt. Huh. Okay, that one should work fine. Let's get that. It's going to be a little bit tricky. Yeah, because I was going to say that the first iteration of just like those is a little bit uninspired. So I managed to get the assets now. Okay. So we cut the background out of this one, just the white. Oh, it's trying to get the cigar there too. Shit. Okay, hold on. Let's see if I can like get that without. Let's get the background out of here. Wait, is that the wrong tool? No, it should be right. Hold on. Yeah, it's not letting me get the background out. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. Okay, that's why. All right, so let's get you. Yeah, should be fine. Okay, great. Now we get like a fiery hellscape background, but we need to make sure to put it behind Kazrak. And then the fiery hellscape needs to be like moved a little bit. Hold on. Okay, so let's crop this down to size. Let's just get like this. There we go. Okay, so we get that. Let's do this. The players are ready? Okay. Let's just like do a haggard stretch. And we have the ammo belt. Okay. I'm trying to finish it like real quick here. Then shrink that down. Okay. I'll finish it after, guys. I don't want to hold on. I don't want to keep the players waiting for too long. All right, so let's go back to the game. Start that up. Outstanding. Okay. Yeah. We'll get that finished afterwards. I mean, I've been doing thumbnails for a while. I know how to do all the really stupid like Photoshop stuff. Well, I just use Paint. I just use paint.net anyways. All right. Oh my god. Loving the stream. How good is the Master Assassin? Oh, he's probably not that good, but maybe you can make him work somehow. I think this other Skaven characters are just much better in general. So we got Norska versus Lizardman here. So it's going to be Wulfric versus Nakai. Holy shit. Look at that. Tell them to wait. This is important. We'll finish it after because we're going to have downtime while the grand final spit game. So we'll just do some of that stuff. You should do a meme thumbnail stream. I would do it for sure. 100%. I'd be down to party. 100%, ladies and gentlemen. All right, guys. Here we are in Game 3 of this lovely match between Outer Region and Didoxin X. It's been an amazing series. We have Wulfric, we have a Famir Balefiend of Shadows, and the rest of the army here is going to be just Marauders. Yeah, pretty standard. Berserkers trade very well into Saurus for the price point. A little bit vulnerable against Chameleon Skinks and Javelins and all sorts of poke like that, but generally speaking, they do good. Now, do we have any Marauder champions? Nope, just basic Marauders. Oh, never mind. Marauder champions are mixed into the front. I love Marauder champions. I used to use Marauder champions against Lizardmen all the time in Warhammer 2 land battles because they defeat Saurus. They're highly resilient against Skinks and poke that Lizardmen have, and I think are a very solid choice. A little bit vulnerable to nukes, like big bombardments, but aside from that, they can do some work. Now, Horserick and a Famir Balefiend, a Pit of Shades. Now, looking here at the Lizard army, it's going to be a massive core of Chameleon Skinks for Didoxin, and it's also going to be Nakai the Wanderer, backed up by Saurus with shields, and that is that. All right. This is exciting. We have two Wanderers. Wait, Wulfric the Wanderer and Nakai the Wanderer. Oh, it's the duel of the Wanderers, baby. Oh, yeah, that's exciting. So here we are, guys. It is game time. Nakai the Wanderer versus Wulfric the Wanderer. We have the Chameleon Skink battle line with the Saurus facing off against a Marauder Chieftain core, or Marauder Champions, excuse me, with Berserkers backed up by Pit of Shades. We will see who is going to get lost in this matchup for sure. Now, I really do like the Marauder Champion pick. They might get crumped a little bit by Nakai. He's quite good against those type of infantry. Wulfric is going to have his dreaded pirate ship, as well as Pit of Shades. Wulfric's ship, Seafang, is actually quite good. It does a ton of damage and can really tear down lines of infantry and Saurus and, whatever you're really looking to do for sure. Only one will wander after this. That's right. Wandering 2. The wandering continues. Yes, it's always a good time. Marauders scooting up, Berserkers accompanying them. It looks like there's going to be a little bit of side play going down. This, I think, with the playstyle of these two factions, the side objective is going to be super important. We do see some Marauders champions going down there to battle against double Saurus, and then we see Berserkers. Okay, it looks like Norska might have a slight advantage if the Marauder champions get there in time, but if the Lizards are able to get a stranglehold with their two Saurus and then have their Chameleon Skinks kind of supporting and shooting the Berserkers, that could be pretty strong for sure. Hey, Harley, I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much for the kind words. And in the back, we do get our first range unit coming out. Now, this is a nice playstyle. If you're overloading on objective number 3, it's going to force your opponent to overextend into you here, and then having like shooting to punish them for their advance is good. I also really like the annoying Chameleon Skink line. It's going to make advancing into that back objective or home objective for the Lizardmen super, super annoying here for sure. So where's Nakai going? Nakai is definitely a Chad. I actually think he's pretty good in domination mode. He's not bad in land battles for like Lizardman boxes where you just kind of want to sit and get his auras and everything, but yeah, he's eyeing Wulfric. You can see he wants that Wulfric, and he would kick Wulfric's butt for sure. Wulfric, in Warhammer 2, I used to call it Wulfric the Wanderer syndrome, which means characters who are really good duelists don't have armor piercing, therefore they're not actually really good duelists. And Wulfric is kind of in that boat. Like, he's really good because of Seafang, and he's honestly not a bad character assassin. He's gonna slander you online, but basically, Nakai the Wanderer is just straight up gonna brutalize him in a one-on-one fight, like 100%. Now on this objective, we get Saurus versus Marauder Champions. Marauder Champions will win this fight. They have great armor. They also have the Enrage mechanic, so the longer that these bad boys fight in the pits here, you can take a look. They have their first tier of Enrage going up in the top, so they currently get a little bit of physical resist, and it increases up to 10% the longer they fight. So it is very, very good. And dude, look how one-sided of a fight this is. Those Saurus are getting their butts kicked. Berserkers, of course, trading well here, but the Lizardmen do have Javelin support. We get some Condom Wolves coming down to the low ground. I think both players know that nobody wants to overextend into the other one's like deployment zone, right? With artillery factions, with range factions, I think that's a bit of a stronger play. Seafang goes down there, does tear through some of the Saurus, and the Condom Wolves are going to be diving into the back line. Granted, Condom Wolves kind of get hard countered by Chameleon Skinks. So the two Chameleon Skink units are going to be shooting into them and, really putting a lot of hurt on those doggies, and that is not going to be great for them. Nakai also moving over, so Nakai's coming in. Wulfric, yeah, both players are basically committing to this bottom objective very, very heavily. We see Warhounds coming in from Norska for capture weight, and then we do also see the cohort of Sotek moving in to counter the Marauder Champions. Now, really good play here by Dodokson. They will be very good against the champs. I love Outer Regions army style so far, though, like seeing the Marauder Champions mixed with the Berserkers. No Javelins, interestingly enough. Dinos could have brought some big threats, but capture weight right now is actually going to Norska as they have multiple units of Hounds, and it looks like the Lizards are mostly fighting off the objective here. They're not quite on the point. So Norska might be able to wrestle this one. And looking up at the high ground, this is also a pretty nice play. I really like this from a Dodokson. He's getting that Daka. He's using the Razordon hunting packs to just absolutely cut through these Marauder Champions. So in the meantime, he's kind of like preparing like a counterplay on the high ground. If he could just like shoot and poke, Norska isn't going to be responding to this. He's just getting a ton of free value there, which is very, very nice. But is Norska going to be able to get this? We see Pit of Shades going down. Really nice Pit of Shades. It does hit those Chameleon Skinks right square. And it looks like they did not use their ability to not die there. And we do see the Condom Wolves battling with some Hound support, trying to drag down some of the big Spear Riders here for the Lizards. And it seems like they're trading okay. The Condom Wolves are pretty squishy, but they seem to have the support. Oh, okay. So the Beasts of Tashnar. Beasts of Tashnar are great. Anti-large cav, that's actually making the difference here. And now we have a little bit of a duel of fates. Now, like I said, Nakai will beat Wulfric in a one-on-one fair duel. But Wulfric is not fighting fair. He has a Balefiend with him. Balefiends are actually really strong combat characters. Kind of monstrous of sorts. They have like heavy armor piercing. They have armor sundering. So Nakai is actually taking a little bit of a beating from those two characters. In the back, we see Throwing Axes in the mix. Throwing Axes are also a very good choice. And Wulfric and the Balefiend are going to pull back. You can see what I'm saying about how Chad, your boy Nakai is. He's able to force back those two relatively powerful characters. Condom Wolves taking on Spear Riders. They were winning, but the Chameleon Skink Overwatch Fire plus the leadership, Lizardmen are really, really known for their super high leadership, so they're able to kind of hold there and break those guys back. Now, as we kind of progress up to the high ground, it looks like Norska is sick of being poked by the Razordon hunting packs, and now they're going to be pushing out and trying to get on this objective, and honestly, they might be able to get it. Lizardmen might lose their home objective. They have some clever girls here, but the clever girls, these Velociraptors, are not going to be that great. I mean, they're okay against Marauder Champs, but they're Spears and Berserkers, and it looks like the Razordons are being inundated in melee, kind of a little bit bogged up. Lizards trying to respond by bringing, what the hell is this, a Carnosaur? Carnosaurs are badass, but I don't know if I like that from Dodokson. I don't see what... The Carnosaur is good against nothing here. It's an anti-large monster. It's good against Wulfric, it's good against the Balefiend, but it's not going to remedy the situation here. I think having like a Stegodon or some sort of an anti-infantry monster would be a little bit better. It does bring some terror to the battle, though, so maybe that's helpful, but Norska actually just straight up advances with their top core and is able to take this objective. Meanwhile, the Lizards do maintain control of the bottom, so Nakai is just... too much of a big boy. He gets in there, he chases back all the Norskins, and he's taking some Throwing Axes to the face, but he's good. He's faced chaos for a millennia, so he's okay with this. He's down to party with these guys. They're forced back. Balefiend's on the run. Wulfric on the run as well, a little bit quicker up on his horse. Norska does secure the back objective here, so they are able to kind of get control of that. The Carnosaur not really doing a whole lot. Like, honestly, just going to be trading into Spears and Berserkers. Not really a cost-effective fight for him. Some hounds sitting in reserve. Throwing axes probably could move up. Maybe get some throwing axes up and over the top where they are buffered away from the chameleon skinks who are approaching and have them get a little bit of damage into the Carnosaur. Although it's risky, there's a Vanguard deployment point. You can see the chameleon skinks of Didoxin, which have been very, very good this game, are coming out. But I love the play from Outer Region. Realizing that the bottom was a bit of a lost cause, he decides to do a bit of a counter push right here and move up to the top objective. And it's paying dividends so far. He does have the 2 cap. You know, he's still behind on points. We do see Didoxin with a nice little points lead, but Outer Region certainly has you know, pretty good army out in the field, but so too do the Lizards. I mean, value trading is dead even. It's like 4,800 to 500. It's pretty much a negligible difference. It looks like a Manticore is going to be hunting down these chameleon skinks, Chaos Warhounds as well, and might be able to route them off the edge of the battlefield. That would actually be huge. If you get to terror route on these chameleon skinks and they route right off the edge with the horsemen coming in too, that is going to be a value city. It's basically 600 gold value that isn't going to be getting tracked by the value tracker there. So does it happen? They're shaken. Soon to be stirred. Probably will terror route in 3 seconds, I would say. 1, 2, and a 3. Nailed it. Still got it, baby. And they're going to be going right off the edge of the battlefield. So that's a very, very nice catch. And that's the risk you play with hugging the edge of the battlefield, right? Much like in land battles. If you're corner camping, even though it's kind of, you know, gross in some situations, it can be a disadvantage if your opponent has terror and your units are a little bit fickle with leadership. But the Carnosaur seems to be the weak link. I mean, it's cool, but it's kind of actually just getting shanked by spears and taking a lot of damage. Manticore is going to be coming in. Lizards are really going to be probably able to push Norska off, though, eventually, when Nakai gets here, and I think he's on his way. Oh my god, what happened? Nakai is dying down here. Oh my god, I look off screen for a second, and Nakai gets killed by the 2 throwing axes, which makes sense. I have a feeling Outer Region maybe forgot about Nakai, or Didoxin did, excuse me, and Outer Region was really, with beautiful play, able to kind of capitalize there and yeah, keep that bad boy back. Oh man, that was a nice one. That was a nice one for sure. Now up in this objective here, we do see Norska holding on, getting some more infantry onto the point, but Lizards have really good fast infantry. I mean, Saurus are kind of slow, but Skinks can get up there quickly, and Saurus are incredibly tough to remove. Even things that are counters to Saurus, like in my opinion, Berserkers are good against them, and Marauder Champions are very strong against them as well. They take forever to get rid of, like forever to get rid of. It's very tough. So Wulfric is up, and it looks like Norska has almost closed the gap. Nakai taking that much damage, definitely a big one, and that's where all the damage value comes in. You can see a damage value lead for Outer Region. That is all pretty much in Nakai. Like, the Lizards still have a pretty good fighting army, but the damage differential is, you know, Chad Kai here, who really took those throwing axes to the face, which does give Norska the opportunity to maybe summon in some champs down here and some good quality troops and maybe come for a back cap, use some hounds to come, you know, take care of these skink cohorts or something like that. You know, Famir could also be an option too. Famir aren't bad. Marauder Horseman moving in. Norska's just barely holding on to this objective, man. Carnosaur getting its butt kicked. Manticore and just like tons of infantry surrounding it. It's an anti-large monster, right? It was. I think that might have been a misclick from Didoxin. I would wager it probably was, because this T-Rex got 300 value. There was nothing for it to fight. It's all infantry. It's designed to kill big things. It is still a terror monster, but Norskins have really good leadership. You know, they're typically very tough to break. As they fight longer, they get enraged and their leadership increases, which is a really cool mechanic. I think it's really unique and sets them apart from some of the other Chaos stuff. But yeah, they get bonus leadership and yeah, feels pretty good. So T-Rex is pushed off the battlefield. It seems like Norska might be getting a stranglehold on this game. You know, Nakai could have came in and maybe made a little bit of a difference here and pushed Wulfric off. But now that Nakai is like on death's bed, Wulfric might be able to come in and get him. Hunter of Champions is active. Wulfric's trying to get past his own units. He's a little bit trapped up in the chameleon skinks. The Balefiend is getting hunted pretty hard. It looks like there's a Pit of Shades going down on the Saurus. Very beautiful right there. And all the hounds get on your boy Nakai, and he is at -24. So it looks like he's going to be paying the Troll Soul in Outer Region. Most likely we'll get this. We will have to see. But the Norskins have driven back the Lizards. And interestingly enough, if you guys go to Total Tavern and look at the stats on this matchup, this has actually been a very favored matchup for Norska. I think Norska has like literally crushed Lizards in almost every single time they met in Domination. And honestly, in land battles, Norska did okay against Lizardmen too. Lizardmen could kind of box a little bit in land battles and just use their solar engines and other things, but in this mode, it's a little bit tricky. And with that, that is going to be a 2-1 victory for Outer Region. GG, well played. That is going to be that. And that was a great series. Nakai getting his butt kicked, a little bit tough. I think Lizards wanted magic too. I didn't like that he didn't bring magic. I think like something, man. I don't know what. I guess you could go for a Manticore Summoner to goon Wulfric or the Balefiend. Flock of Doom is also good against Norska. I think like having some magic tools. I think the Carno, the big momentum shift also was the Carnosaur. Like the Carnosaur kind of not doing it was rough. That's like a 1,600 gold investment where your opponent is pumping out cost-effective units and you're not. I think the Carnosaur summon cost him the game, and also letting Nakai get hit by those throwing axes for a minute. That was it. Well played to Outer Region. Outer Region will be playing Zone in the Grand Finals here. So let's go ahead and invite Zone to the lobby. Let's go ahead and grab him. And let's do it. There we go. And we're all set. All right. So Puling sending more assets over for our Kazrak art. So let me do this. All right. So we'll get Zone in here. And I need to get Kazrak his ammo belts. So where were we? I think the gold chain is going to be hard to... There's already a lot in this one, though. I don't know if I'm going to have room for the gold chain. Okay, so back to the Kazrak thumbnail. So we need to... Okay. Now what we need to do is zoom in and like erase the ammo belt, like so it actually looks like it's going under his hand. Probably like 25. Oh my god, I love how like shitty the quality is. That's like makes it even better. Okay. There we go. Looks good. Looks good. Kazrak ammo belt is on. Honestly, that looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. I think that's a great avatar. I'll send it to him and see if he wants it. Yeah. All right, so here we go. Let's go ahead and save that bad boy. Kazrak. It'll do. So maybe I'll do something like that. If you guys are tournament players and you make it to the top 4 of one of these tournaments and you win with like an absolute shitlord meme character, maybe we'll grant you an honorary avatar here. We could like set a bounty. So if you win with certain lords, you just get like if you win a competitive game with Tretch. All right, there you go. Perfect, dude. Okay, so let's go see it. He says he loves playing Kazrak. He's truly a Kazrak enjoyer. Okay, so while they do their picks and bans here, let me go ahead and see what the finals maps are going to be. Let me ask Tim, who's the tournament host. And then we'll be good to go. And this is going to be outer region versus zone. Okay, so content. Can you check the Total War chat in your Discord? I made you an emote as well. Thank you, man. I'll take a look at it. I will. I just got to get this set up here. I want to do it before I forget. I have to make one for... okay, there he is. I haven't done a custom avatar yet, so we'll see if this works. I don't know if it'll work. We'll have to see. Tretch OP with... No, I think... Yeah, Tretch does have the Kislev buffs. That's right. He does have the Kislev buff. All right. So I'm waiting on the maps from Tim. I don't know what the maps are at the moment. Huh. It's kind of taking a little bit of time to load. I might have to do it afterwards. Man, I really wanted to show it right now. Okay. For some reason, it's not letting me get to his profile on the back end of the website. Is it just him? Let me see if it works with other people. Okay, we're just going to let it load for a minute. Maybe it just takes a hot second because there's a lot going on the site. All right. Very good. And for this match, looks like they're going to be doing their picks and bans. Let's move this on over. Back to the main objective here. Tretch is the mightiest Urson. Yeah, he is. Okay, Grove of the Slaughter is the first map. Outstanding. All right, perfect. So we are going to change his avatar. Oh my god, this is going to be so funny. All right, so let's go to this. This is for winning in a match in a competitive top 4 with a meme lord. It's kind of interesting because will people go for picks? Will people try and win with Tretch just to get that? I don't know. Let me see if Outer Region's on the front page. Is he, or the Dokson? Yeah, he is. Oh. All right, guys, you ready to see this? Check it out. So if we look over on this side of the page, you can see Dedokson. The new Kazrak icon, dude. Look, he's got the Kazrak avatar. Yeah, baby. Yeah, he can always switch to normal avatars if he wants to. But yeah, if you win a top 4 of a competitive tournament with a meme character against a good opponent, I'll do a custom special for you. But it has to be a true shitty meme character, like a really bad one. There's only a couple of them, but here he is. So that'll appear too when you like look up his leaderboard. So if you go to the leaderboard and search for him, like you can see he's got his Kazrak pick now. Yeah. Oh man, it's so haggard. I know, isn't that good? Holy shit. But that's pretty good. He deserves that one. I have to make one for Platypus too. I'm gonna make him a Cathay one. I'll talk to Platypus because I promised Platypus that if Platypus went into the summer championship, okay, against the most overpowered bullshit in Slaanesh, and he pulled out Grand Cathay and he beat them in the summer championship against a top player in the world. So I owe Platypus a special Cathay icon. I have to talk to him to see what he wants. Yeah. Tretch qualifies. Yeah, Tretch qualifies. It would have to be like a really bad meme character. Yeah. We need many more Haggard portraits. Huntsman Generals don't count because they're not legendary. It would have to be like a legendary meme character. People actually use Huntsman General occasionally as a cheap sniper choice. Just for like 700 gold, you just get a powerful sniper. So yeah. Kugath is too strong. He's too strong. Will you delete it if Kazrak gets good? He can keep this badge of honor. He earned it, He earned it, so we'll give him that. Yeah. I'm thinking of doing like avatars for different like clans. Like if a clan wants to have like a avatar that is like, their clan icon, like ODM, RTK, whatever, like maybe we do that too. Although there's already a place on the leaderboard for their clans, so I don't think we need that. No, Karl Franz he's actually good. Okay. Like the Empire doesn't really have any meme like legendary lords that are like terrible. Okay. So did they ban Slaanesh? Let's see. I'm just reading. They're talking about Kazrak. Outer Region says, I don't know what the meta is, so be gentle. He's talking to Zone. That's pretty funny. Yeah, if you win with Aranessa, yeah, you can get a meme Aranessa. Yeah, she qualifies. Aranessa is pretty terrible. I would give a special welcome for Aranessa. How about a stream where we just watch you create Haggard meme art? I would do that. Yeah, I would do that. Red Olgor? Oh yeah. If you play Demons of Chaos in the top 4 of a competitive tournament and win with Red Olgor, I will give you a Red Olgor icon. You will get him. 100%. Red Olgor constitutes. Felhart isn't that bad. He regenerates. Like Felhart can be brought on foot as like a regenerating objective holder, and he's not terrible. He's not really good, but he's not like absolute trash. Platypus should get a balloon character with a machine gun. We could do Platypus as like a magistrate of Grand Cathay, and he's got like a shotgun or something. I don't know. I'll talk to Platypus about it. Thank you, Hawken. Appreciate that. Turin, honestly, dude, I just want my nightly Grandmaster for the Empire. That's my dream. Your commentary and memery is an absolute joy. Thank you, man. Really appreciate that. Yeah, we're having fun here. Yeah, Red Olgor for sure. No, Dryka's actually very good. Dryka's very strong. She's not meme territory. She's actually very meta. Eltharion? Ooh, he's borderline. Yeah, okay. I would give it up for Eltharion. If you came in with Elithanar or Eltharion and won in the top 4, because firstly you're picking high elves, which aren't super strong. Secondly, you're picking like characters that are subpar. No, Oxyotl's a strong character. Yeah. But Eltharion and Elithanar, I would for sure give you meme points for that. We would give you a special icon. Now, Alberic is actually decent. He's a good duelist, and his Trident is actually very strong. So no. No, Azazel is very good. Yeah, he hits like a truck. He's super fast. He's got good abilities. Like, no, Wulfric is a very meta character. Who out of the Dowie? Ooh. Like, all the Dowie characters kind of suck except Thoric. That's the problem. So, like, I don't think there's anything that constitutes for the dwarves. Like, it's just, like, they're not memes. None of them are, like, memes, really. Yeah. Crone Hellebron for sure. Yeah, Crone Hellebron's trash. She would deserve it. Imric, no. Imric is actually, like, decent. He has, like, an AoE map-wide buff and, like, anti-large. No, probably not. Rakarth? To Henowin. Henowin's just a beastcaster. He's not like quite super meme territory. Like I could see someone bringing to Henowin and be like, oh, okay. Should you get an icon for playing dwarves in top 4? No. A Toddy icon? Yeah, Toddy's already on the website, I think. Is he? If he's not, we'll just add him. Like, eventually we're going to add all the legendary lords for each faction, and you just need to get 50 wins for that. So, like, if you get 50 wins with Empire, you unlock every single legendary lord they have. We just haven't finished uploading all of them yet, but we will. Orion? Orion isn't bad. Orion's decent. He's like terror, anti-large, like unbreakable, has some AoE crowd clearing. Hellebron in a Lakers jersey? Dude, I'm down for that. Dedoxin says badass, thank you. Yeah, he's our local Kazrak champion. Tic-tac-toe might, yeah, okay. I would probably give it up for tic-tac-toe. I would give you a special tic-tac-toe icon. It would probably be a child actually playing tic-tac-toe, like the game, and just like have his face on it. Yeah, Greasus 1000%. If you win a top 4 game with Ogre Kingdoms and with Greasus, I will give you the chunkiest avatar you would ever dream of. Yeah, Greasus 100% qualifies. 100%. So we got Norska versus Dark Elves, ladies and gentlemen. Really fun match. Classic Warhammer 2 match. Love this one. If you win top 4 with Greasus, dude, you're going places. You can, if you're not sure, and if you happen to reach the top 4 of a tournament, you can shoot me a message before, be like, hey, if I win with this guy, will you make, and I'll confirm for you so you don't waste your time. Red Olgor is so much stronger than Orion? I don't know about that. I don't know. Maybe. Red Olgor is like, Demons of Chaos are kind of a shit faction though, Loopy. You know, so like, it's just like you're just piling on even more. I feel like Orion's better than Red Olgor. It depends, are we talking land battle or domination? This is best of 5, so thank you for reminding me. I got too caught up in our Haggard memes. And finals. Thank you, Loopy. Appreciate that, my friend. All right, very good. So Norska versus the Druki. How do I get Drowning Azazel? Yeah, that's another one we're going to add. We're going to add Drowning Azazel for 50 wins. So if you get 50 wins with Slaanesh, you get Drowning Azazel, yeah. Why do we not see the Demon Princes? They're all really overpriced. If you reduce the cost of all the Demon Princes by like 400 or 500, they would actually be pretty good. They're just overpriced, all of them. They're just pretty haggard. They have like good abilities and spells, it's just they're overpriced, is it? Yeah. Alberic isn't bad. Bretonia is one of the... Nobody's playing Bretonia for some reason. Like, let me show you guys real quick. So I've readied up, okay. Let's go look at the play statistics, okay? So if we look, here we go. Bretonia's only been played 10 times. Like, look at how much all the other factions are being played, and like nobody's playing Bretonia. So like, we don't really have good data on them yet to draw a conclusion. So Bretonia has beaten the Empire, they've beaten Dark Elves, beaten Skaven, beaten Lizardmen too, actually. But they've lost more than they've won, but not by much. Beastmen are on the comeback, dude. Look at this. Beastmen rocking a 49% win rate. Like, they were in the pits, man. I love that people are learning Beastmen. High Elves definitely on the weaker end of the spectrum, but, you know, High Elves have to be our constant meme we have. Like, they just have to always suck. Like, if High Elves are ever, like, dominant meta, then I think, like, yeah, you're going to have to go check the temperature of hell. Because it's, you know, they're our constant meme faction that is just about suffering. Vampire Coast is actually good in domination in the hands of, like, a specialist, but they're very hard to play if you're not, like, a really, really skilled player with them. Empire is obviously pretty weak, even weaker than High Elves according to the stats. We're starting to get some numbers now. Yeah, so hopefully that helps you guys. All right, very good. Turn in the long run, what do you wish to add to Total Tavern? So we're going to add Swiss tournament format where you can play offline tournaments over the course of a couple weeks. We're going to add double elimination. We're going to add a build guide section where community players can upload their builds on there and upvote and downvote them and have discussions, like a mini forum for builds. It's going to be really fun. So, yeah. 41% win rate for Dwarves is, you know, much better than people expected. Yeah, HGM. It has been a long time. But that's part of the fun. High Elf players just, you know, they have to embrace the suffering. They're secret Slaanesh worshippers. All right, guys. Taking a look here at Outer Regions Army. Here we are in the Grand Finals. He is here with Wulfric. He's got Marauder champions in the front. Once again, we saw them being pretty effective in the previous game. Dark Elves do have more armor piercing, though. Dark Shards, Shades, you know, Harganeth Executioners, various monsters. We have Berserkers in the secondary line. Just a very infantry-heavy army, but it looks like there's going to be just a core of, like, Haggard Marauders going for the side point here. So, overall, it looks like Norska is going to play the middle and play the side, and that's going to be that. Now, looking at Zone's build, Zone actually coming in with the Raven's Herald. So the Raven's Herald is here. And yeah, man, these guys could potentially snipe some high-value targets, and you can unsummon them and get a little bit of a refund once they use their ammo too, which is kind of cool. So they're going to move up, probably to shoot Berserkers or maybe shoot Champions in the back. We will have to see. We got double repeater crossbow. Okay. Against like a very static kind of infantry mass build, like this could be very strong. Corsairs are a good choice. They'll lose the Champions. Might trade okay into Berserkers. We have Malice Mean Blade, and on the far side for the Dark Elves, it looks like it is going to be Corsairs and Bleak Swords, recently buffed. We have a Shadowcaster, and it looks like it's going to be Corsairs and Bleak Swords. So Dark Elves are actually playing like a triple kind of objective style. Really, really spreading out, trying to get all over the battlefield. Now, Raven's Herald's putting in some hurt. They've been able to take down 5 of the Berserkers, and how much value they've accrued so far? About 165, so not bad. And the Repeater Crossbows are going to be parking behind this Norscan army. And yeah, putting a lot of hurt in. Repeater Crossbows, good armor piercing. Berserkers, of course, unarmored, so a little bit of a overkill there, but still gets the job done. So 1 unit of Berserkers is already kind of on death's bed. They're at half health. That's got to hurt pretty bad, and those Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows going to be pulling back, because Malice Mean Blade's going to be getting in there. So Zone showing really good mastery over trading. He's basically just picking things apart on the battlefield, and we do get a couple of Hounds coming in, so Norscan Warhounds as well as Beast of Tashnar. Here we do have Marauders, we have Marauder Champions, and more Marauders as well. So the fight's on for this objective. Norsca might be able to get it, considering they have the double Hounds. I do like the Hound play, like outer region, getting the mobility, but he's got to micro this. If he just runs into these Corsairs and loses these Hounds, which it looks like he might, that would just be a huge disaster. Norsca should have the capture weight here, considering they have 3 infantry and 2 Hounds, but he does get back. Now, Pit of Shade's going down in the middle. It's going to be hitting Marauder Berserkers, and the Berserkers are doing good work against Corsairs with Wulfric's help, but that Pit of Shades was very, very nasty. And I love the Raven's Herald here. That's really cool. We actually see a Manticore summon coming out for Norsca, so the Manticore might be able to start killing some of these Raven's Heralds, and honestly, probably just chasing them around the map. That's what I would do. I would just chase the Raven's Heralds nonstop. Now, Hound's going to be circling around the back. Good micro here from outer region. Going to be circling and concaving in on these Dark Riders, and they do get the engagement. So Zone, with a little bit of a lapse there, does let some of his mobility get caught, but he reacts pretty quickly here. You can see Marauders kind of surging past their melee fight to try and corner them, and if he could get the Dark Riders off the edge of the map, that is going to feel pretty good. Now, up in the sky, we do have the Manticore still putting some hurt on the Raven's Herald. In the middle, Wulfric and company with a very solid hold on this, so they do take that objective, and the back objective taken by the Druki. One thing to consider, though, is that the Dark Elves have a pretty substantial amount of expensive units here. They have Corsairs plus the Sisters of Singing Doom, who are not engaged at all in battle across the map, right? Whereas everything Norsca has is engaged in battle, so Norsca might have an advantage in the actual state of the battle here. We'll have to see. So the Hound's pursuing, chasing down the Dark Riders. We do get the Crows of Cain. These are the Arwar Harpies, which regenerate, and you know, they're pretty durable. They hit hard, I guess. They have like some decent weapon strength at 44 and good melee defense. But Norsca seems to be winning the objective game here, despite some very cheeky plays here from the forces of the Druki. Raven's Heralds are being hunted down, and the Hound's doing an excellent job of shutting down the Dark Riders. So the Dark Riders are really getting messed up by the Hounds. Outer region is on the hunt. He is Duran. The Wolf is after him. And more Berserkers coming in. It looks like they routed before. Wulfric able to decisively win in the center. And now, ooh, this is a great play. Wulfric is actually hunting down the Sorceress of Shadows. She's definitely outmatched here. The Hunter of Champions is coming, and should be able to kill this character. Manticore might be used to fight Wulfric. It's hard to say. I probably would sacrifice the Manticore to Wulfric to let the Shadowcaster get away. But again, very tough decision. And giving your opponent tough decisions is always a good plan. Up in the sky, another very expensive unit has been lost for Zone, so the Raven's Heralds have been pushed off. It looks like they're going to route off the battlefield. But not Malekith, but Malice Darkblade is he's a pain man, and we've seen him win games single-handedly, fighting on these objectives, so we'll see if he's going to be able to do it. Honestly, though, with the Shadowcaster being gone, it looks like a Pit of Shades, like her one last Pit of Shades going down. But with the Dark Elves not having their Shadowcaster cheese anymore, I feel like it's going to be very tough for them to effectively remove the good quality Norscan infantry. And we see Norsca trading pretty favorably across the battlefield. Like here, Norsca is able to get out the Raven's Heralds. Their Marauders are fighting here. Malice has gone Demon form to try and win this fight. So you can see he's down here. Zarkan is ready to party. Might be able to get through him, but man, Norscan leadership is insane. One of the reasons why they're a very good domination faction. And yeah, he's going to get some AoE debuffs. He's using Reaper of Souls, which is a very, very nice ability. You can see a little bit of a drain on those units. The rest of the Druki forces, including the Crows of Cain here, getting absolutely pounded. And Norsca does have the double objective. Do Dark Elves have any hopes of getting the middle? Bleak Swords versus Berserkers. Berserkers should be favored. And Marauder Champions versus Sisters of Singing Doom. Again, should favor the Marauder Champions pretty decisively, as they're going to be cutting through these lightly armored characters and yeah, not given too much care to the world about this fight here. I love it. Marauder Champions are a really cool unit, man. Norsca's still definitely got teeth, which I think when Norsca gets some DLC, if they eventually get an update or DLC, I actually think Norsca, they're already a top-tier faction in domination. They're going to be Very, very scary if they get some other choices to kind of work with here. Now, Manticore is trying to snipe the Balefiend, trying to take out his opponent's Shadow Cheese. And the Balefiends are far more durable, though. 65 armor, bigger HP pool. And honestly, Wulfric and the Balefiend here might be able to just take down this Manticore. I think the Manticore is just going to get bullied. And the Dark Elf player, Zone, knows this. And Zone is going to be retreating while Outer Region continues to just stranglehold the objectives. He's getting a pretty big points lead, but it's certainly not a point where, you know, his opponent can't come back. If Zone can kind of swing the balance of power, isolate some Norskins here, Malice is doing a really, really good job here. And yeah, Pit of Shade's going down in the middle. We see the big effect. What is that going to be hitting? That will hit the Sisters of Singing Doom, further solidifying the Norskin hold on the middle. Side objective is a little bit precarious, though. Malice has been winning this fight, like breaking down the Marauders. And we do also see the Scourge Runner Chariots coming in. I really like that choice. Scourge Runners will help against pretty much the entire Norskin roster. Good against all their infantry, good against their monsters with the shooting. What's not to love? Now, does Malice cause terror? No, it looks like he doesn't even when he transforms. I was going to say that'd be pretty strong. He does cause fear. Norska is going to be slowly losing this objective. However, on the other side, it looks like Norska did capitalize on this. And this is something we saw in the tournament the other day where Zyphos maybe had an opportunity to win, but he didn't quite take the side objective quick enough when his opponent left it. But Norska maybe gets this. They could fight these Dark Riders. We do see some Marauder Horsemen coming out. You got to get the countercharge, though, with both units. Hounds will obviously lose the Dark Riders, but with double Marauder Horsemen, it looks like that objective is going to be taken. Beautiful play here from Outer Region. Knowing he's kind of losing his grasp on the side due to Malice Beamblade, he comes over here. Will the Dark Elves hold it? Oh, it's very close. Wulfric's also there. Horsemen do get there, but still, the Hounds are able to swarm these Dark Riders. And Marauder Horsemen and Chaos Skirmish Cav in general aren't slouches in combat. They actually trade pretty favorably into a lot of other Skirmish Cav, even melee-focused ones, and they do very, very well. So we do see the Dark Riders here being swarmed. No Pit of Shades for the Dark Elves, so they can't really punish this blob. And that was a beautiful transition from Norska. Seeing that the Sisters of Singing Doom and the other guards went to the middle to try and turn the tide there, left that objective just super open for the Norskin mobility. So really, really strong tactics coming in here from Outer Region. The zone is certainly not out yet, although he is potentially in a situation where he could be triple capped here if he's not careful. Marauder Infantry moving in. Malice has moved to the middle. The Mean Blade is here, and Norskin troops still pretty resilient. We got Marauder Champions with a decent amount of health. More Marauders here. Condom Wolves could also fight Malice in that Manticore, which I wouldn't be surprised if they did that. Looks like Outer Region is probably in the winning position. I think he would have to make some pretty substantial misplays to kind of drop this game. He's got a value lead. He has an objective lead. He's pretty much ahead in every regard. Malice, of course, is a carry character that can do very, very well. But I don't know. We will have to see. Dark Riders coming in. Condom Wolves ambushing from the forest, emerging from the gas station where they were purchased. And they are going to be attacking the old Dark Riders. Anti-large, really good against light armor in general. Even against heavy armor, they have some armor piercing, but really not known for that. Malice able to clear off these units. Wherever Malice goes, I mean, he's causing havoc. But the fact that Dark Elves are also losing this objective to Norska, Norska's got their Hounds in here. They do have their Marauders, and the Marauder Horsemen are able to kind of bog down the Chariots a little bit. What do we have? We have Dark Riders coming in. Dark Riders not going to be able to do the trick. That's going to be a triple cap, ladies and gentlemen. And that probably will be the end of the game here for Zone. Man, Outer Region was saying before the game, he was saying, I don't know the meta, please take it easy on me. Zone, obviously, Summer Championship qualifier, did have early access as well. Outer Region did not. But people have had some time to kind of learn the meta a little bit now, right? We've seen people kind of getting their reps in there, and I think the value, the discrepancy between people who had early access and people who didn't is kind of like narrowing pretty heavily now. But that is going to be potentially game blouses here. Malice in the middle is trying, but Norska is just at the point where they could win on probably one objective here very, very, very quickly, right? And like, how are the Dark Elves going to maneuver their entire army across the map, much of which isn't super fast, and get this last objective? And Norska still has those infantry on those points. Not quite able to capture this one. Zone did do a good job kind of defending here, but Zone is going to need a triple cap. And that's going to be very difficult. Malice might be able to get the middle. Norska could send some Hound units in, and Zone does withdraw, knowing that that is going to be GG. Well played. Soren says, I had my first online game today. It's so fun. I'm really happy to hear that, man. And that is something that one of my big reasons why I like Dom a lot is it seems much more welcoming to newer players in LAN battles. A lot of times you would hear about LAN battles. People like, I got draw kited around the map or, corner camps. But yeah, I'm glad to hear it, man. Glad to hear it. Champions were beast mode, dude. 1,200 value, 1,300 value. Love Marauder Champions. And Norska's just, old faithful, man. They don't care that they're from 2017 and they're outdated. Chadrick getting in there. Malice, he transformed, did pretty good. But yeah, Raven's Herald's getting killed. I think that was it. Like, a lot of the early strategy for the Dark Elves was Raven's Heralds plus Repeater Crossbow battle control. And they just got crushed. And I think that gave Norska the advantage. So that's going to be game one going to Outer Region. All right. So, next map is going to be, let's look. It's going to be the Crossing of the Sea of Claws. There we go. Very cool. Let's get this party started, man. Let's do it. Let us do it. Yes, let the good times flow. They are the premier condom brand of the old world. Yes, they are. Oh, man. I hear that, Harley. Yeah, and you know, they're different skill sets. Like, domination and land battles are very different skill sets. Like, if you're, I mean, I would say, you know, obviously most of the top domination players were also top land battle players in Warhammer 2, so they can go back and forth. But in general, like, if you're somebody who just gets into the game, let's say you never played Warhammer 2, and you just learn domination, if you go to play land battles, it's going to be a very different beast. You know, there's a lot more kind of like kiting playstyles, a lot more like kind of blob SCM battling. That's a really big factor in land battles, is like SCM micro. If at the end of Warhammer 2, you were seeing players like Void Lulls and just winning like all their like most of the tournaments, he was just winning by playing vampire counts and just really abusing like SCM cycle charging and isolation and gooning of characters and things like that. It's a very different playstyle. Very, very different. Oh, the Condom Wolf, yeah. I don't know how you would earn the Condom Wolf, though, because Norska's already really good. But you know what? We'll just make... okay, hold on. I'm going to make a notepad here. So I'll make some custom avatars. Condom Wolf for 50 wins. So Condom Wolf can be an elite avatar for Norska that if you get 50 wins with him, you can unlock him. So I'll make that. Do you guys have any other suggestions based... Okay, Condom Wolf, Drowning, Azazel, of course. That could be 50 wins. If you guys have any other suggestions, though, do let me know. I'm surprised Marathi isn't used more often. She's really good. Battle C says, I feel like one of the best things about Dom is campaign players can enjoy capturing objectives. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Cody says, I think simple objectives make RTS so much better. Yeah, they can. AoE has landmarks and sacred sites and wonders. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. Balefiend avatar? I think the Balefiend is already on there for Norska, is he not? Do Balefiend for Norska. Beardless dwarf for 50 losses. We could do a beardless dwarf as like for the greenskins or something. I don't know. Yeah, we're gonna add Deathmaster. All the standard lords that are missing, Hadries, we'll add them. Don't worry. Gelt, yeah, smiling Gelt. So Astalia Gelt. We could do Astalia Gelt, which would be 50 for Empire. Okay, we're getting some good ones. Oh yeah, lizard trinkets. We could do lizard trinkets for 50 coast. So it's like Luther bathing in lizard trinkets. That could be pretty good too. Yeah, we need Red Olgor. Well, Red Olgor is a meme one. You have to win with him in a top 4 to get him. Well, he's like a super rare catch. Like winning Kazrak is absolute trash, and we saw Kazrak win a game, so you know that's going to be something. Is it really crossing of the Sea of Claws for this next map? Oh, it is. Okay. Yep, crossing the Sea of Claws. It looks like it's going to be Lizards versus Tomb Kings here. So where does the Condom Wolf meme come from? So Jonathan, it's an old meme that I created back in Warhammer 2. Basically, we kind of were talking amongst chat, and we felt that like skin wolves. If you were at like a really crappy gas station in like Route 66 in America, like back in the day, if you went to the gas station and you needed to get some rubbers, like I feel like you would see a brand that would be called like, you know, Condom Wolves, or like, you know, just like a really shitty condom brand that had like a wolf's face on it, like howling, you know, kind of like how you see like those like gas station boner pills that have like eagles roaring on them and shit. It kind of felt like some like Anchorman, you know, Sex Panther kind of thing. So that's where that comes from. A Bugman's mug. Okay, I like that. Bugman's mug. Yeah, that's not a bad one. Bugman's mug. We could do that for like even like 40 dwarf wins. Yeah. Okay, so avatar ideas. All right. Yeah, Apocalypse Now Gelt. That's Astalia Gelt. We already have him. Yeah. Sebastian. There you go, man. There you go. The meme ones should be 75. Yeah, they could be. We could do Nurgling Wookiee. Yeah, we have that already. We could do that. Yeah. Yeah, there's also all sorts of good stuff. Smiling Franz? Yeah, Smiling Franz. Okay, Smiling Franz is good. We already have Franz, but we could just make it Smiling Franz. I think that would be fine. We could just switch them out. Empathetic Chaos says, listen, I currently live in a town on Route 66. You could check. Yeah, you could see if they're actually there. Drowning Azazel for Zinch, actually. Zinch was the one who sent Azazel to the deeps in our games. Yeah, I like Crocodile Dundee. So Crocodile Nakai with hat. I like that. I'm just saving these in like a spreadsheet so we can add them over time. I'm not going to do it all right away, but you know, they'll just kind of like, if I'm bored one night, I'll jump on and make a couple of these. Yeah, Mel Gibson Orion. Okay, we need that. Mel Gibson Orion is for sure a 51. Running Slant for Lizardmen. Okay, like, I think, yeah, maybe. Smiling Emmerich. Yeah, that's a funny one. Hey, well, I'm Bernardo. I'm glad you're enjoying it, man. The Dancing Cows. Yeah, the song. Yeah, that would be pretty funny. Like Beastmen. Beastmen could just get a milk cow, like a basic milk cow. Jabba the Hutt, Mazdamundi. Oh yeah. How could we forget that? Jabba Mazdamundi. That's an easy one to do. I've already done that for like 50 thumbnails on my channel over the years. I just had microtransactions to the site where people have to pay like 50 cents for these. I would never do that. No, I'm not. The website isn't monetized at all. I want it to be like a community tool that everybody just uses and shares. Yeah. No. Uh-oh. There's some loading drama here. Okay, looks like we're surpassing it and we're still loading into the game. Good. There we go. So let me get Jabba the Mazda. Cool. Darth Vader Malekith. I like that. Yeah. Darth Vader Malekith. Okay, guys. Suggestions are closed for right now. I'm going to be focusing on the game here, ladies and gentlemen. We're in Game 2 of the Grand Finals. It is now Outer Region on the Lizardmen with Krokar facing off against Lich Priest. The Lich Priest is going to be leading the army out. He does have the cheap Nahakar magic, which is very, very good. And let's look at the army here of Zone. So Zone is on the back foot, but Zone, of course, is one of the top players in the world. Certainly not going to be taking this one, lightly. Coming in with the Eyes of the Desert. Eyes of the Desert, very good against any lizard monsters. Can also snipe characters and lords if they're, big targets. We have a Tomb Scorpion. Tomb Scorpions are nice because they cause terror, and they can buckle off, formations of skinks and potentially Saurus warriors under the right conditions. And the rest of the core is going to be Tomb Guard with more Tomb Guard and the Blessed Legion of Archery in the back. And some Ushabti Greypoes. Yeah, just a lot of the good stuff. If you guys ever played Magic the Gathering, this is basically like a good stuff Tomb King's deck. Just like, let's just grab some good cards. There's not really like any synergy. It's just like a bunch of good units and they all just work because they're good. Now, for the Lizard Army, it's going to be Velociraptor Gar. So he is looking for blood, and I mean, he could be very useful. Krokar could, of course, snipe the Eyes of the Desert, go after the Ushabti Greypoes. He could kill the Tomb Scorpion, and it is going to be double Rev Crystal Bastillodon. So these guys, they can do some work. That's a lot of healing. The Saurus and the other tanky Lizardman infantry, whether it be like Temple Guard, Saurus, whatever, they really appreciate that. And for the spells, we do have a Euron and Thunderbolt. So it does do a lot of armor-piercing damage. Could be okay against Kepler Guard. I'm a big fan of Comet of Cassandora, actually. If somebody's not paying attention, it's like a really wild battle, there's like shit going on everywhere, dropping a Comet of Cassandora can basically one-shot an infantry unit. It takes a long time to move in, but, we'll see what happens. Sultai Good Stuff? I actually used to play Sultai Good Stuff, yeah, with Sidisi. Yeah, that was the deck I played. Oh, shit, I just splashed myself in the eye with some water. My favorite color in Magic is I play Mono Black. Mono Black is like my favorite. Like black, green, mono black, and black red are my favorite. Like Rakdos, Golgari, Reanimator, just like evil Palpatine shit is how I play Magic. So, the battle is on, ladies and gentlemen. The forces of Zone advancing onto the middle point here. And we will certainly see what happens. The Tomb Scorpion, nice source of terror. Of course, Lizardmen do have terror themselves, but the undead don't really care about that. They're like, we've been through some shit. We're literally undead skeletons that are like thousands of years old, so you never know. So, Tomb Guard are going to be moving up, looking to engage against the Saurus. We do see some Umbral Tide coming in, but they're being sent into melee a little bit, so the Umbral Tide from Outer Region is a pretty cool choice. They, of course, can do some good DAC against any big targets, and look at this, Umbral Tide sneaking up with their stock and actually blasting the Eyes of the Desert, who do get the Narrows Incantation of Protection to mitigate some of that damage coming in, because they do physical damage, but oh my god, look at that, the Blessed Legion, though, putting some huge hurt on the Umbral Tide. We see a Uranan's Thunderbolt going down on Kepler Guard. And the Umbral Tide's going to have to pull back because we see a Rev Crystal going down on these bad boys. The Rev Crystal is going to be mitigating some of that damage. Krokar is also going after the Tomb Scorpion, and check this out. So yeah, this Tomb Scorpion is getting its butt kicked by Krokar. It's already at like 30%. Man, Krokar, Value City, only 300 I suppose, but that Tomb Scorpion has taken a lot of damage, ladies and gentlemen. Up in the high ground, Tomb Guard going to take one, and the bottom objective is going to be owned by a couple cohorts, so they got control of that. So really, really cool play so far. We do see the Tomb Scorpion in the back getting bullied by Krokar. And was there 2 Tomb Scorpions, or is this the same one? I could have sworn there was a second one. Okay, there are 2 Tomb Scorpions. There's one here and one in the backfield. But this Tomb Scorpion is just getting absolutely hammered by these guys. We see the Sepulchral Stalkers trying to go into guard mode and get a little bit of shooting going, and that's going to be another Uranus Thunderbolt, which you can't really dodge super well. It does go pretty quick, but it's not like an OP spell that does a ton of damage, but it does take the Kepler Guard down a fairly good amount, and Kepler Guard are the one unit you really, really want to remove. So Razor Dawn Hunting Pack coming in from outer region. Are they firing? Yes, they are. It looks like they're going after the... I can't quite tell. Yeah, they're going after the Kepler Guard, so that could potentially wear those guys down. And the Umbral Tide has come back from route. So both of the Lizardmen shooting tools are going. So we do have the Razor Dawn Pack as well as the Umbral Tide, who are going to be raining some heavy firepower into this Tomb King's army. And I love the double Bastiladon with the Rev Crystals. Yeah, obviously that's a ton of healing value. So even if the Tomb Kings are up in value at some point, you have to count a lot of that out because of the amount of healing you're getting from the double Rev Crystal. So Rev Crystal did pop a heal right there. It looks like it went into the Razor Dawn Hunting Pack. And Razor Dawns are exchanging firepower here with the Eyes of the Desert. Eyes of the Desert doing some big, big damage. But now the big Bastiladons, Gary and George, are getting in there, man. They're going to get down and dirty as the Ushapti Greatbow in the back trying to put some Overwatch fire into some of the big dinos. Saurus Warriors have pushed back many of these units and continue to trade very cost effectively. We do also see a little bit of flank pressure coming in, so we see some clever girls being sent in, which makes sense. But man, look how badly the Nehekar Warriors have been wrecked by the Javelins. Skink cohorts are no joke, man. They have brought these warriors down very low. We see Skeleton Horsemen coming in, so I think the Tomb Kings feel as if they're losing the middle fight, so they're going to start maneuvering over to the side with some horsemen, and the Clever Girls are going to be a pretty good answer. I mean, Clever Girls are very, very cheap in this game. The Velociraptors don't cost much, and they're going to be able to finish off these Nehekar Warriors and also provide capture weight and buffering against the enemy horsemen, so we will have to see. Razor Dawns and Salamander is proving to be a pretty awesome counter, to be completely honest. They are wrecking most of the Tomb King's big targets. Eyes of the Desert do have the Cursed Blades, but Krokar not only manhandled that Tomb Scorpion, but he's able to get in here, and yeah, he's putting some serious work in. Yeah, Crocky Balboa. Oh, that's a good one, too. Crocky Balboa, yeah, with some boxing gloves. That could be a pretty good meme idea, but nonetheless, Ushapti Greatbow continued to shoot downtown. Probably one of the biggest power pieces. They've gotten 1,400 value, and pretty much single-handedly have been the only things to somewhat deal with the Umbral Tide and the Razor Dawns here, but the Umbral Tide is... they're still going, man. These Rev Crystals have really, really kind of helped them to endure through some of the damage. But yeah, man, Krokar is a linebacker. Cutting through these guys, we get some Horsemen and more Tomb Guard that are going to be moving in. Lizards still somehow have some Saurus in the backfield, still fighting. I can tell you from, being a Sigmarite, one of the most annoying things in the game to deal with is the durability and leadership of Lizardmen infantry on their Saurus. It just takes so incredibly long to remove them. They are just so tough for what they do. Now, more Saurus Spears moving in. Lizardmen have a really, really strong hold on this objective. Down here, it looks like they're also going to be holding this one. So we get the double Clever Girl. And Clever Girls, a lot of people don't remember this, they have 90 armor. So, like, if we're talking Skeleton Horsemen, Nehekar Horsemen, all those different things like that, like, these things are really, really strong against those. So, question from chat, does magic damage ignore armor? No. Magic damage ignores physical resist. So if a unit has physical resist, usually demons and sometimes things like plague monks will have that, it will ignore that, but it will not be ignoring armor. Armor is only ignored by armor piercing values. If you take a look at a unit in the game, you go to their unit card, you look at their damage value, and you mouse over any of these said units. So we look at the Bastiladon, for example. He does 250 damage, 160 of that is going to be piercing through armor, and 90 of it will be mitigated by armor. So that's usually one of the variables that you see. Now, looking around, we do see the Tomb King starting to get this objective back. Looking up at the high ground, Lizards are actually stealing this. So pretty much the same thing that happened last game. We saw that Zone was a little bit behind on the value, so he had to pull his guards over to fight in the middle, and this allowed the Lizardmen to just vanguard some Chameleon Skinks up here, which is a beautiful play. Or Chameleon Stalkers, which honestly might not do badly against Skeleton Horsemen. If they get their Precursor charge off on these guys, they might be able to do it. So even if Tomb Kings do take the middle, it looks like the Lizardmen probably are going to be able to wrestle a triple cap. And we see a second Chameleon Stalker coming in here. I really, really like Outer Region's map awareness. It seems like he's very privy to when his opponent moves off objectives, and as soon as he does, he's pulling those sneaky tricks. And, Outer Region was one of the best Beastmen players in Warhammer 2. In land battles, and you can see that kind of like dynamic battlefield control style Beastmen usually have, although again Beastmen can also mouth breathe in a blob, But, you know, he really, really just has good map awareness. Precursor shots going in, and they do get the Horseman a little bit. We see some carrying coming in, but a second Chameleon Stalker creeping in here is really going to be just shutting this down. I think that the Chameleon Stalkers are pretty decent fighters. They have 36 melee defense, so Skeleton Horseman with 24 melee attack. Really, really not going to be able to get in there. And that is going to be a victory for the Lizardmen, dude. Beautiful play. I love seeing Razordons. I really, really like seeing the Umbral Tide. And it was super awesome to also see Krokar just going ham. Like, this was a cool Lizardman build. And honestly, I think Tomb Kings have been favored in this matchup. Like, if we take a look over at the Tavern, let's see. So Tomb Kings have a 77% win rate versus Lizardmen. 10 wins and 3 losses. They're very favored in that matchup. But obviously, Lizardmen can win it. And we saw that from Outer Reach in that game. So very, very cool. Very, very cool indeed. GG, well played. Let me go ahead and show you guys real quick. So if we click on the old Tomb Kings right here, we can see Lizardmen are, yeah, they're 10 and 3 against Lizardmen. So, you know, now they're 10 and 4, but just goes to show, man, the meta is far from being established. That's 2-0. If Outer Region wins the next game, he will be claiming victory. Both of these guys are great players, and if anybody can, you know, sweep back with a reverse sweep, it will be Zone. So, let's go ahead, check the map for the next game. It is going to be Arnheim. So we got Arnheim for the next map. Let's get this all set, and I am certainly hyped. Thank you guys all for joining today. Yes. How about just doing a meme avatar for every legendary lord? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll be adding avatars to the website for a long time. Like, you know, that's something that I'm always going to be doing. It's just adding fun avatars for people to unlock and chase. Because that's, dude, I am more motivated to play in tournaments because of the avatar system. Like, I want to unlock the Empire avatars. Like, I want them, you know, so. A Gotrek and Felix avatar could be cool, where they're like a teammate. Maybe we could add Gotrek and Felix for any of the Order Tide factions. We could add it for like Bretonnia Empire and Dwarves. They could be unlockable for them. It'd just be like a neutral one. Can we see the stats again? Yeah, sure. I got you, Samurai Warrior. Hope you're doing well. So, yes. And we're going to take a look. And you can see all the stats. And again, Samurai, you can just go to Total Tavern as well and just pull it up on the stats page. You can look at Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings have a 64% win rate. Really good. 82 wins, 47 losses. Tomb Kings have any really bad matchups? Honestly, not really. I mean, they're 1 and 2 against the Empire, but that doesn't really count. That's like too low. The data's too low to really be significant. Like, Tomb Kings don't really seem to have like terrible matchups anywhere. Like Slaanesh, obviously everybody sucks against Slaanesh, but yeah, Tomb Kings seem to be a really solid faction. Is there anything about the meta that you're really sure about at this point? Yeah, the fact that Slaanesh is like super overpowered is I think very common knowledge. Yeah, Tomb Kings are just great, man. A 64% win rate is really good, and they have high reps too to prove it. It's not like a low sample size where you can't really like tell. It's pretty good. Yeah. There's some good one. Norska with a 63% win rate. Warriors of Chaos 59%. Norska actually performing super well, man. Super well. Poor Grand Cathay, 28%, but you know, who is Cathay beating? Okay, Cathay is beating the Empire. That's not really a big achievement. Like, Cathay is a counter to the Empire, in my opinion. Like, they're basically like dwarves with mobility, and Empire really doesn't like dwarves. Yeah, Cathay's just kind of not getting 1 and 6 against Tomb Kings. That's a big oof right there. All right. Let's see what they do. Arnheim's the map. Why does no one pick Bretonnia? I don't really know. I thought they would be more popular. I know they have weak infantry, but the cab is really, really quite decent. Robert says, absolutely love seeing the stats and seeing how, with the more played, things start to normalize between 40 and 60% with some extreme samples like Slaanesh. Yeah, indeed. Slaanesh is really strong because their units are individually just better than your units. They typically trade better. They're faster. They're immune to psychology. Slaanesh has really good army abilities and snares. They're just like really good at everything. Yeah, Lizardmen have a low win rate, Samurai, but it's not necessarily accurate because like their win rate got crushed in the first couple tournaments before we added global bans because they were just losing to Slaanesh and vampire counts nonstop, I think. Let me double check that so I'm not talking. Yeah, so Lizardmen have quite a few losses against Slaanesh. Yeah, Lizardmen have lost to Tzeentch a lot too, actually. Yeah. I feel like Lizards are really good, but you know, oh my god, Norska has been obliterating them, Jesus. Lizardmen are 3 and 12 against Norska. So that's one of the big factors as to why they have a bad win rate. Norska has just been absolutely dominating the Lizardmen. Huh. Very cool. Yeah, and again, you guys can pull up all these stats and check it out. Always fun. If you kind of want to explore factions and how they go. Yeah, so if there's a patch, so when Creative Assembly releases the new patch that balances Slaanesh and Vampire counts, I'm going to reset the stats. Because it's a new meta. You know, it could change everything. So we will reset the stats on the website for each major patch. If it's like a small patch that only changes like one or two things, like we won't. But if it's like a major bouncing patch that has a lot of changes for multiple factions, we will for sure change it. Yeah. And then we'll archive it too. So we'll have a history of those win rates. Do you plan to add win rate by faction to your statistics as well at some point? Or that add win rate by faction. They have that on there. You can see the overall win rates of each faction. And then you can see their specific matchups across the board. I suspect that Lizardmen have forgotten the ancient Falcon tactic of Barona's time warp on SARS. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, we would archive the historical stats. We'll see, though. We'll see. I don't know. Part of me is like, maybe we let the stats build up for longer. I'll have to see what the community thinks. Because I think resetting them for major patches is good. Maybe, and also we could maybe just reset them once a new like race comes out or a new DLC or something. I don't know. It's really tricky. Like, I'd like to gather more long-term data. 100 Beastman Avatar wins should be a Cow King from the Secret Cow level. That could be cool, yeah. A little Diablo 2 crossover there. Oh my god. That's Regis. I will ask her later. Maybe shoot that to me in Discord so I remember. So we got Tomb Kings versus Warriors of Chaos. It's a fun matchup. I love watching Tomb Kings, honestly. We see them win, we see them lose. They're pretty balanced faction, aside from a couple bugs. So yeah, should be nice. Should be nice. All right, so I'm checking Discord. Oh yeah, that's a solid Kazarak meme right there with the explosion in the background. That's really good. I see that one, my friend. I do see it. All right, checking here, looking great. And we're all good. Yeah, reset it at 2.1 in any major bouncing patch. Yeah. Yeah, I think resetting him is good. So Outer Region is up 2-0. He's got Tomb Kings against Warriors of Chaos here on Zone. I think we need some Sons of Sigmar. You know what really wrecks the Tomb Kings? The Sunmaker. If they come in with like a bunch of like Tomb Guard and try and march up on you as Empire, and you have Sunmaker just raining, just steaming payloads on their face, it's really strong. I think I beat Tomb Kings with Empire in the last tournament. I think that's the one. I might have, or maybe it was another player. I can't remember, but yeah, Samurai. I hear you, man. Yeah, I'll keep records. Like when we finish a patch cycle, I'll probably just archive the overall win rates and then we can compare them. It'll be pretty fun. Yeah, we'll get to the bottom of it. Maybe just reset Vampires and Slaanesh. Yeah, no, it's fine. We're gonna be Chisaza. We're gonna be getting so many tournaments and games in. It's like we're gonna get data really quick. Like I'm hosting at least 2 a week. I know that Tim and Bob are hosting them probably weekly as well. So there's like guaranteed 3 bigger tournaments a week and more. I know Subutai hosts one midweek. So there's probably at the minimum 3 to 4 tournaments a week with a lot of players, like between 50 and 120 players per tournament, right? I think this is one of the smaller ones and it has like over 60, 70 people in it. You smoked the high elves. Yeah, that was when we beat Anticity with the Empire. He didn't bring a super optimal build either. He was kind of messing around with the Lithanar, so I don't put too much credence on that. But it still was quite fun. Wow, look at that. Chosen. Oh, holy shit. We got Chosen coming in from Zone. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's look at the builds. Let's have some fun. And looking at the Tomb Kings, Shakti Grepo, great choice. I also think this one is better than Chosen of the Gods if you're trying to snipe Festus. So we got Ark in the Black with Spirit Leech. We got a bunch of Tomb Guard. We have the Casket of Souls, which is going to be pretty good against the infantry blobs. And for Warriors of Chaos, we have the classic style of Festus and infantry, but instead of like cheap infantry, we got Chaos Warrior Great Weapons, backed up by a 2 spawn up in the high ground, and some basic Chosen. Okay, so Chosen are pretty cool, man. I mean, they will dominate Tomb King's infantry very decisively, but they are very, very susceptible to being targeted by Spirit Leeches and Caskets and Ushapti Grapos and lots of things like that. So we'll have to see what happens. I hope the Chosen do well. Really, really cool unit. And I'm excited for this matchup. It's going to be good. Vampire Coast is a niche faction. Like, on Death's Pass, I think they're really good. Like, on a map, And honestly, on this map, Vampire Coast isn't terrible either, because what you could do is you just park your whole gun line, like right here, okay? And then you just, like, anything that comes up on the objectives, if they're not prepared for a mass gun line, dude, you're just going to obliterate them. Obliterate them. I do play tabletop Warhammer quite a bit. Quite a bit. Hadri says, fun fact, Festus heal aura makes Chosen lose no models to Pit of Shades. That is very cool. Yeah, because it kind of outpaces. Okay, I like that. Yeah, the Great Weapons is kind of an interesting choice. Like, I thought the shielded variant might be a little bit better. But obviously the Chosen Great Weapons on Chaos Warriors, if they end up having to fight Ushabti or Tomb Scorpions, they will be able to actually damage them, whereas the shielded variant would not be able to put the herd out. So I understand that. Because shields will not help you against Ushabti Great Bows and Caskets, so maybe just going Great Weapons to trade better into, still Tomb Guard do have 55 armor, so armor piercing isn't irrelevant against them. So I think I agree with the Great Weapon thing. Shielded units have been good here, but yeah, I think that the Great Weapons are the way to go. So, up on the high ground, Big Daddy Festus going to be avoiding a lot of the firepower, and then what he's going to do is he's just going to casually maneuver down to the low ground, so Festus will come here. And, yep, he's going to be grabbing the objective and probably just crash down on the Tomb King's army from the north. And this little contingent of Chosen and Chaos Warriors will move out and contest this objective and should be able to do a little bit of work. What I really like about the positioning of the Tomb Kings is that Outer Region's going to be able to drop a Skeleton Summon with Ark in the Black to block the Chungus from getting down there. So Tomb Kings, should be able to feasibly have a 2 objective cap here very, very easily. We do see some Sepulchral Stalkers coming in as well. So they are they're on their way. Pretty good anti-large tool, very good at shooting spawn. If they're stacking spawn with their warriors, Sepulchral Stalkers can just shoot them with their laser eyes and do some very, very good work. So I like that quite a bit. And it looks like the Skeleton Sphere is going to be fleeing the scene. I certainly don't blame them. They're going to run to the low ground here. And yeah, just form a spear wall. And, as long as you can keep Festus and his Haggard Legions trapped up here, that's like big value city. Now, Casket of Souls is going to be raining some hot steaming, Nahakara payloads on these guys. Chaos Warriors taking a little bit of damage, not too much yet, but honestly, things like Casket of Souls actually do okay damage against like Chaos Spawn and all that sort of good stuff. All that sort of good stuff. So pushing down the hill, go the Chaos Warriors with Great Weapons. Now they're going to be moving. Ark in the Black probably getting in position to drop a block, and if he can blob this Chaos Army and get them with Caskets, oh my god, that's going to be so painful. In the front, we do see the Slaneshi Cav coming out, so the Filthy Slanesh OP Cavalry, which should cost 100 more gold, are going to be charging out and going after the Ushabti Great Bow. I would imagine some Nahakar Horsemen or Skeleton Horsemen to intercept them. We'll have to see. But where is the Skeleton Summon from Arkin? Here it comes. He's going to be dropping it here. And beautiful. That's going to really screw up the pathing of this army. Blob them up for the casket. Nice shot there. And I believe the Chosen are being left to defend the high ground objective just to keep them away from some of the Daka. Now this is where it gets a little bit messy. We see the Slaneshi Cabin here. The Eyes of the Desert, or Sepulchral Stalkers, are shooting into them, and Ushabti Great Bows, ooh, nice shot right there, getting a little bit of good work. Skeleton Horsemen will lose this fight, but it's not about winning it, it's about just like buying a little bit of time for your other troops to get there, and allowing the Ushabti Great Bow to shoot them down, but having your Great Bows get charged by these anti-large horsemen is a pretty unfortunate trade. We do see some Skeleton Horsemen and Halberds on their way out. Ushabti Great Bow are going to be pulling back. And Festus has been distracted. Kepler Guard are moving up. Kepler Guard do not want to get in the Mortis Engine, but they do defeat the very, very strong Chaos Warriors here. And look at Arkin's block. Like, they would have been down here at this point, right? They would have been down here. So one unit of the Hellstriders does get beaten up by the Tomb Guard. The other Hellstriders, for some reason, charging into an infantry fight, which I really, really don't like. The Ushabti Great Bow took some good damage, but overall, I would say that was a really good response from Outer Region. I think he effectively dealt with that harass, but Chaos is here on the flanks. They do have their Chaos Warriors, which will easily dominate these skeletons, and we do have the Chosen stacked with Chaos Spawn, which aren't being focused, and they are going to cut through these Tomb Guard like it's nobody's business. Tomb Guard taking massive casualties, Chosen still at full health here, so very, very good play here. I like this from Zone. Zone's able to get on Objective 1, still while pressuring from the top with Festus. I think Tomb Kings are going to watch out for an opening here, maybe to get some Horsemen to go steal Objective 3. This has happened in the past 2 games to Zone. He's pulled units off the objective to come help, and then suddenly the Tomb Kings just cackle and steal the objective, or, whatever he was playing in those respective games. So he has been able to do that. Now, Casket of Souls, Ushabti Great Bow shooting into the Chosen Great Open, Slaneshi Cav moving on over here to go after the Skeleton Horsemen. And here on the back, we do see Ark of the Black battling against Hellstriders, but he does have Halberd support, so the Halberds of the Tomb Kings should be able to move in there and finish off these Cav, and Arkin should be all good. So now the shooting's back online. Ushabti Great Bow, I don't think, actually lost any models. No, they have 12 of 12 models, and this is going to be pretty painful for Chaos. You're going to probably start seeing a value lead coming in for Chaos, but Chaos is threatening a triple cap, and we do see the Slaneshi Cav just being an absolute menace. I think that's the Ushabti Summon. Yeah, the Ushabti Summon was used here, and it looks like they're going to move up on the objective. So Chaos does have 1 cap and 2 caps, And just like I said, guys, we've seen this in every single game with Zone. He tends to pull things off the side objectives, which I understand. He's trying to triple cap his opponent, but it does give the opportunity for the Tomb Kings to move in with some Haggard Horsemen and just get this objective for basically free. If there was some basic Chaos Marauders left here, for example, that's something I always like to do is when I leave an objective, I replace it with like a shitty unit. Like I'll start marching something up to defend that. Guys, Festus is actually getting sniped a little bit. Looks like he's taking some damage. I'm not sure what's hurting him. I think the Ushapti Grepo are sniping him. Let's kind of zoom in and check. So we see shots coming down from the Ushapti Grepo. Nope, they're not shooting Festus right now, so it must have been something different. But guys, it looks like Chaos might get a triple cap. And honestly, here in the middle, the Chaos Infantry are trading super well. I really love seeing the Chosen being used. Zone is really kind of illuminating me to some cool strategies. Like, I would be probably too afraid to bring Chosen against Tomb Kings because of the casket and the catapults and all that stuff, but really Zone is doing an excellent job with these guys, and they are grinding through most of the Tomb King's army. And Festus, of course, is getting a nice triple cap here. He's pretty vulnerable to being sniped. Casket of Souls has probably accrued some good value by now. It's about 1,000, which is very nice. But the Chaos Infantry is really dominating the Tomb King's infantry. And nice response here by Zone to bring some Marauder Horsemasters out to battle the Skeleton Horsemen. But it looks like there's going to be another unit of Skeleton Horsemen there who should be able to overwhelm those Marauder Horsemasters for a cheaper price point. Although, okay, this pretty much shuts this down. Very well played by Zone. He's going to get the Hellstriders, and Hellstriders of Slanesh will 2v1 those guys. They have anti-large. They're pretty much designed to counter things like Skeleton Horsemen. So, yeah, honestly, looking like Zone's going to take this game. Beautiful stuff. I mean, great, cool Elite Infantry build. I love seeing Elite Infantry work. It's also one of the risks of not bringing an infantry punishing spell. Like, Ark in the Black can Spirit Leech things, and I think he's Spirit Leeching Festus, but there's no Buna. Like, I think a Fate of Buna would be worth it, because then if you see your opponent coming with Chosen, you can Buna them and kill them. And that can make a big difference in the fight. We do see the Tomb Kings kind of fighting on the back foot, but they're only up by about 300 value. Zone has been doing an excellent job, and just like I talked about, Zone is certainly, you know, down in the series, but he's not out. He's an amazing player. And also, in my experience of talking to Zone, he's a really, really good guy as well. So, Tombguard Halberd's going to be fighting here, grinding through, and they will be poking into the Forsaken, it would appear. Ark in the Black going to be dropping a Spirit Leech on Festus, and I do like the Spirit Leech Fay. If there was a little bit of follow-up, like some sort of way to actually finish off Festus, maybe Stalkers or Ushapti Grepo shooting him, that could be very, very strong. Tomb Kings are going to have to scrap back, though, now. This objective on the side is open. Maybe some Horsemen can get over there, like some Skeleton Spears or something, but it just feels like Chaos has gotten the fight that they want. They got the blob fight. The Mortis Engine is going to be draining, and it looks like a big overcasted Fleshy Abundance is going to be going down. Going to be healing up Spawn, Warriors, Marauders. It did not hit the Chosen, unfortunately. Maybe it did. Did it hit the Chosen in the back? I think just Marauders mainly, but yeah, Festus getting poked. Chaos Spawn in melee with Sepulchral Stalkers. Stalkers can, of course, kill them with the Halberds, but those Chosen Great Weapons still taking their opponents to the Bone Bank. Only 400 value, but still, you know, they've eaten a lot of shots, and they're still grinding pretty damn good, so very, very well played. And here comes ye old Nehekar Horseman. If it had been Nehekar Horseman earlier, he might have been able to win those respective fights against the Horsemasters. Nehekar Horsemen do have 38 weapon strength and are very, very tenacious in combat. But overall here, what's going to happen is Zone is probably going to get us around and just do this and hammer them. But it looks like a second unit of Horsemen coming in. Outer Region does miss the charge right there, so here they come. And now ye old Horsemen are going to envelop them. Marauder Horsemasters have good stats, 26, 26, 28 with a decent little charge bonus, and of course they got their Javelins as well. But double Nehekar Horsemen should win this fight. It is a triple cap, you know, Warriors of Chaos holding the middle objective. Of course, Festus with his gross capture weight going to be able to do that. Looks like the Tomb Scorpion's trying to get a terror out on Festus, which I like. Festus is not immune to Psychology, but good response here from Chaos. They get the anti-large Slanesh Cav, and they go after the Tomb Scorpion. Spirit Leech going down. Spirit Leech might break him. Okay. So now this gives the Tomb Kings maybe a slim opportunity to get this one, but even still, it looks like Chaos is kind of stuffing these guys back in their zone a little bit. We see the Chaos Warriors and the Ushapti Grapos have been able to unleash their full payload. Let's see what kind of value they've got in this game. 1,300, very nice. Yeah, Ushapti Grapos are a really solid unit. Right now, they're currently shooting at the Chosen and doing some work. Tomb Scorpion with the terror route, and Festus is on the run, but it seems Chaos is, they just got a lot of stuff, man. They got the triple cap. I don't think Tomb Kings have enough time to get the objectives back. And this is going to be putting Zone on the leaderboard. So no longer will he be down 0-2. He is back in the series. And he will need to win a couple more games. You know, he's still on the razor's edge, as they say, which is a pretty good song. But very, very solid Warriors of Chaos play. Classic stuff. Nice armored infantry, big, scary, mutated monsters. What's not to love? Big Daddy Festus doing well. I hope Festus gets nerfed a little bit. Not so much that he's unplayable, but, like, we never see any other play, really. I mean, like, Kolek, you know, Archeon, like, he's just too good. Festus's Mortis Engine is also a very powerful one. It's better than a lot of, like, the cheaper, you know, other ones. It's very, very good. So, taking a look here, let's look. Festus, 1,200 value. And even though his value isn't great, you have to remember he's still AoE healing stuff. Chosen were cool too. I love the Chosen build. Forsaken, Hellstriders of Slanesh. These things need to be nerfed too. They're too cost effective. Look at that. 1,000, 1,000, 1,300. That's so stupid. They're like a 600 gold unit. Like Hellstriders of Slanesh need to cost like 750 gold. They're just so good for what they do. With 100 speed, anti-large, it's pretty nuts. So 1,100 here. Really good play on the casket. 1,400 there. Kepler Guard kind of got shut down though. That's a big element of it. That was a great game. Really like that one. So that's going to be 2-1. And let's get this party started. Let us get the party started. You guys want an Ogre mirror match? I don't think that's going to happen. Yeah, Samurai, because Festus also doesn't need to be in melee to Mortis Engine things. I think all Mortis Engines should be forced to be in melee contact to be draining. I think it's really a pretty toxic mechanic to not be in melee and be draining in general. Yeah, there's a couple little things, but honestly, like Warriors of Chaos aren't impervious. They've lost quite a bit. You know, they can be defeated. They're not like super overpowered like, you know, like Slanesh and Vamps, but, you know. GG, well played. Vampire Coast, you know, they are undead. That's one of the big pros. They're unbreakable. And crumbling units can still have capture weight, whereas routing units don't. So undead are very heavily favored in that regard. Vampire Coast gun lines on certain maps can be absolutely devastating, but it's very map dependent. Very, very map dependent. But yeah, Vampire Coast is a decent faction. I would say like lower tier, but not like unplayable. Like you can do well with them. Yeah. Loving this Slanesh campaign. Don't nerf my boys. You don't have to nerf them for multiplayer or single player. Like you just increase their cost and you're fine. It won't have any effect on single player. So you're all good. Colonel says, "I'm about to start with multiplayer. What are your go-to Empire units?" So if you're going to be playing multiplayer with Empire, I recommend the Sunmaker is one of the best units in the roster. I think having grenade launchers is really good, and then, you know, silver bullets are also a staple. Balthazar Gelt is pretty good in a lot of matchups. Final Transmutation, not what it used to be, but still good for punishing blobs, and Searing Doom is a good spell too. Plague of Rust can be nice. But yeah, honestly, bring the Sunmaker. You're going to love it, and just make sure you protect it. And if people are trying to dive your Sunmaker with Furies, Harpies, just have like 2 or 3 Pistoliers onto the battlefield and 1 Empire Knight kind of sweeping, and Empire Knights plus Pistoliers can usually defend your backfield pretty well against flyers. Yeah. No, we haven't seen any Bretonnia. No, they're not very popular, unfortunately. I don't know why. I mean, I guess they're hard to play and very micro-intensive, so. Got it. Thank you, Misha. Appreciate that. Okay, so checking this out here. Where are we at? Let's see what they're doing next. The next map is Itza. We need more maps for domination for sure. That would really improve the format quite a bit. You could just get like 6 really just bomb maps, dude. Oh my god, the world would be our oyster. Because if you really look at land battles in Warhammer 2, there wasn't that many good maps. There wasn't that many. But like in Dom, we certainly need a couple more. Because maps can really affect the meta too in domination. Because like certain factions really shine on some maps, right? Which is something I actually like. I think that's really fun. Yeah, Britannia could be good. They could be very good. Ooh, some good water right there. Yeah, we haven't seen any greenskins today. Yeah, Sigmar Suns are really good too. You want to bring them always. They're a great unit. Good combat stats, unbreakable. Something that Empire really wants. You basically get your own Plague Bearer unit. You know, that's basically what Sigmar Suns are. Is they're like a Plague Bearer with slightly decent combat stats. Hey, Professor Pone, how you doing, man? How you doing? All right. Perfect. And we're all good. So Zone is going to go Nurgle and Norska for his pick here. Now it's time for Outer Region. Dude, Outer Region, summon the Bray Herd. The Bray Herd. I actually feel Beastmen are not bad against Nurgle. I feel like against Norska, I don't really know how that one goes. Probably Norscan favored. Maybe not, though. The Beastmen have got a lot of tricks, man. Is Scarbrand viable? He's okay. He's a little bit expensive for what he does. But I think you can make Scarbrand work. He has a Rampage, so if you Rampage somebody's like really valuable character or caster and kill it, like you can straight up just win the game. He's more niche. I would say Valky is better. She has a really good item and she's like a great assassin and she costs like half as much almost. So I would kind of go that direction. Are the Greenskins good faction? Yeah, they're good. Greenskins are fine. They're not like overpowered. Probably on the weaker end of factions, but really not bad. So Outer Region's going to go Warriors of Chaos himself. And now we have Zone, who is going to pick between Nurgle and Norska. So we got Nurgle versus Warriors. Oh my god, are we going to get a Festus sausage rubbing party? I think we are. Yeah. You're going to watch two chubby men with triple chins rub their sausages together. That's what you guys signed up for here today on the channel. Do you think domination maps should be bigger? I would like to see like some domination maps that are just like Oakenhammer. They're just like open with 3 objectives on them. You know, and I would also like, yeah, like I would like to see some bigger maps. I think it'd be cool. I do not live in Los Angeles now. I moved out. I moved away. Valkia does not have capture weight. That's true, but she's such a good assassin character. I really like Valkia. She's incredibly fun to play too. There's a lot of like cool plays you can do with her shield. You know, if your opponent like is about to snipe her with like a big spell combo or shooting, you just pop her shield and you're just cackling. There's some really cool stuff. Like greenskins are strong though. They're not bad. They're much better than Bretonia, that's for sure. I mean, in land battles, greenskins countered Bretonia too. Pretty hard. Yeah, triple chin action. The global bans for this match, I think Slanesh was in there in vampire counts. I didn't see the other 2. It's not my tournament, so I don't have like all that data like right on hand. I'm just casting today. I don't mind facing Sigvald. Sigvald is like, you know, he's got his weaknesses. He's still a foot character. Festus, though, is very strong. But he can be sniped. In the matches we've seen Festus loses, he just gets gooned or sniped. Like, I had a game in one of my tournament matches when I played yesterday where, it was before I was streaming though, where my opponent brought Festus and I just brought the Temple off Luminarch and I just like had a light wizard, I netted Festus, I Shem's Burning Gazed him, did like 20-30% damage. I smashed him with the Luminarch and he was broken. And that was just the game. Like they just got karate chopped after that. And then the really broken Aspiring Champions of Nurgle, or Exalted Heroes, they just got sniped by my Luminarch as well. It was hilarious. Yeah, so there's lots of like counterplay out there that people haven't explored. Do you need a dev for the site? No, we're good. Thank you for offering though. Thank you for offering. I don't think Sigvald needs a nerf. I think he's fine. He's definitely like the best foot-based duelist character. Like I think the other ones maybe should just be brought up to par. Like Lokir is like, so well, Lokir has mount options though. I guess that's the difference. I'm not really playing Dune too much now. I'm really focused on Immortal Empires. Like Total War is my mainstay, and I love it. I'm having so much fun. So, yeah. Are you planning to do the Legendary Lords tournament? Yeah, I will for sure. I will. That'll probably be land battles as long as there's no drama. You know, if I can get through the faction war and there's no drama with people, then I will do the what's it called? I will do the Legendary Lord tournament. You just need people who are like good sports, you know, like mongering drama and just all this different stuff. Like, dude, no, like none of that. No, just be gone, Spawn of Darkness. Just good sports, you know, good attitudes. We'll see. Land battles can be tricky though. It depends. Maybe if we don't put a prize pool, I think that might be better. Maybe people will have more fun that way. Malekith is okay. I mean, his destroyer item is pretty good for increasing cooldowns. That's for sure. Honestly, though, Malice Darkblade just feels better than him because the only thing, like, Malice under Velociraptor is so much better than Malekith. Like, Lore of Darkness, Soulstealer got nerfed pretty heavily. It's not that good anymore. So I guess you have Blade Wind and Chillstorm or whatever that spell's called. Chill Wind. Professor Pone loves the drama, dude. He lives for it. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. Oh my god. That's like partially why like I just hate officiating land battle tournaments. Am I planning another head-to-head campaign? Samurai Warrior, I would happily allow you to participate as the 24th player, and you could be the Lord Magistrate. Yeah. So what's stopping me from bringing 2 to 3 Hellstorm batteries and just destroying their army right at the start? It's not as easy. They don't destroy as much as you would think. The Sunmaker does. The Sunmaker hits very hard, but you can only bring one of those. Regular Hellstorm rocket batteries are good. Oh my god, the sausage rubbing party. It begins. Oh my god, these builds are so filthy. Oh yeah, that's good stuff right there. So we got the double Exalted Boy. The Lords of the Triple Chin. Okay, the portraits are the same. For some reason, I thought his portrait was a little bit bigger. Torok says, just had an Ogre player run until draw time on land battles with Gorgers. Classic. Yeah, that's one of the most horrible ones, because Gorgers have 54 speed and stock, so you're never going to find them if they're just running in circles. Stealth. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Torox. Yeah. Oh my god. It's a Festus festival. It is. So here's the thing. In every one of my tournament matches I played yesterday, or Friday, like Slaanesh, Vampire Counts, and Warriors of Chaos were banned in like almost every single one. I don't know why these players are letting Warriors of Chaos and like Slaanesh and Vampire Counts in today. It's very strange. It's very strange. But anyways, it's going to be the double Festus squad, and we do have basic Marauders for the Warriors of Chaos. Nothing special, just Marauders backed up by some spawn, and more Marauders on the flanks as well. And then we have the double Exalted squad. So yeah, these guys are just the capture warriors, as we call them, and they hit very hard and might be able to kill the enemy Festus of Nurgle. We'll have to see. So Festus's evil doppelganger. Well, I would say this is the true Festus here, and the doppelganger is on the Warriors of Chaos. It is going to be Festus, Chosen of Nurgle with great weapons, Marauders, Spawn, and Festering Stooges. I really, really like the Exalted Plague Bearers. Their holy hand grenades can potentially just be super impactful. They can snipe characters, they can go after Spawn. A little bit micro-intensive, but yeah, it's very weird. Over here we do have a couple Nurglings hiding in the bushes and some Spawn of Nurgle, so that is pretty cool for sure. Yeah, I have no idea why. Like, you can't queue for either land battles or domination. It's so, like, I understand the appeal of both. You should be able to just choose. It's silly. And to have a ranked ladder where both of them are viable and competing against each other is just so absurd. That's why I think the quick battle ladder means like nothing. It's just like, it's just nonsense. And with like Archmages with 88,000 HP running around and winning games, it's just like, you know, it's just absurd. All right. So we get Marauders moving over, as well as the Festering Stooges. Here in the front, we get the Marauders of Nurgle, and they will be colliding with the Goon Squad of Outer Region. Unholy Hand Grenades coming in from Zone. Let's see what kind of damage they do. So they're going to be throwing their grenades and doing some good damage against the Chaos Spawn for sure. You can see Chaos Spawn taking some pretty heavy HP losses. Chosen of Nurgle. Dude, I'm so hyped for these guys. I really hope they don't just get killed by a Pit of Shades. So we do have a Chosen of Nurgle unit. These guys are just linebackers. Poison, armor piercing, should be able to win any of their respective fights. And this is my concern for Zone, though, is that the double Exalted Hero of Outer Region is going to be able to bully his Festus. Uh-oh. He better get some Spawn over there. We do have Spawn of Zone coming in. But we see Festus, the Leech Lord of Nurgle, getting beaten down by the double Exalted Hero of Nurgle. He's been betrayed. He has been betrayed. Now, up on the high ground, it looks like it's going to be a free objective for Outer Region. Outer Region also going to be sitting on the middle. Nurgle kind of pushed off the objectives right now, which I really, really don't like. I feel like Nurgle is going to struggle to get onto the points. They're a faction that, in my experience, needs to get onto the points quickly. Objectives are going to be opening up in about 5 or 6 seconds, and that is basically going to be a triple cap for Outer Region. He's just going to get the freebies. Now, Nurgle might eventually win the fights, but it does take him a while. I mean, we have double Exalted Hero here, who should be capturing the objectives most likely. This one is going to be contested, I suppose, and I do like that Zone is sending over some Nurglings. I think this is a nice, clean play here, so he's going to be coming across with these 2 units and grabbing that. Now back to this, we do see the double Exalted Hero fighting in, and it looks like they're going after the Beast of Nurgle, and now they're just tar-pitted. This is actually maybe a little bit advantageous for Zone, the fact that he has tar-pitted the 2 Exalted Heroes, meaning they can't cheese the objectives. That is actually potentially very, very good. I mean, both Festus characters aren't in the best position. The Festus of Zone is being circle beaten, and it looks like the Chosen of Nurgle are fully enveloped. They're surrounded by Spawn, they're surrounded by great weapon infantry from the other side. So the Chosen of Nurgle are basically just getting their bread buttered. The value trading is slightly favoring Nurgle, but the objectives do favor Zone. He's starting to get some points right now. We see Marauders moving up to intercept the Exalted Plague Bearers. They should lose that fight eventually. And Nurglings are going to be coming to wrestle the objective now. I wonder if we're going to see anything coming here to try and move over. Maybe some of those very speedy Slaanesh Cav to come and cause some problems. But it looks like both players have kind of just decided to agree. They're like just having a gentleman's handshake. They're like, let's just rub our chins together and see what happens. We're just going to stand here. We're going to party. We're going to rub our chins together and just, not only are we going to just play miserable builds, but we're also going to just lag as well. We're going to agree to have a little bit of lag. You know, I'll start downloading some stuff, buddy. We're good. And let's just have a laggy Mortis Engine grind game, which is what everybody loves. Now, top objective is going to be attacked by some Toads. So Zone is going to be sending the Plague Toads over, and they are going to be attacking them and for sure taking them out relatively quickly. Counterplay for Outer Region. What do you want to send over here? Probably just Slaaneshi Cav. And it looks like the Toads actually, yeah, it is a contested objective right now, but the Plague Toads are going to come in. It looks like they do have the infantry capture weight, which is something I just learned. And Spawn are just battling. Mortis Engine's going. The double Exalted Heroes trying to get to Festus over here, but Festus does have his Mortis going. And we do have the Marauder Horseman advantage for Outer Region, so he might be able to get some picks. But Outer Region's Festus actually getting his butt kicked by the Beast of Nurgle. He's actually driven back. You're probably going to have to send some horsemen in there to save it. So Festus is broken, but he most likely will return. And we do get the Slaneshi fast cav, so just like we talked about right there, you can see the Slanesh fast cav are going to be moving in, and they do attack the Plague Toads. So that is an excellent counterplay. I really like that from Outer Region. And one of the advantages Warriors of Chaos has over Nurgle, right? But Nurgle has army abilities, whereas Warriors of Chaos doesn't. So Nurgle has Fecundity, Curse of the Slug, Rot, Glorious Rot. There's all sorts of cool stuff like that. So Plague Toads there, going to get drowned down. And honestly, this little gambit here of sending the Nurglings and the Plague Toads here is going to fail. Outer Region's going to be able to push them back very decisively, and that is very problematic for Nurgle. Now, Nurgle does have the side objective, and we do see Nurglings rolling up onto the middle, some horsemen from Chaos, but the fact that the Festus of Outer Region has kind of been bullied here is very problematic. He is healing, I believe. Does he have his healing elixirs? He does, but he also has Harbinger of Pestilence. So he has Harbingers of Pestilence. And is he being hit by the aura? So looking at Festus here, he's taking damage, but he's also healing. Now, I don't know why this Festus is taking damage. This appears to be a bug. You could see he has Harbinger of Pestilence. So yeah, he is taking... Oh wow, that's a really serious bug. Holy shit. So this Festus, for some reason, has the Harbinger of Pestilence debuff stuck on him from the enemy Festus. It's actually following him across the battlefield. So yeah, he definitely needs to be looked at. But this is something we'll for sure report here, because that's pretty substantial for campaign players too. That's something that CA would want to fix. Now, he obviously is out healing that damage. It's not really much. But look at that. He has the Harbinger of Pestilence on him. Now, does the other one have it as well? Yeah, see, look. Look, this Festus over here is also taking the constant Mortis Ascension. Okay. So at least it's fair. Both players are suffering the same penalty here, but, you know, that's still something that needs to be fixed. And I don't know, I haven't seen that happen with other lords and characters when Festus is being used, but I do see that being used here. Now, it's not following units. So if I'm looking around and seeing units, it doesn't follow units. It only followed the other enemy Festus, which is very weird. So it's really not that impactful, to be completely honest here. It's kind of an insignificant thing, but it's still something that I haven't seen that. It's not following units. It's only following Festus, and I've seen Festus versus many other lords, and maybe it's only a bug that is pertinent when it's a Festus mirror match for some reason. I think it's just a mirror match bug. So, you know what? Hey, at least it's even. Their chins, yes, chat knows. They got intertwined. Now, back to focusing on the battle. Looks like Zone is kind of taking this one over. He's up on value, and he obviously has better healing. So Nurgle is pushing back the Warriors of Chaos. We still see the Chosen of Nurgle, these absolute chads from earlier who were getting bullied, and they're still fighting. Up to 1,400 value on the Chosen of Nurgle, man. I love to see it. And they're cutting through the Exalted Heroes. I feel like Outer Region isn't abusing the Exalted Heroes enough. Like, if you're going to be investing in that, you've got to be really cheesing them on the objectives, but he isn't at this point. Up in the high ground, it looks like the Warriors of Chaos will own this one. In the middle, he does have a lot of Marauder Horsemen here. And the Marauder Horsemen could be something that gets the Warriors of Chaos kind of back in the game in terms of value. They could start picking up off a lot of the Nurgle stuff. The enemy Festus is somewhat healthy. Yeah, they're both still being drained by this. Yeah, both are healing as well. It's, nope, Harbinger Pestilence. And yeah, only this one is healing at the moment because he turned his Mortis Engine back on. So we see a couple of Hounds move in just to get the capture weight. So Outer Region is trying to kind of prevent Nurgle from getting this. We could see some really, really cool play. And we could see the Marauder Horsemen kind of loop around and go after objective number 3. Which wouldn't be a bad idea. Like, Nurgle's very slow. They can't react to this. So if you take like 2 or 3 Warhounds and 3 Horsemen over to objective 3 with maybe 1 Exalted Hero, like, you're going to steal that objective from Nurgle. And I think that's kind of how you have to play this game at this point. So I thought they were playing on Legendary, but they can pause now. They cannot pause here. So more skirmishing. We see the value being equalized. Outer Region is kind of closing the gap a little bit. And now that his Festus is back in business, he does get terrified by something. What terrified him? The Beast of Nurgle? Probably the Beast of Nurgle. Yeah, has the terror out. Festus is like, screw that shit, I'm going home. Beast of Nurgle, of course, they only cause fear? Yeah, what terror routed this Festus here? Actually, so Festering Stooges, oh, the Festering Stooges cause terror. Okay. I was going to say, because I always thought New Beast of Nurgle didn't. Now, what a masterful play, though, by Zone. We saw the outmaneuver. We saw the mass cav core of Outer Region moving to the side objective, but he responds with Curse of the Slug. And Curse of the Slug slowed down the entire Horseman army and prevented them from getting over to that objective. That was a really, really, really clean play. So now Festus of Zone is going to be bouncing back and forth, while the Marauder Horsemen are just kind of looking for a home. They're looking for an objective to capture. Festus is going to be moving over this way. What you could do, which would be like an MLG, like five brain plays, is get some Forsaken here for the Warriors of Chaos. You lure Festus over here, okay? And when he goes to fight there, you send the Forsaken to block the transition, and then you move up like this. There's lots of weird, like, cool tactics you can do. But we got Plague Toads coming in. Doesn't look like the high ground is going to be taken by Nurgle anytime soon, although maybe. Those Nurglings are actually trading reasonably well into Marauders. Marauders, of course, win the fight. They just have, I think slightly better stats. Well, maybe not, actually. Nurgling's doing well, but yeah, the second Nurgling unit could come steal that objective. You might have to actually send something up there. Now, 9.7 value for Zone to Outer Regions 8.1. But the values don't carry a ton of weight because of how wild the discrepancy is with healing between these two characters and all that sort of good stuff like that. Side objective going to be taken by Nurgle, and that is going to be GG Zone, tying up the series 2-2, ladies and gentlemen. We have a game 5. Now maybe, just maybe, if we all chant it enough, we'll get a Cathay or a Dowie game or Empire, an actually fun, cool faction. But, they've already played a lot of the meta factions. They're going to have to dig deep here now that we're in game 5. All right, so taking a look at the maps, let's see what they are. Outer Region says, I'm running out of factions that I know how to play. All right, well, there you have it, man. It's part of the business. Black Ark is last map. Maybe we'll see a Chad Cathay pick. Who knows? Yeah, Nurgle with the steel chair, man. That was nice. It's 2-2 now, guys. No, it was probably over that game. It would have been really tough. Nurgle's very, very tough to wrestle objectives from. Hey, Drees, you want Cathay. You want Cathay. Cathay's your favorite faction. Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, I love watching Tomb Kings, and, we got to see Beastmen today, use very well. We saw Kazrak win, crushing Nurgle. There's lots of cool, we've seen a lot of cool stuff today, for sure. I'm surprised that he conceded. I think it was kind of over. Bretonia versus Ogres, holy shit, I would love that. That would bring me immense joy. They're using a slightly different pick and ban system. So they only have 2 factions in their pool instead of 3. But, yeah, it looks like they just do 2 factions with no bans, I think is how they do it. So it's more or less the same, actually. It just doesn't give as much banning agency. So Zone is saying, let's check and see what we still play. Yeah. Skaven incoming? Skaven are okay on Black Ark. The problem is they kind of get pulled apart on really big maps. Skaven like small maps with shooting lanes. So Skaven love Death's Pass. Skaven love Broken Lake Gully. Big maps can be a little bit scary for Skaven. Granted, they also have good mobility too. So it's not really the end of the world. All right. Very cool. And we're all set. All right. Where are we at? Cool. I'm really curious what they're going to play. I guess we still have some Norska action, right? We could for sure. Going to the picks here. Yep, they're still trying to decide. So this is what happens when the sweatiest of players run out of the overpowered factions. they're having to scheme. They're digging into the depths of the Dowie and Grand Cathay. Yeah, who knows? The rubber match has a pick 3 ban 1. Makes sense. Grimgor isn't bad. Grimgor's actually okay in domination. I mean, he kind of functions in a similar manner to Sigvald, although he doesn't heal, but he obviously packs a much harder punch than Sigvald. I like Grimgor. I don't dislike Grimgor. I think he's decent in Dom. He's not amazing. I think Wurzag's a better choice, but he's good. Khorne versus Greenskins would be really fun. How come Empire aren't good against Dowie? Well, the thing is, wouldn't handgunners just counter their heavy armor? So the problem is the Dowie you can bring handgunners, but Dowie can bring better handgunners that are armored and shielded. And Dowie also can bring bows, and they can just wreck your handgunners. So then, if you look at the melee aspect of that matchup, you have okay, so if the Dowie win that trade, I have to break through their front line. So you can bring greatswords, but greatswords tend to just get blocked. They don't really have enough punch to get through the dwarf front line. There's just too many things about that matchup that is not good for the Empire. Hellstorm rocket batteries are your biggest saving grace. Hellstorm rocket batteries really put some hurt on the dwarves. Yeah. The dwarves, after all, did teach the Empire how to use gunpowder, so they should be the masters of that, probably. Yeah, Grimgor's not a joke. No, he's good. Okay, so what are we going to get here? I see zone typing. Oh, these guys are both ODM. That's pretty funny. Outer Region's ODM, too. Norska, Greenskins, and Lizardmen. Okay, very cool. Fun factions. I love watching Lizardmen and Greenskins and Norska. They're all fun. So, maybe a Tzeentch pick. Maybe a Tzeentch pick from Outer Region. Trying to go through chat to remember what they played. I would love to see Zinch be played. That'd be really fun. Zone banned Dark Elves from being played. Interesting. So Outer Region cannot play Dark Elves. Village is okay. He's extremely situational. I do not believe Anticity played today, no. He would probably be somewhere in the top 4 if he was. He's very, very good. Strong player. Empire disputes the claim. Turin, tell us the deepest lore you know. So what are we talking about here, Nelson? Are we talking about like Warhammer deep lore? You got to give me more details. It's a little bit ambiguous. Yeah. Is Festus a Warriors of Chaos and Nurgle Lord? Yeah, he can be brought on either roster. Outer Region's wondering if he played Nurgle in the series. I don't think so. Nurgle and Black Ark, I think, is a little bit vulnerable. Yeah, a little bit vulnerable. Something not Chaos. I mean, I'd really like to see Greenskins, actually. I would love to see some good Greenskin play. It'd be really fun. Lizards are rad, though. Lizards are fun on big maps with all the salamanders and clever girls and mobility and stuff. Yeah. He says, yep, Warhammer. Oh, man. Deepest lore. I mean, what? Like, are you talking... Nelson, are you talking more of like an obscure lore fact that most people probably wouldn't know? Like, or just like... Yeah, I need a little bit more on that. Tell us of the lizard people in the sewers in California. Oh, my God. Yeah, so Outer Region is going to go Nurgle, banning Lizardmen. So it's either Greenskins or Norska. Come on, give us the Greenskins. Summon the Wa Zone. Summon it. Give us the Rogue Idol, just marching through the old world. Oh, deepest lore, man. I don't really know Warhammer lore that great. Okay, one of my favorite lore bits, there's a scene where Gotrek and Felix adventure to Araby, and they get captured by this like warlord guy. And the warlord has Gotrek and Felix imprisoned, right? And the warlord has like a gladiatorial pit where he like, you know, throws his prisoners to just get like annihilated by like these exotic like manticores and animals and things like that. So the Araby warlord guy, the villain, he throws Gotrek in the arena, and he throws Gotrek in the arena with like chains around his hands. So Gotrek has no weapon, and he's thrown into the arena versus like this giant poisonous manticore beast. And Gotrek literally like kills the thing with his bare hands. He like gets on its like neck and like Princess Leia's it with the chains and shit. It's a really funny scene in the books. And Felix is like imprisoned like underneath the arena, and he hears it happening, and he thinks Gotrek is like dying. It's like one of those classic moments, and Gotrek's just like roaring and shit, and he just like totally takes down this manticore with his bare hands. It was so good. Yeah, it was so good. So hopefully that was satisfactory. That's like one of my favorite bits in the books. That's in Gotrek and Felix now. Norska versus Nurgle. Okay, that's a fun matchup. Maybe we'll see a Mammoth. I think Skinwolves are really good here. They wreck all the Nurgle large stuff, but no Greenskins today. Norska is a much easier faction to play than Greenskins, so I hear you on that. Yeah. Amazons and Warhammer have laser guns? Is that actually true? Yeah, that's good stuff. That was Padme, but we get it. Yeah. No, Princess Leia's. When he chokes Jabba the Hutt, you know, she gets behind him with the chains. That's basically what Gotrek does there. Do we eventually get dedicated servers for multiplayer? I don't know, Ivan. I'm going to constantly push for it, but the odds are not great, but it's certainly something that's been discussed, so yeah. I'm getting a Chaos Burn. Yeah, it's fine. It really depends on the players who make it to the top 4, honestly. Like, some players are just like really, really meta, and they just kind of like to play the, you know, very consistent stuff, and then there's players who are really good who also make it to the top 4, who play a wide variety of factions. It just depends on who makes it on your respective day, honestly. Like, we saw Beastman and Khorne and, you know, a lot of fun stuff in the earlier rounds, for sure. And this matchup's interesting still. Armored Skinwolves are good against, like, Empire and factions that have, like light shot cav. Yeah, Armored Skinwolves are decent if you're facing, like, arrow fire and shot cav, in my experience. Oh, yeah, man. I for sure saw some creatures in LA. When I lived in like a decent area, but there was definitely some rough elements to it, and there was some gnarly shit that we saw. Is PvP having more success with the domination tournaments? It's hard to say. It's too early. I would say it's pretty popular, though. I would say a lot more new players have been pulled into domination. than like land battles. But it's also, you could attribute some of that to Warhammer 3 because it's new. But yeah, it's too early to say. Yeah. Yeah, maybe more Festus, but Festus can be killed here by javelins. You have to be careful. Like, Norscan javelin spam can just, like, absolutely crump Festus. Like, Norscan javelin spam with, like, Wulfric using Hunter of Champions on him, and then he just, like, dies. Yeah. So there's a lot to consider. There's a lot to consider. Yeah, the Gotrek and Felix books are really, really fun, man. They're so good. There's so much fun, simple to digest narrative in there. Yeah, Mortis engines need to be nerfed a little bit, I think. Not all of them, but like Festus does. His is strong. Needs to be brought down. I'm pretty sure it is getting nerfed. I think I heard whispers that it's getting nerfed. So yeah, we see Festus in the double Exalted Hero. Nurgle has big vulnerabilities though, guys. Like, Nurgle isn't as good as Warriors of Chaos in my opinion because they can't bring the Slaneshi Cav with Nurgle units. Like, what's going to happen here is with proper control, Norska could get all their horsemen and just go balls deep and just like value trade against Nurgle super hard. And Nurgle has very little counterplay to Skirmish Cav. On a map like Black Ark, it's like they really get overextended. So we'll have to see. Do we really see 4 Festus in 3 matches? I know. It's a little grim, but it happens. Yeah, the Phase Mortis engine is not as good. I think hers does like 12 to like... Yeah, Festus's does a lot. Let me take a look. I think his is up to 36, which is insane. Yeah, 24 to 48 is gross. Like, most Mortis engines do like 6 to 12 or 12 to 24. And Festus is literally like twice as much. He really needs to be tuned down. They got a little bit excited with him, for sure. They got a little excited for Festus. Yeah, why would you not bring Fleshy Abundance? That seems like a very, very interesting choice. All right, guys. Taking a look here at the Nurgle army. It's going to be Plague Bearers backed up by Festus, double Exalted Hero, very standard, very meta. And looking at Ye Old Norska, it is going to be a shit ton of horsemen, which I really like. The horseman battle line, I think, is a great choice. I think they can cause a lot of problems, and especially, like, Nurgle's going to struggle to defend itself for sure. Like, these horsemen will accrue value, one way or the other. Berserkers, Wulfric, Pit of Shades. Pit of Shades counters the elite infantry, like the Plague Bearers, and more Berserkers and Marauders on the low ground. Yeah, Faye got nerfed pretty heavily. I noticed that when I played Bretonnia against Anticity in yesterday's tournament, and she just felt really crappy. Like, her Mortis compared to, like, Festus just felt really weak. Really, really weak. So, yeah, he needs to be brought down. I think Kugat's is, like, 36. I don't think he even goes up to 48. Yeah. I guess you don't need Fleshy Abundance as much, considering Festus has an AoE heal, I suppose, but I still think Fleshy Abundance is, like, a really, really good, really, really good thing. So, we do get the Marauder Horsemen moving up, and they're going to be battling against the old Exalted Heroes. Exalted Heroes and, hero characters in general are decent little screens. Maybe they'll get a little bit of DACA. Nice damage. I mean, it's something. I guess not that much. Yeah, if they had been throwing axes, it's a little bit of a different story, but... any damage you could do to wear down these really powerful characters, I think is pretty good. And you can see Zone is going to be microing very well, splitting up his horsemen and looking to try and get on the flanks. You want to be throwing at Plague Bearers. That's where you really shine. So right now, maybe Wulfric could come up and battle one of these guys. They do get a little bit caught. So the 2 Plague Bearers able to get some value. Nurgling's getting crumped a little bit. So the Javelins from the Horsemasters are wearing down the Nurgling units. Yeah, Wulfric and the Balefiend need to get up here. Because Wulfric can, for sure trade well here. I mean, he'll take damage, but if he has the Balefiend with him, it won't be as bad. He does get in. He misses his attack. And the Horsemen are going to be concaving in. Oh, yeah. Nice play. Hunter of Champions is active. Wulfric is just giving the business to this Exalted Hero of Nurgle, dude. Absolutely brutal. And now we get the Marauder Horsemen moving in to countercharge the Nurglings to kind of keep them away from this fight. A little bit of healing coming down, perhaps. Stream of Corruption. This is the risk of kind of blobbing up. You're going to be giving a fair amount of damage to Nurgle as well. But at this point, maybe you pull back. Nurgle on the bottom objective is here. And we do see Marauders battling against Festering Stooges. Brutes of the Hound should actually trade very cost effectively as long as they don't get hit by Holy Hand Grenades. And Norska looks like they might be able to get this objective down there. So 1 unit of Nurglings is killed. Exalted Heroes took a little bit of a beating from Wulfric, so that's pretty cost effective, I would say. Horsemen are just so good here. Like, many of the Nurgle units just being picked on pretty badly. In the back, we get some more Marauder Berserkers. They're going to be coming to reinforce this objective. Objective being captured here. And this is so good. This is so good. Like, they can do nothing, to respond to this, right? Festering Stooges are running from the Marauders. But now they're just, this really expensive unit's just going to be getting hit. We see a ton of Plague Toads coming down, so Outer Region's going to be responding with a big kind of mass push, just absorbing the ammo and just hoping that he can get enough mass. I don't like charging in the Horsemasters and the Stooges. That felt like a little bit of a weird play. We'll see what kind of poke they can get. Marauder Horsemen now going after the Marauders of Nurgle. For sure need to be going after the Plague Toads. But this is where it gets scary because Big Daddy Festus is going to be pushing up the middle, and his Mortis is going to be able to do a ton of work. Berserkers battling against Nurglings, and the old Berserkers back here are fighting these Exalted Humans. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, I actually think a lot of shooting factions can really dominate Nurgle. Like, I think you can see really, like, even like Empire, not dominate them, but Empire can do some work. I think Wood Elves can do pretty well against Nurgle. Sniping their characters with things like Pravenoth Rema, Nets of Ambatok, but not a lot of people practice those factions because they're harder to play. They typically go with the more intuitive factions that are more melee focused. But I think there's a lot of unexplored potential depending on the players who make it in. So more Nurglings on the side of the map. We do see the Beasts of Tashnar moving in to attack the Plague Bears. A little bit of a curious choice here. And on the back objective, we see some Nurglings here. Nice Pit of Shades going down. That's going to be hitting the Plague Bears and for sure doing a lot of damage. Wulfric, though, getting his butt kicked. That is really, really bad for zone. That is really, really bad. So Wulfric the Wanderer is going to be on the retreat. He's broken back, and we do see the old familiar Balefiend of Shadows. He's going to be hustling away while these two Berserkers are going to hold. But yeah, you need to just play kind of a mobile playstyle here against Nurgle on Black Ark. Like, yeah, I like this. I like the Horsemen back here kind of like trolling these Nurgle units and more Horsemen coming around. Plague Toads, we're able to catch some Horsemen somehow, and the bottom objective is owned by the Berserkers. So the Marauders with Great Weapons getting into the Stooges. Brutes of the Hound should probably come up and around the back and sandwich those Festering Stooges. That would be very, very strong for kind of crumbling them quickly. But Marauder Horsemen might be able to steal this objective, man. They got 3 or 4 of those guys on the point. Some of the Plague Bears are being kept off. And it might actually be a dreaded triple cap. We can see the mobility being used to great effect. Nurgle, of course, starts to struggle when people do this. This is where Nurgle falls behind on value, too, because you start to pull them apart. Nurgle really likes to fight with the Mortis Engine, fight in one position, but man, oh, and look at this. The Beast of Tashnar parking on the side. It's going to be giving the capture weight. Beautiful, beautiful mobile play. A faction like Wood Elves could do this to you. Wood Elves could be using Dryads to distract you while using Glade Riders. Like, any faction with mobility and Skirmish Cav can play this way against Nurgle, and it's the same as Tabletop, really. So a couple of Hounds come out. Looks like Norska is going to be taking their Marauder Horsemen, who do have the Enrage mechanic, which is pretty cool, and the Hounds should get buckled. And Norska is just going to be parking the Beast of Tashnar here. And now you just kind of yield this objective to Festus, maybe distract him for as long as you possibly can. But yeah, you're not going to win the capture weight duel against Festus and those heroes, so I think you just kind of ignore them and play the other 2 objectives. Because Norska is accruing, more and more of an advantage here, right? So Plague Bears are here. They are exalted. And he's going for a full surround of the Plague Bears, a little bit risky for sure, but I mean, that is going to be a fair amount of DACA. If you can get them crumbling, that would be quite nice. They're at negative 11 for a second, but not quite able to break them. Other unit of Plague Bears is on the way in. And how is Norska going to make sure they hold on to this back objective? Here, Norska does actually manage to outcapture the Goon Squad. So Nurgle's kind of picked apart a little bit, honestly. Like, Nurgle seems very, very hyper-extended across the battlefield. Granted, on the bottom, it looks like they do get a very solid victory, so the Brutes of the Hound fighting to the end. But Festering Stooges are a very expensive, durable unit, so they're going to be able to get that with the Plague Toads. Meanwhile, Norska does maintain a double cap. They're able to kind of counterplay Festus here a little bit. And we get more Horsemen coming out. And the Horsemen, Icehorn Marauders, oh, you don't want to move into melee with them. That's a big mistake. I think you just sit back and do your thing. This objective is owned by Norska. Norska using its mobility, its javelins, all these tools to really just hold on to this and, out capturing the more haggard, slow Nurgle units. And whenever Nurglings come on, these Horsemasters are getting beautiful charges on them and sandwiching them. But yeah, I think it's time for a little bit of housekeeping from Zone. He probably needs to grab these Marauder Horsemasters and for sure just unsummon those guys. Maybe get the healthier ones back. You just use those resources. They're hands down your best unit. And here we're going to be getting a Vortex punishing spell from Norska, I believe. It looks like it's going to be a Pit of Shades on the Nurglings. Beautiful, beautiful catch. And it hits the Plague Bears too. And they're not able to get this objective back. And Festus is trying his best, but there needs to be some sort of range poke to punish Big Daddy Festus here. Berserkers move back on. The objective is a little bit contested. Norska is getting a substantial point lead. This is a really, really good close rubber match. And now the Toads are going to be moving down. Nurgle's going to start transitioning up to objective 3. Will Wulfric be able to hold on to this one? Nurgle's like threatening all the caps here, and the value is really, really close. Horseman maneuvering here, but Nurgle does get the objective. I think just sniping Festus is the way to go here. Just get some Horsemen. If you kill Festus, that probably is game blouses here. We'll see. So, potentially a triple cap. Norska does own the home objective of Nurgle, but that's going to be very, very tough to capture. Honestly, Norska just doesn't have too many tools that are just really great for fighting on the points. Outer region here, going to be grinding down against these Norscan Marauders. We get a couple spears coming in, and there we have it. Double Horseman now throwing at Festus. His leadership is 33. You know, it would be a really, really nice one. Would be a Manticore. A single Manticore attacking Big Daddy here would probably break him. It would terror out him, and then you could just chase him off the battlefield and probably be pretty straightforward there. But I don't know if he has a Manticore in his pool. Maybe not. Home objective is being taken by Norska, so Norska is going to be wrestling this bad boy back. Wolfric is probably going to go in for the kill. More javelin fire, so let's see what they can do. Norska has a big, point lead, so they have time to play. Like, they're not in any, huge rush here, but it's still going to be very tough to get it back. So, ooh, big shot right there. Wolfric gets in, does good damage. Festus is shaken and stirred, and currently Festus, does he have the Mortis engine? No, he's got his healing elixirs on. Stream of Corruption was very nice. I don't know if I agree with this round here, because he's going to switch on to the Mortis. Nope, he gets broken. He gets broken. All right. So, Festus is going to be chased. Wolfric is probably going to kill him. And Norska does get their home objective back. Horsemen are going to be countercharging into the Hounds here. And now the Toads will be moving up. Norska needs to start planning on how they want to get these back objectives, though. And the 2 Exalted Heroes probably going to be eventually killed as well by the Norscan Berserkers in tandem with Wolfric. Wolfric really needs to kill this Chungus, though. 90 HP. Festus is probably going to be shattering here. More and more Horsemen coming from the side. Able to clean up those Hounds. And now I guess it's time to just get value trading done for Zone. Zone has enough time where he can get the other objectives back with a big mobile sweep like what he did before. We do see one Exalted Hero is in some danger. Yeah, Festus, his aura isn't following Wolfric to the grave, past the grave. So yeah, Festus is dead now. Festus is on the ground. He is here. He's laying there. He's looking extra chubby and extra sad. And now Wolfric taking a very risky fight, though. One of the aspiring champions is wavering due to being surrounded, but Wolfric is also very low with only 900 HP, so I think you got to be careful there. Dude, the Marauder Horsemen are just so good against Nurgle. And take notes, if you're an Empire player, if you're a Wood Elf player, if you're a Tzeentch player, Pistoliers, Glade Riders, Javelins, it's just so effective against them. And Nurgle, of course, can do well against it. You can see them doing decently, but yeah, this back objective heavily owned by Norska. But they still need to find a way to get another objective, and they might be able to do it here. Good Pit of Shades takes down those Exalted Plague Bearers. The Bale Fiend of Shadows just kind of tanking. He's got 65 armor and a fair amount of HP. So, you know what? I think Zone is in a pretty good position to maybe get this game. There's a lot of what-ifs here. The Berserkers, of course, continuing to grind. Wolfric is maybe thinking about countercharging. I think you could charge into the back of this Exalted Hero. Good play there. And does he get the damage? He does. He hits him. That's going to, for sure, lead to a little bit of a leadership tank. He does not have Hunter of Champions, but Wolfric has great combat stats. And Hunter of Champions is there. 90 armor. That's going to be increasing the DACA, or not DACA, but DPS of these Berserkers, which are grinding here. And man, Wolfric really doing some good work this game. He's currently up to about 1,300 value, so he's more or less paid for himself. He's not that much more expensive. And the Exalted Hero of Nurgle is now broken. So that is a huge, huge value play. Now, will Norska be able to push back? This has been a really, really back and forth game. I'm loving this one. Very dynamic, really good cab play. And of course, good Nurgle play as well. Nurgle does struggle on bigger maps, and we are seeing some scrappy play from our boy Outer Region. So spawn of Nurgle getting swamped. Marauder Horseman moving in. It's a bit of a sacrifice, but it's good. It keeps them from getting to the objective. Norska really going for the cap weight here. Norska really needs to get this. And there are a couple Nurglings coming. I can tell you as somebody who's played Nurgle in the past that this is a very stressful feeling. They're moving up. They're getting on over. Oh man, but it looks like Norska's going to grab it. All the Nurgle units are crumbling or routing here to the Norscan mobility. And the other Exalted Hero is basically, yeah, he's trapped. He's not going to do anything. The Norscans should be able to hold that down here. Here it comes, ladies and gentlemen. The charge of charges. Chadrick. Oh, don't blue ball us like this. Come on, get it. 681. Wolfric the Wanderer getting in, and he does get the charge. His blade is drawn. A great duel between these mighty champions of chaos. 900 HP, and Wolfric establishes dominance as the Hunter of Champions, and that Exalted Hero is going to be chased off the battlefield. With that, Zone also has a points lead. It's very close, but Nurgle is going to need a triple cap very, very soon. And the bottom objective is vulnerable too. Only Festering Tooges are down there. A couple Horsemen could go ride and maybe steal that objective here. Norska seems to be holding on. Zone playing super well. And guys, remember, this is a reverse sweep. If we see Zone win this, he will have come back from a 2-0 deficit and come in with the dreaded 3-0 reverse sweep, which is very, very impressive. I honestly think the game's over. I think it's over. Wolfric showing that even though he's old, he's still Old Faithful. And here on Objective 1, we see the Marauder Berserkers moving in. We do also see Marauder Horsemasters moving up. And yeah, some Hounds also being pushed back. Those are the Beasts of Tashnar. Pretty good choice. Beasts of Tashnar aren't super good against enemy Warhounds, because Warhounds are infantry size, but I like Beasts of Tashnar here. They're just good against Toads, and honestly can chase down large characters. They have a lot of good stuff, but very, very nice comeback. Today's tournament has been very fun. Some cool matches across the board. We had a really interesting series between Zone and Moffat, which we saw Moffat take his first loss on Total Tavern. And then this series being reverse sweeped by the Norscan Chad. It is going to be Zone showing that the old world has still got some teeth. And even if you're going to be using new units that are broken, have bugged capture weight, Norska is not going to be taking that shit, and they are going to be taking the W. So GG, well played. that is it for today, ladies and gentlemen. We see a victory for Zone, showing why he was one of the summer champions. Marauder Horseman, so good. 800, 1,000, 1,700, 700, and 750. Value City. Wolfric also got 1,400 value as well. Very well played to Outer Region. Super fun game. Champions did good, but they kind of got trapped and killed. And killing Festus was the win condition. That was the win condition. ODM Civil War has been won by Zone. Congratulations to him. That is going to be a 3-2. And guys, we got some fun stuff going on here. It's time. Great games, man. I loved it. How long have we been streaming? About 4 hours. That is a good place to call it. All right, guys. So, once again, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to thank you all sincerely for joining. Big shout out to Tim the Wilder and Bob Tresh for holding this tournament. I love to see you guys doing it. You guys put on great events, and it's so good to have a variety of events to play in. It's great. And I'll be back casting sometime in the next few days. Probably going to have a couple streams where maybe I just play. I'm not sure. Got an Age of Empires stream coming up in the next few days for anybody who's interested in Age. But I'm out for tonight. That's going to be it. I had a lot of fun. Thank you guys all for joining. Appreciate the donations. We got a new member as well. And congratulations to our champion Zone. He will win with the reverse sweep. And that is going to be that. GG, well played. Great best of 5, man. It's always good when it goes rubber matches. Take care of yourselves. See ya. Dobi Tenya. Dobro noc. Get some rest. Cheers.